in a building north of the university campus, 4th floor. This place was previously used as an important meeting room by the teachers and directors of the university. Therefore, the decoration was quite elegant. The glass windows were almost 2 meters high, which provided a beautiful view from the 4th floor to the outside. However, while the view was beautiful, the danger was also high because in this new world such a place without any protection was definitely not a good place to stay too long. A young man of about 21 or 22, whose face was quite handsome, and whose body was very fit, was sitting in a leather chair while drinking a glass of whiskey. While students was not hard allowed to drink alcohol on the university grounds regardless of their age, the teachers had their own stocks, so it was not easy for him to find several bottles. On the young man's lap was a beautiful female student about the same age as him. This young woman smiled every time the young man said something, and was clearly trying to curry favor with him in any way possible. This young man was Kaio Long. That little dog Su Min sure is arrogant. Kaio Long spat as he clung tightly to the woman's slender waist in his embrace. Does he think that just because he's a teacher he can give me orders? Let's see if now that I've broken his legs he'll learn to be more careful next time. The girl in his embrace shuddered imperceptibly at his words. With a flattering smile she kissed him and praised, "King Kaio, why bother with little flies? Who doesn't know that your power is the only reason we are still alive?" "Ha ha ha, my little Zio Zio is still the best." Kaio Long laughed approvingly before giving the beauty a deep kiss. He loved the feeling of dominating the life and death of others. Even the women he had slept with had to call him king, or else they would have to suffer his anger. The girl's name was Zio Zio, and she was a 4th-year student. She was one of the few women who was willing to give herself to Kaio Long of her own free will. She just wanted to survive and lead a better life. Moreover, although she was scared of Kaio Long and his wild acts, Zio Zio had also become accustomed to giving orders and looking down on others with arrogance after only 6 days of apocalypse. Bang! The office door was opened with a bang, and one of Kaio Long's cronies walked in with a pale face as he urgently shouted, "King, those 2 little bitches Su Fen and He Yuhan are back." Kaio Long was about to curse this student for interrupting his moment of happiness. However, when he heard his words, his eyes flashed viciously. "Those 2 puny ants finally couldn't stand the hunger. Just wait until I get my hands on them and let me watch them run away again." Kaio Long gently pushed the woman he was about to have a good time with and stood up as he walked to the exit. The student buddy was surprised and quickly followed him as he hurriedly said, "King, those 2 puny ants are not alone. There is a group of survivors of about 20 or 30 people, and among them is the #1 beauty of our university." Kaio Long's footsteps stopped abruptly and he looked at the student with red eyes. "Is that right?" The student naturally understood the meaning behind that question. After so many days of seeing Kaio Long's arrogant and confident attitude, this student knew that he was not afraid of crowds. "It's really her. I saw her with my own eyes. Shangyuan Bingzu was together with that pretty-faced Chen He and 2 other guys I don't know." A huge smile appeared on Kaio Long's face, and he walked out taking long strides as he daydreamed about delighting with the body of the arrogant woman that countless men were dreaming about. Even teachers were secretly looking at the beauty Shangyuan Bingzu. As for Chen He and the other 2 strangers, Kaio Long ignored them completely. Chen He came from a powerful family. This was something that everyone knew well, and it was also for this reason that no one dared to touch Shangyuan Bingzu, thinking that he was her safeguard. However, few knew that she never trusted the protection of anyone but herself. But what good did it do to have a powerful family now? Weren't they all in the same situation? Kaio Long was confident that as long as he did not meet that monster who killed the beetle, there was no one capable of defeating him in this university. However, that guy should be dead or at least seriously injured right now, Kaio Long thought as he headed for the exit of the building. That night 3 days ago, Kaio Long was terrified when he saw the giant elephant beetle. His whole being was screaming to run away and not to appear before that creature. However, to Kaio Long's surprise and horror, one person actually dared to face that beetle and actually emerged victorious. Kaio Long did not even dare to think about what would happen if that person appeared before him one day as his enemy. Therefore, taking the opportunity of the fact that this person was injured after defeating the elephant beetle, Kaio Long attracted a large number of zombies to surround such a person. In fact, Kaio Long was so scared at that time that he did not even dare to approach and left after attracting more than 100 infected undead. But Kaio Long did not believe that that unknown person would have survived, and even if he survived, his injuries should be critical considering that fierce battle in the middle of the storm. /////. Bai Zemin and the rest of the survivors advanced under He Yuhen's guidance. Although He Yuhen was scared and did not want to see Kaio Long again for the rest of his life if possible, under the death stare Shangyuan Bingzu was giving him, he did not dare to say no and could only lead the way obediently. Bingzu, why don't you calm down a moment? Chen He walked beside his best friend and at the same time the only woman he had ever loved, trying to appease her with a soft voice. Unfortunately, all his efforts failed miserably. Shangyuan Bingzu's gaze was fixed on the road before her, and every time a zombie dared to appear in her vision, it was miserably slaughtered even before it could growl twice. Bai Zemin was quite surprised. Although in the past he was indifferent to everyone and did not pay attention to anyone in particular, the reality was that it was impossible not to know Shangyuan Bingzu unless one was not a student or teacher of this university. However, that cold and indifferent Shangyuan Bingzu from the rumors, and whom he had known for a week, seemed to have disappeared at this moment. While she was still cold, that elegant coldness had disappeared and been replaced by deadly coldness that no one would be willing to get too close to. Chapter 37. Having power but being held back by her own allies. Sensing Shangyuan Bingzu's extremely bad mood, none of the survivors dared to say a word and continued carrying the heavy backpacks and bags full of food and drink. It's here. Hesitantly, He Yuhen pointed to a four-story building one street away, and everyone stopped after hearing his words. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shangyuan Bingzu nodded indifferently and slowly walked forward with Chen He following close behind. Liang Peng also followed a little behind. After all, as a member of this group, Shangyuan Bingzu was an important asset, and Liang Peng was not willing to see her die, as it would mean his own life would be harder from then on. As for Bai Zemin, he mingled among the survivors and in a low voice that no one could hear, he whispered, "Hey, Lilith, is this the guy who tried to kill me 3 days ago?" Indeed, he's the one who attracted that crowd of zombies. Lilith nodded with a casual smile as she floated several meters above the ground. With eyes full of curiosity, she looked at Bai Zemin and asked, "What will you do?" "Just wait and see," Bai Zemin replied indifferently. However, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness imperceptible to the naked eye. "You dare to try to kill me using the zombies. I will show you the consequences of having failed then." "Oh, it's really you, Shangyuan Bingzu," Kaio Long exclaimed ecstatically as he opened his arms wide. His eyes glittered with naked desire as he gazed at the curves of the beautiful woman before him. Shangyuan Bingzu was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life. Only such a woman was truly worthy of being his queen. "You are Kaio Long, the leader of this group who calls himself king." Shangyuan Bingzu's voice was bone-chilling as she looked at him coldly. "That's right." Kaio Long did not contradict and confirmed as he nodded. He inspected first Chen He and then Liang Peng before saying, "I see that you are also good fighters. How about joining this king? I can promise you the best treatment and the best-looking women. Above all and only below one me." Chen He looked at him as if he was an idiot. This person surely lost his brain just like the zombies. Liang Peng seemed tempted by the offer when he heard the word women, but finally sighed as he muttered, "What a pity," over and over again. Shangyuan Bingzu was clearly not in the mood to listen any nonsense. She waved her right hand gently, and 2 ice pikes appeared floating above her head before shooting out towards Kaio Long's arms. She clearly intended to disable him immediately. "Since you won't agree to be mine for good, then I'll make you my personal bitch when I get my hands on you," Kaio Long snorted in response. He was already expecting things not to go his way, so he was secretly on his guard. "Break!" Kaio Long shouted and punched a fist forward. Bang! Kaio Long's punch seemed to be strong enough to make the air in front of him bang noisily. As if an air cannon had formed after that blow, Shangyuan Bingzu's 2 ice pikes were shattered by the strong pressure. With a stomp, Kaio Long's body shot forward at full speed while staring at Shangyuan Bingzu and having identified her as a ranged fighter. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of her hand, 10 ice pikes appeared above her head and shot towards the enemy. Seeing the 10 ice pikes approaching at full speed, Kaio Long's face changed slightly, and he was forced to jump to the side. He had barely rolled on the ground and dodged 3 pikes when the other 7 changed course and continued to pursue him. In response, Kyle Long clenched both fists and launched a flurry of punches forward. Bang, 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 bang. In a moment, the 7 ice pikes were crushed into tiny pieces of ice that fell powerlessly on the ground. In retaliation, Kyle Long clenched both fists and fiercely punched forward while glaring at Chen He and Liang Peng. The air blasted noisily, and 2 air cannons shot out toward the 2 men who apparently had no intention of participating. The 2 men were stupefied. Neither of them expected that this person would suddenly attack them when he was fighting another person. Shangyuan Bingzu's face finally had a slight change upon seeing this. Without delay, she waved both hands and 2 thin walls of ice appeared in front of the 2 men. Bang! Bang! The 2 thin walls of ice were crushed by the force of the air cannon, but they managed to stop the sneak attack successfully. Unfortunately, Shangyuan Bingzu had spent a lot of mana to create those 2 ice walls. After all, her ice maker skill was a first-order skill, and she did not have perfect control over it. Hehe, Kyle Long laughed and charged forward as he took the opportunity of lack of attacks. Damn bastard! Chen He blushed in embarrassment and couldn't help but curse. If it wasn't for Shangyuan Bingzu, he might have been seriously injured or even killed by the previous attack. But worst of all was that because of him, she had to face incoming troubles. With swift and expert movements, Chen He pulled out 3 arrows from the quiver on his back, and with fiery anger shot the 3 arrows towards Kyle Long. Are you still trying to be soft? You trash! Kyle Long looked at Chen He and sneered. With a strong punch, the 3 arrows aimed at his limbs were easily torn apart. Shangyuan Bingzu crafted 20 ice bullets and shot them all forward at the same time. She no longer seemed to care about her enemy's life as many attacks targeted areas like the head and heart. Kyle Long also noticed the change in the pattern of enemy attacks and immediately realized that, to his frustration, he was actually weaker than her. With no other choice, he was forced to change his strategy. While Shangyuan Bingzu thought that Kyle Long would continue charging towards her, he suddenly turned his body and charged towards Chen He, who was still shocked by the ease with which his attack was crushed. Chen He, watch out! Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but exclaim as she built up a wall of ice in front of him. Eche. You fall, little beauty tilde. Kyle Long laughed out loud like a lunatic whose plan succeeded. A whirlwind of wind appeared under his feet, and his speed soared to new heights. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Kyle Long dashed towards Shangyuan Bingzu once again. However, she had no time to create more attacks this time since she was still dazed by what had just happened. Powerless, she could only watch as his hand stretched forward in an attempt to catch her. How dare you, you damn brat! An enraged roar sounded from the side followed by a loud pressure. Kyle Long's face turned pale when he saw a huge hammer just a meter away from his head. If that blow reached him, forget about being seriously injured. His head would undoubtedly explode into several hundred pieces. Chapter 38, Killing Without Remorse, Part 1. Surprisingly, instead of backing away, Kyle Long gritted his teeth and punched his fist forward. Boom! A powerful air cannon collided with the huge hammer, stopping the attack and giving Kyle Long time to retreat and change direction. At the same time, Liang Peng's timely interruption ended up buying Shangyuan Bingzu the necessary time. Among the crowd of survivors, Bai Zemin looked at everything coolly. What a surprise! Lilith's voice sounded beside him. To think that human actually has a skill as strong as your blood manipulation. No, his skill is weaker. Bai Zemin shook his head softly and replied in a whisper. Good, it's true that in advanced stages your skill is stronger, but how do you know? Lilith looked at him with a raised eyebrow, waiting for his answer. Instinct? Bai Zemin smiled slightly. Bah, Lilith rolled her eyes. Kyle Long was really strong. Although not as much as Shangyuan Bingzu, he was powerful. His skill had already been discovered by Bai Zemin and was indeed very strong. However, it was strong in the initial stages. Bai Zemin knew that his blood manipulation skill was going to become extremely horrifying in the future. On the other hand, Kyle Long's skill would only become more and more insignificant in comparison. Why don't you go and finish him off? Lilith was getting a little bored and apparently wanted to see some blood. Although I know I am strong, in my battle against the blazing beetle, the reason I survived and emerged victorious was because of my intelligence and not my strength, as I was clearly weaker. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and a strange glint flashed deep inside it. Now, we are all in the same group, but in the future, it won't necessarily be like that. Lilith's eyes widened, and she looked at him with noticeable surprise as she asked in amazement, are you studying the strength and weaknesses of each of them? Bai Zemin smiled faintly but did not reply instead. He focused on the movements of Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, and Liang Peng. Know what you are capable of doing, learn about your enemy, plan, and you will emerge invincible in every battle. This was a proverb that Bai Zemin had been fond of since he was young. Although he and they were currently allies, Bai Zemin had already suffered an assassination attempt from a person he did not even know. Bai Zemin had no desire to be stabbed in the back ever again in his life. Once in the past was enough. Better safe than sorry, he whispered to himself. As she looked at Bai Zemin acting as if he was a computer, Lilith couldn't help but feel even a bit of pity in the midst of her happiness. She was happy that he thought that way since his survival would be much smoother and the probability of him dying would be much lower. However, she also felt pity as he was changing too fast. Compared to that young man she had seen for the first time, that young man who had been scared when he saw his first zombie, and even screamed when he saw the level 5 Big B, the current he was a lot more cold and cold-hearted. What skill did he acquire? Lilith was going crazy trying to find out, but she couldn't get to the answer she was looking for. It was simply impossible for him to change so much in just 6 days. Therefore, he must have acquired a powerful passive skill but with side effects as a consequence. As Lilith looked at him with complicated emotions, while Bai Zemin analyzed the movements of each evolved, the battle continued. Shangyuan Bingzu was clearly stronger, but Kaio Long was extremely cunning and used Chen He's safety to force her to stop her ice attacks and erect defensive walls, which was causing her to expend a large amount of mana. Kaio Long naturally knew that the two of them were friends since they were young. After all, Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He were both well-known characters before the apocalypse. Therefore, he used this against them. Chen He was strong, but his forte was in ranged attacks. However, every time he wanted to move away, Kaio Long would appear before him at higher speeds than him, so he was completely and utterly suppressed. As for Liang Peng, although he possessed the power to threaten Kaio Long's life, his agility was simply too low to catch up with him. Therefore, Liang Peng stood beside Shangyuan Bingzu without allowing Kaio Long a chance to get close. Bai Zemin, what are you doing? You still don't plan to move. Shangyuan Bingzu finally couldn't help but get frustrated and shouted out loud while looking back. She really intended to kill Kaio Long, but he was like a slippery cockroach running around. As if that wasn't enough, she had exhausted almost all of her mana protecting Chen He, and her mood had turned extremely ugly at this moment. Kaio Long's face changed when he heard Shangyuan Bingzu's words, and he hurriedly retreated while making use of 2 air cannons under his feet. Currently he was already in huge trouble. If another evolved appeared then, it was likely that he would have no choice but to retreat. Sure, I just thought you wanted to do it by yourself. Bai Zemin walked out with casual steps as he looked at Kaio Long with a smile that wasn't a smile. It's you. When Kaio Long saw him, his pupils contracted to the size of a needle and he couldn't help but gasp. In fact, he was shocked to the point where he couldn't help but yell out. Although it was dark that night and Kaio Long had not been able to make out Bai Zemin's appearance, the black coat and the sword in his hand were something Kaio Long would never forget no matter what. I'm glad you remember me. Bai Zemin nodded with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. Since Kaio Long wasn't playing dumb, it was easier for him to not have to beat around the bush. You know this scumbag? Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin cautiously and walked away from him. Bai Zemin looked at her and instead of answering, he asked, that stormy night 3 days ago, the reason those zombies surrounded me was because of him. Do you think I know him or not? At first she was surprised. However, she soon let out a small sigh of relief. Since Kaio Long had planned to kill him, that meant they were not friends. If Bai Zemin and Kaio Long were friends and joined forces, then things would be difficult. Bang! Kaio Long's face turned pale, and without even a moment's hesitation, he turned around to flee. The ground under his feet cracked slightly due to the air cannons and he sped away. The people in Kaio Long's group were shocked to the point of not being able to believe what they were seeing. He, who was arrogant as hell and called himself king, was actually running away like a cowardly chicken. But how could Bai Zemin allow him to come and go at will? Where do you think you are going? Suddenly, Kaio Long's footsteps stopped abruptly. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and knelt on the ground while clutching his stomach, growling lowly. Bai Zemin approached step by step and without haste. At this point, he didn't mind showing off a bit of his main skill. Anyway, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to identify it with such little testing. Arriving next to Kaio Long, Bai Zemin squatted down and with his healthy hand grabbed him by the hair, forcing his head up and to look directly into his eyes. Kaio Long couldn't help but grimace in pain. However, when he looked into Bai Zemin's eyes, he was so startled that for a moment he forgot the pain he was feeling. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes were cold by nature, and it was as if all her life she had had that frozen gaze with no sign of emotion. But the coldness emanating from Bai Zemin's gaze was brimming with a cruelty that seemed to come from every fiber of his being. A little bird told me that you like to play with zombies. Sounds interesting. Chapter 39, Killing Without Remorse Part 2 last. A little bird told me that you like to play with zombies. Sounds interesting. Hearing the words that Bai Zemin had just spoken, the crowd of people inside the building who were silently observing the battle and the survivors who were guided by He Yuheng could not help but gasp. What did Bai Zemin mean by play with zombies? Of course they all understood. How could they not understand the intention behind those words? After all, while the group of survivors led by Kaio Long had seen him throw live people to the zombies, the group led by Bai Zemin and the others had heard the story of the events less than an hour ago. Chen He's face turned a little ugly when he heard this. Even now he couldn't just casually go and kill a person. Being raised in a family with a military background, Chen He always believed and still now did believe that criminals should face the law. This person is crazy. He's joking, isn't he? Chen He asked, dumbfounded. Who knows? Shangyuan Bingzu replied absently and without much interest. Currently her thoughts were on something else. What happened just now? Why did Kaio Long, who was acting all-powerful just a moment ago, suddenly become as weak as an insect and coughed up a mouthful of blood? Shangyuan Bingzu was trying to find answers to these questions while looking at Bai Zemin with eyes filled with doubt. Bingzu, are you okay with this? Your family won't accept it either if they find out, considering how many witnesses there are here. Chen He hesitated for a moment before pointing. From his point of view, while it was true that the world had changed, it was impossible that the army could not defeat the zombies considering how slow they were. It was only a matter of time before everything regained a certain level of normalcy, and even if the world could no longer return to the way it was only natural to Chen He that the laws would be enforced. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him a little exasperated. She knew that Chen He was saying those words to stop Bai Zemin out of kindness, but that kindness in this world without rules was somewhat annoying. Then you want me to kill him? She asked casually, as if killing a person was not difficult at all. With my family backing me up, even if I kill him in front of so many people it should be fine. What? That's not what I meant and you know it. Chen He couldn't help but look at her as if she was crazy. Anyway, that scum will die in one way or another. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head before looking at Kaio Long with disgust and hatred. Such a scum of a man. That's why they shouldn't exist to begin with. Chen He was slightly dumbfounded as he heard her final words. In the end, he could only sigh as his eyes flashed with complex emotions. ////. On the other hand, while the survivors were looking at him with terror, and while Chen He and Shangyuan Bingzu had different thoughts about the current situation, Bai Zemin was dragging Kaio Long on the ground as if he was a broken rag. Let me go, you /*seeking bastard. Kaio Long roared furiously and tried to activate his skill to free himself. However, cough. Kaio Long felt all his internal organs clench. It was as if they were about to break into pieces. In the end, he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood for the second time. What's going on? Kaio Long was scared. The pain was so great that it was about to become unbearable. You can't activate your air manipulation skill right. Bai Zemin questioned indifferently as he continued to drag Kaio Long on the ground. Bai Zemin's hand was like a pair of unbreakable iron pincers that clung tightly to Kaio Long's head, unwilling to let go. What? How do you know the name of my skill? Kaio Long looked at him as if he was looking at a ghost in broad daylight. About that, Bai Zemin replied unhurriedly as he stopped and smiled slightly at the group of 10 zombies slowly approaching. Due to the sound of the previous battle, some creatures were attracted, so Bai Zemin hadn't even walked 30 meters before a group of zombies came into view. While you were fighting before, I noticed that you were trying to hide your skill by using your fists, Bai Zemin explained as he released his grip on Kaio Long. Kaio Long wanted to take the opportunity to run away, but before he could react, Bai Zemin had already struck with his right leg. Arg, you damn bastard, I'll kill you. I swear to God I'll kill you. Kaio Long cried out in pain as he felt the bones in his leg breaking into pieces. His eyes widened as he glared at Bai Zemin as a bloodthirsty demon. Bai Zemin did not even react to his threat and kicked his other leg again with all his strength. The bones of Kaio Long's other leg were also crushed into countless pieces, and his sharp cry of pain echoed everywhere. As I was telling you before, Bai Zemin looked at him with a smile and explained, although you were hiding your skill well, you made a very big mistake when you boosted your speed. That's when I realized that your skill was similar to mine. Bai Zemin ignored the look of hatred, fear, and surprise on Kaio Long's face. Instead, he looked at Lilith with a smile and said casually, "You see, even if there is air in the entire atmosphere and this trash's skill is stronger than my blood manipulation at the beginning, what good is it if he can't activate it?" Lilith looked at him as if he was a monster. Not only was Bai Zemin many times stronger than his actual level, but he did not get carried away by that strength and instead analyzed each situation carefully in detail before stepping forward. This was extremely alarming. Because the higher existences were precisely superior beings to the lower existences, everyone disdained them and gave them no importance. However, Lilith opened her eyes again as she looked at the glint of indifference in Bai Zemin's gaze. "Bai Zemin, what skill did you obtain back then?" she finally couldn't help but ask. "That's a secret for now," he replied as he looked at the zombies approaching step by step. "You do realize that your behavior isn't normal, right?" Lilith frowned a bit worriedly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the first time you're going to kill a person, but your hand didn't even flinch for a second, and your gaze doesn't even have a wave in it. Do you think that the past you would act like this?" Bai Zemin was a bit surprised when he heard this, and frowned as he realized that Lilith was a bit right. Indeed, he did not feel that he was doing anything wrong, nor did he feel fear for what he was about to do. Was this the effect of the stone heart skill? Bai Zemin analyzed the situation. However, he shook his head gently and replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. This person wanted to kill me and separate me from my loved ones. Therefore, I will kill him. Is it wrong?" "No, it's not that it's wrong." Lilith didn't know what to answer. Was it wrong? Of course it wasn't wrong, and she was happy that he understood that. However, her happiness couldn't help but be dampened by the realization that at this point, he was beginning to look more like a machine calculating advantages and disadvantages than a human being. From this point of view, the current Bai Zemin was not much different from the higher existences. Kaio Long screamed in terror when he felt the zombies' closeness and their growls. He tried to activate his air manipulation skill, but all his tries were crushed by the sickening pain he felt every time Bai Zemin activated his blood manipulation skill. "As long as it is for my sake and the sake of my loved ones, even if I have to kill hundreds of people, I can kill without remorse," Bai Zemin said indifferently and slowly walked away while muttering to himself as if to reinforce that thought even more. Chapter 40 Differences and Similarities, Part 1. Don't come close to me, you damn creatures." Kaio Long crawled backwards with his hands as he activated his air manipulation skill, demonstrating that the use of his fists earlier was only to hide the true nature of his skill, just as Bai Zemin had said before. Bang, bangs, bang. 3 air cannons blew off the heads of 3 zombies, and the ground soon became a bloody mess. Immediately afterwards, 3 other oversized air cannons exploded the heads of 3 other nearby zombies. However, to Kaio Long's horror, when he wanted to create another 3 air cannons, he realized that he had no more mana left. Their previous battle, Shangyuan Bingzhu had not been the only one who had consumed a lot of mana. Kaio Long was the same. Due to the sharp and dangerous attacks that she was making with the intention of killing him, Kaio Long was forced to push his skill to the maximum possible, and unfortunately to him, Shangyuan Bingzhu's Ice Maker skill was his perfect counter, as she could create walls of ice to defend against his cannons and ice bullets or ice pikes to keep him away from her. Kaio Long's air manipulation skill allowed him to control the air near him, but unlike Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill, Kaio Long could not control the air inside people. Each skill had its pros and cons. However, both were very powerful. The mana consumption of powerful skills is also much higher than normal. Bai Zemin's voice getting farther and farther away reached Kaio Long's ears. Under his terrified and panicked gaze, a zombie reached forward and grabbed his head before taking a sharp bite on his face. "Alarg, it hurts so much." Another zombie knelt down beside him and bit onto his arm, tearing off a large chunk of flesh in the process. "Help me, I'm sorry for what I did before." A third zombie latched onto his other arm and began to eat his hand, tearing off 2 fingers with a single bite. "I'm willing to be your dog. I'll work like a mule to death for you." Kaio Long's desperate screams echoed everywhere, causing his voice to bounce between the nearby buildings, creating a great high-pitched echo that shook the eardrums of all those who heard it. Under the care of 4 zombies, Kaio Long was bitten all over to the point where his body had become a mess of blood and flesh. His screams of pain and agony stopped when one of the zombies bit his throat. The survivors shuddered in fear as they witnessed such a horrific scene with their own eyes. Something that should only happen in movies, novels, or fantasy books was actually happening before them without any censorship and leaving nothing to the imagination. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously directed at Bai Zemin, who was about 20 meters away. However, none of them dared to look at him for more than a few seconds before hurriedly looking away, as if they were afraid that he would suddenly throw them into the zombies. Even the teachers inside the building where the group rescued by Kaio Long was in the past were looking at Bai Zemin with surprise and trepidation. Who would have thought that this young man could actually be so cruel? But the most surprising thing was that his expression was so indifferent, as if what he had just done was none of his business. However, there were some people who looked at Kaio Long's death with endless hatred, and when their gazes fell on Bai Zemin's back, that hatred turned to gratitude. These people were the women who had suffered from Kaio Long's tyranny. After being abused and objectified for almost a week, these women were willing to do anything to get revenge. Too bad, they were too weak to do anything about it. But Bai Zemin's appearance was similar to the sun rising after such a long time of darkness. How ironic, this guy, who could have been one of the strongest powers of the mankind in the future to fight against the different races, actually ended up dying at the hands of another human less than a week after acquiring his powers. Lilith commented with a casual smile as she watched Kaio Long being slowly devoured. She was obviously already used to such sights. In fact, Kaio Long was destined to be someone great, and with his skill air manipulation as his mainstay, as long as he didn't encounter monsters of a higher order, surviving shouldn't be much of a problem for him. That bright destiny vanished that thunderstorm night 3 days ago when he tried to kill me. Bai Zemin finished as he took a step forward. Swoosh and swoosh and swoosh and swoosh. Making 4 slashes at lightning speed, 4 heads flew through the air right before falling to the ground and rolling a couple of times before finally stopping. Ignoring the approaching zombies, Bai Zemin crouched down next to Kaio Long's shattered corpse and couldn't help but frown slightly at the incredibly gruesome and disgusting sight. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he began to rummage through the body before finally finding some interesting things. Hurricane Necklace Rare Grade Treasure contains great wind-like elemental power inside. Once a day it can release a hurricane in a straight line and send nearby targets flying. When equipped, Magic +10. Draftbane Dagger Normal Grade Treasure, an easy-to-conceal and easy-to-carry dagger created with a metal called Harbonite. It is harder than steel and lighter than cork. When equipped, Strength +5. Although there were only 2 treasures in Kaio Long's body, they were 2 new items for Bai Zemin. By defeating human powerhouses, it was not only possible to acquire soul power and experience just like with monsters, but also to obtain all the items that the loser had gathered and accumulated. Of course, while it was true that the higher the level of the enemy and the greater the number of treasures they possessed turned a person into a walking treasure trove, the reality was that defeating such beings was also proportionally difficult. Moreover, although the current Bai Zemin had no qualms about killing people, he did not consider himself a mad machine who killed people just to gather a couple of treasures. As long as someone did not obstruct his path, Bai Zemin would not consider that person his enemy and therefore would not attack them either. However, just because Bai Zemin thought that way did not mean that everyone thought that way. There would definitely be people who would hunt humans to take their belongings. Bai Zemin's face suddenly changed, but he soon relaxed. Swoosh! An ice bullet shot out from the distance and accurately hit the head of Kaio Long's corpse. Surprisingly, after penetrating the brain, the ice bullet released a terrifying amount of frost that froze practically the entire head in and turned it into an ice cube. Even though that scum's life was over after being devoured by those zombies, he could still become one of them. A light voice sounded a few meters away. Raising his head slightly, Bai Zemin saw Shangyuan Bingzu approaching. Behind her, Chen He and Liang Peng were looking at him with different emotions, but both shared one thing, a touch of fear and wariness. Clearly what Bai Zemin had just done had shocked the 2 men too much, and his figure had been etched in their minds as someone dangerous. Chapter 41 Differences and Similarities, Part 2 last. In fact, one of the main reasons why both Chen He and Liang Peng were furious with Kaio long other than his inhumane mistreatment was because he had thrown several people alive to the zombies. To commit such a cruel act only 6 days after the world changed, one needed to be extremely vicious and have a heart with no feelings for anyone in particular. So what about what Bai Zemin had just done? They had personally seen him throw Kaio long invalid to be eaten alive by the zombies. They heard his screams of terror and heart-wrenching pain every time a zombie scratched or bit him. However, even when they were all shuddering in fear in the back, Bai Zemin had always been watching everything with indifference. From Chen He and Liang Peng's point of view, only a cruel person who had probably already killed in the past could kill another living being without compassion and without flinching. Of course, there could be other reasons as well. But it was always easier to think of the worst in people. This was a human quality after all. While it was impossible for Bai Zemin to know the thoughts of the two men in front of him, considering that their eyes were somewhat erratic, just like the look that 90% of the survivors were giving him at the moment, Bai Zemin could judge and get an idea of what they were feeling. However, what surprised him remarkably was that the gaze in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes had not changed as she looked at him. There wasn't even a hint of fear in those bright blue eyes. In contrast, there was even less disgust in her gaze. Bai Zemin stood up and dusted off his knees before looking at her and asking with a raised eyebrow, "You're not scared of me?" "Scared of what?" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him dubiously before looking at Kaio Long's lifeless corpse and asking rhetorically, "I should be afraid of you for killing this scum. It's not like you killed an innocent person and you took out the trash. Is there something wrong with it?" Bai Zemin was really shocked by her words. However, soon he shook his head softly before chuckling lightly and walking away. Unfortunately, before the thought, "This woman is interesting," appeared in his mind, Shangyuan Bingzu's voice stopped him. "Wait a second." With a dubious look, he turned around and looked at her, waiting to hear what she had to say. However, all Shangyuan Bingzu did was stretch a hand forward and stared at him. Bai Zemin looked at her without imperfection's white hand, and then looked into her eyes as he asked with a slight frown, "What's wrong?" For the first time in his life, Bai Zemin saw Shangyuan Bingzu smile when he asked that question. Her smile was beautiful to the point where it seemed to have the ability to freeze the entire world, as no one would be willing to miss the chance to see it. In fact, all of Shangyuan Bingzu's overall beauty had easily increased by 100% just by smiling. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin did not have much time to appreciate such a beautiful sight, as the following words pronounced by Shangyuan Bingzu completely destroyed it. "Don't you think you owe me a treasure? For better or worse, the reason you were able to take care of this Kaio Long trash was because I exhausted most of his mana. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy, and with his skill he could have run away." Bai Zemin's face soured when he heard her words, and that beautiful smile suddenly seemed to have transformed into the smile of a cunning little fox. Indeed, what Shangyuan Bingzu had just said was true. If it wasn't because she drained most of Kaio Long's mana and entertained him, Bai Zemin might never have discovered the true nature of his skill, and if Kaio Long made any unforeseen attacks or wanted to flee, it was very likely that Bai Zemin would not be able to stop him. After all, although Bai Zemin's agility was high, with his air manipulation skill Kaio Long could exploit astonishing speeds for a short period of time. Besides, Bai Zemin might also have been forced to expose more than he wanted to. Of course, if Kaio Long dared to approach Bai Zemin, no matter how good his martial arts were, in front of Bai Zemin, who was basically a special forces soldier after learning a roll of skills, he could easily crush him. To Shangyuan Bingzu's surprise, Bai Zemin also smiled back at her. He stretched his hand forward and said kindly, "Sure, here you go." Shangyuan Bingzu took the dagger with a frown and looked at Bai Zemin bitterly. The dagger was a good item, but what she wanted was the necklace. Even without knowing what it was, everyone knew that the accessories were especially valuable. Without waiting for an answer, Bai Zemin went into the building under everyone's scared gaze. Every time he passed next to a survivor, that survivor would flinch and turn their eyes to the ground in fear. "Tusk," Shangyuan Bingzu clicked her tongue but still kept the dagger to herself. As she was preparing to enter the building and organize the remaining survivors as well as the supplies that were controlled by Kaio long before, she noticed that Chen He was looking at her in a state of shock. "Chen He, are you okay?" she asked with a frown. "I'm fine," Chen He forced a smile and nodded slightly. "Is that so?" Shangyuan Bingzu realized that something was wrong, but her mood was not the best, so she simply nodded and walked into the building without giving the matter too much thought. Although Kaio Long had died and she had acquired a treasure for her efforts, the reality was that Chen He's lack of courage had bothered her a little. She knew that if he had not hesitated and really given it his all, Kaio Long might not have casually toyed with them. However, Chen He did not have the courage to shoot to kill, which gave Kaio Long the opportunity to capture her, and if not for Liang Peng, she might have been in trouble. It was also for this reason that Chen He did not tell her what he was thinking and simply followed her with a gloomy face. After all, how could he not know about his mistakes? However, what was bothering the talented archer more than his own personality was that the woman he loved since he was a child actually smiled at another man. To other people, this might not be a big deal, but Chen He knew that Shangyuan Bingzu's smiles were more valuable and scarcer than diamonds. The fact that she smiled, even if it was a smile with hidden intentions, was a big surprise to him. Gradually, Chen He began to realize the differences and similarities Shangyuan Bingzu had with each core member of the group, and to his dismay, after recalling past events, Chen He realized that Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin, regardless of how much they disliked or doubted about each other, were the most alike from a certain point of view. Chapter 42 Request. The 20 or so survivors that Bai Zemin and the other 3 leaders had brought out of the gymnasium to help with the food issue joined the group that was previously led by the dead Kaio Long. Because Kaio Long had rescued the girls who were in the female dormitory when the chaos fully erupted, most of the group members were women. The total number of survivors was approximately 160 people, of which approximately 70% were women. Currently, Bai Zemin was sitting at a table on the 4th floor together with several people such as Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, Liang Peng, Kai Jingyi, and others discussing some important matters about what to do next. After all, no one really wanted to stay in this university forever. Each of them had their own goals, but most of them hoped to reunite with their families. Most of the survivors feared Bai Zemin after seeing what he did, therefore. No one dared to try to disrespect him, and in fact, his words were beginning to become slightly heavier than those of Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, and Liang Peng. Excuse me. As they were discussing going back to the restaurant for more imperishable food now that the number of people had increased, a somewhat trembling voice came from the door and interrupted the meeting. Chen He saw that the person was a young woman who was scared, so he smiled kindly and said in a soft voice, "You don't need to be afraid. None of us here are like Kaio Long. What is your name?" At the door, a rather pretty little young girl cringed in fear as everyone turned in her direction. Fortunately, Chen He's appearance and voice actually helped calm her nerves a bit as the girl nodded and spoke hesitantly. My name is Ming Shui Shui. This, if possible, could you please go to the female dormitory? There are people in there and they're probably starving right now. Isn't Kaio Long supposed to have already cleared that area? Shangyuan Bingzu asked, her gaze full of surprise. If what this girl said was true, then those people would probably be experiencing a lot of hunger right now. After all, it had already been 6 days since the world changed, and considering that no one kept too much food in the dormitories, they should have exhausted everything at least 4 days ago. Ming Shui Shui shook her head and quickly explained, "No. Actually, King. Actually, Kaio Long was only able to reach the 3rd floor before he was forced to retreat. Before we left, it was only by accident that I caught a glimpse of a strange zombie whose skin was blue with glowing green eyes." Hearing the girl's explanation, Bai Zemin's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but think in the first order blazing beetle. If this zombie was also an officially evolved creature, then it would be really troublesome to fight it, and honestly Bai Zemin was not 100% confident in defeating it. Shangyuan Bingzu had especially sharp eyes, and noticing the change in his expression, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Bai Zemin, do you think that strange zombie is also a monster on the same level as that beetle you killed back then?" Hearing Shangyuan Bingzu's question, Liang Peng and Chen He's disbelieving gaze fell on Bai Zemin immediately. Wait a moment." Liang Peng slammed the table and jumped to his feet as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with wide eyes. "You're saying that giant scary beetle from earlier was defeated and killed by Bai Zemin?" Liang Peng could not believe it. He himself had felt the overwhelming power emanating from the body of the dead giant elephant beetle. Then he couldn't even imagine how dreadful it was alive. However, Bai Zemin had defeated it alone. Liang Peng was incredulous. "Bingzu, are you sure about that?" Chen He also hesitated before asking, "I mean, you saw him defeating the beetle yourself." Chen He's words were clear. Are you sure he killed it and didn't lie? From a certain point of view, Chen He's doubts were just as valid as those of Liang Peng. However, Shang Yuan Bingzhu did not have time to answer since the current situation was simply too bad, and she hoped that Bai Zemin would shake his head at her earlier question. Unfortunately for her, wishes were not always granted, and even less so in a chaotic world. After some hesitation, Bai Zemin nodded and said in a deep voice, I'm at least 80% sure that zombie is a first-order creature. First order, Shang Yuan Bingzhu quickly asked, noticing new words. Then, Bai Zemin began to slowly explain the name of the beetle that appeared in his retina when he defeated it, and its level. Then he used some interesting theories to express his thoughts regarding evolution in a way that did not reveal too much or raise doubts from others. The atmosphere turned extremely heavy and everyone's face became extremely ugly after listening to Bai Zemin's explanation and hearing how horrifying the strength of the first-order blazing beetle was. Everyone's gaze toward Bai Zemin had changed again, adding another layer of fear and respect. After all, if everything he had just said was real, then his current stats were probably far higher than his actual level. Seeing everyone's expression and taking advantage of the silence, Bai Zemin said in a serious voice, I'll be honest, I have no intention of going to risk my life to save people I don't know and who probably won't even thank me properly. What? How can you be so selfish? There could be dozens or even hundreds of women in that place. For the first time, Shang Yuan Bingzhu raised her voice upon hearing Bai Zemin's words. What about me? Bai Zemin looked at her indifferently and slowly replied, To be honest, my only goal currently other than surviving is to find my family. During his battle against the first-order blazing beetle, the reason why Bai Zemin managed to win and survive was because of various reasons. The beetle was slower than him, its mobility was limited, its attack pattern predictable, and so on. However, fighting a first-order evolved zombie was something completely different compared to fighting against an insect. If the first-order evolved zombie could match Bai Zemin's speed, then Bai Zemin's life could be at real risk since a small carelessness or mistake would cause the zombie to manage to scratch him. Unlike Bai Zemin, who needed to finish off the enemy's brain to win, the zombie only needed a light hit to cause its enemy's death. Since Bai Zemin had no reason to move, he would not do so no matter how selfish it was. Suddenly Shang Yuan Bingzhu's eyes glittered, and just as her improved perception towards Bai Zemin was vanishing, an idea flickered in her mind. With narrowed eyes, she questioned, Didn't you say before that you owed me a favor and would do your best to save my life once as payback? Then come with me. Or what? Are you so low man that your word and your promises are empty? Chapter 43, A Hard Life. Shang Yuan Bingzhu's words cooled the atmosphere even more than it already was, and the eyes of the few present, including the newcomer Ming Shishi, unconsciously turned in Bai Zemin's direction waiting for his response. Shang Yuan Bingzhu's gaze was fixed in Bai Zemin's eyes. She wanted to wait and see what kind of answer he would give after she said those words. However, she figured that considering how indifferent Bai Zemin had been so far, he would refuse. After all, who would risk their own life for a mere worthless word that was mentioned in the past, let alone considering that he was a man? Honestly, Shang Yuan Bingzhu was already mentally prepared to hear his negative response. However, Bai Zemin surprisingly nodded calmly and slowly said, Good. Since you put it that way, then I'll help you rescue those people. At the very least, I promise to do my best. Bai Zemin's father was a severe man who rarely expressed his emotions and did not get so involved in Bai Zemin's education because he knew that his thoughts were outdated. However, there was only one thing he always reminded Bai Zemin since he was a little kid. A man's word is more valuable than gold itself. If you can't even keep your own promises, then you are not worthy of being called a man. Bai Zemin might have countless flaws, but he always kept his word and respected his parents, who sacrificed everything to raise him and give him the best life possible. Poor, yes, but never a coward or a liar. Shang Yuan Bingzhu clearly did not expect this response from Bai Zemin, partly due to her disdain and hate for men. Therefore, when she saw him nodding his head and saying such words without even hesitating for more than a few seconds, she was surprised, and for a moment did not know what to say. She looked at him as if she were looking at an alien and asked with some disbelief, What did you say? Bai Zemin ignored her question and stood up as he said, We should plan some things first. My left hand is currently practically broken as a result of my battle against the First Order blazing beetle 3 days ago, and I will need some time to fully recover. Saying that, Bai Zemin moved his left arm in various angles, and everyone quickly noticed that, indeed, the hand that was covered by a strange glove was moving erratically as if it were jelly. Why not wait until you recover then? Chen He looked at him with some concern and proposed, if you fight without being at your peak you are likely to die. After all, that zombie might be just as strong or even stronger than the blazing beetle you faced before. But if we wait too long those girls in the female dorm might actually end up starving to death. Liang Peng pointed out the problem. That's just the way things are. Bai Zemin looked at everyone one by one, studying the reaction of certain people and trying to understand what they were thinking. Chen He looked at him with some surprise, jealousy, a hint of fear and another hint of worry. Liang Peng looked at him with complex eyes. After all, not long ago the two of them had had a verbal confrontation that had almost turned into a confrontation of muscle, and considering what Liang Peng had seen so far from Bai Zemin, it was simply impossible for him to win. Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and the other two students who had decided to follow Bai Zemin earlier were looking at him with concern. After all, Bai Zemin was basically the only source from which they could currently obtain power, especially Fu Zufeng, who also felt extremely grateful to him. As for Shangyuan Bingzu, she was still seemingly stunned by something Bai Zemin did not understand. Then, listen carefully as I will need your help for the odds of success to increase. Otherwise, we only have at most a 50 to 60% chance of getting out of that place alive. Bai Zemin began to explain each person's role as well as his idea for dealing with the evolved zombie. /////. In the female dormitory. Inside a room on the 4th floor, several items were stacked in front of the door to block it. 4 girls were crowded on a bed, eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Silence reigned throughout the room, as if there was no one living there. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. The 4 girls clearly understood that the zombies could tell where they were by the sounds, therefore none of them dared to speak too loudly. A girl whose stature was quite small whispered a question in an extremely low voice. Gao Min, I'm hungry. Is there anything left to eat? Gao Min, with a wry smile, said, Li Na, that last packet of dry cookies left wasn't finished this morning by all of us. Gao Min, are you saying that we are going to die? Suddenly, another girl whose face was extremely adorable like that of a baby called Fan Wu said this while looking at Gao Min. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety as hunger began to test her sanity. Gao Min looked at her friend and comforted, Don't worry, Fan Wu. I'm sure someone will come soon to rescue us. But the whole place is plagued by zombies, and although one person killed several of them a few days ago and seemed to be extremely strong, in the end he even had to retreat. Li Na recalled the scene where Kaio long slaughtered zombies apparently invincible. At that moment, as the 4 girls peeked out of the window in hiding, they thought they were safe. However, even that man with strange powers was forced to flee miserably after going up a couple of floors. The atmosphere became much heavier, and even Gao Min could not utter words of comfort this time. To be honest, even she had no hope of getting out of this place alive. The world had already become a mess, and here they were, locked up without daring to lift a finger. So why would anyone risk their lives to save them? However, that little hope was the only thing that kept these 4 girls together and sane after not eating properly for almost a week. I don't care who it is. If someone saves my life and gets me out of this hell, I'm willing to be his woman, said suddenly the only one of the 4 friends who had remained silent. Finding the opportunity, Gao Min joked softly, to be our Princess Charming's boyfriend, I wonder who will be so lucky. Bah, the girl from before rolled her eyes and giggled softly. Her name was Wu Yijun. She had long black hair, a charming oval face, a beautiful pair of bright eyes, and her body was impressive. The bosom area was especially well fleshed out. Wu Yijun was actually the second most beautiful woman in the entire university, right after Shangyuan Bingzu. Therefore, the number of men who courted her daily before the apocalypse were countless, and probably many of them would be willing to take the risk if they knew what she had just said. After the room was silent for several minutes, Wu Yijun asked somewhat worriedly, You all think Bingzu is safe? She is definitely fine. Gao Min didn't even hesitate this time and responded with certainty. Although she had only met Shangyuan Bingzu in the university, they had become quite close, and she knew that Shangyuan Bingzu was not a woman who gave up easily. You're right, Wu Yijun sighed. She and Shangyuan Bingzu had been friends for many years, so it was clear to her that although her friend could be arrogant at times, and her indifferent attitude could be a bit annoying to most, due to her family's strict upbringing and because of past problems, Shangyuan Bingzu would definitely not sit around and wait for death, unlike the four of them. Since Shangyuan Bingzu's life had already been hard and sad enough in the past, this new world would not be able to break her. This was what Wu Yujin firmly believed. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something crashing in the distance rang out amidst the silence. Chapter 44: Empowering. The four girls approached to the window carefully. Their eyes were filled with fear, but at the same time there was a small glimmer of hope in the midst of that terror. Hope to be rescued and released from this building that had now become a prison that kept them safe, but at the same time was slowly killing them. Look, it's a person. Gao Min couldn't help but exclaim in delight as she tried to keep her voice under control. Could it be that help finally arrived? Li Na observed as the zombies in the surrounding area began to move due to the sudden sound. These creatures that had been surrounding the place silently and without moving were the reason why none of the girls had tried to escape through the window even with the hunger they felt. However, the sudden noise that broke the silence successfully lured them in. Wu Yijin and Fan Wu also looked at the scene with shining eyes, longing to be rescued from hell once and for all. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Liangpeng, and Chen He were standing on top of a four-story building as they watched the zombies moving in their direction with trembling footsteps. That kid sure got braver now, Liangpeng couldn't help but point out as he looked ahead in slight surprise. Several meters away, on the ground, Fu Zufeng was destroying the windows of the nearby buildings by hitting them with whatever he found in the middle of the road. In his hand, the Chunyuan sword was responsible for decapitating any zombies that came too close, and the full coat that Bai Zemin lent him temporarily had practically eliminated 70% of the risk of being infected by the creatures. With stats at least 2 to 3 times higher thanks to the gear equipped, Fu Zufeng no longer feared the zombies, and after killing a few dozen of them, he had already absorbed enough soul power to become a level 6 evolver. Fu Zufeng also decided to follow Bai Zemin's advice and assigned his acquired status points to agility and stamina every time he leveled up. With each time he felt his power increase, his gratitude to Bai Zemin only grew, and at the same time, he began to realize how big the difference in power was between himself and others. More than 2 hours had passed since Bai Zemin and the others had finished discussing the matter of rescuing the people locked in the female dormitory. During the meeting, a plan was formulated which consisted of 4 parts. The first part of the plan was to lure all the zombies or any other creature in the vicinity by making noise. That way, they could avoid having to face other enemies and practically cut off the chances of being surrounded. At the same time, it would also open a path in case it was necessary to retreat. Kai Jingyi, it's your turn. Fu Zufeng approached the pretty Kai Jingyi and took off the full coat and handed her the Chunyuan sword. Kai Jingyi nodded and took a deep breath before stepping forward and slowly approaching, as she looked fearfully at the group of zombies, whose limbs had been hacked off by Fu Zufeng earlier. More than 20 zombies lay on the ground writhing in their own blood that kept pouring out of the wounds as they constantly growled in her direction. Although their expressions were extremely atrocious, and the smell of blood extremely repulsive, Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth and raised the sword high before fiercely slashing downwards. You have acquired the soul power of normal zombie level 4, stamina plus 4. You have leveled up to level 2. You acquire 2 status points to distribute freely. Due to the spectacular edge possessed by the Chunyuan sword, a rare grade treasure with the ability to pierce through the defenses of almost any level 40 monster or enemy, the zombie's head split off as easily as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter. Kai Jingyi was clearly surprised as she did not expect to end the zombie's life so easily. Precisely for this reason she had used so much strength in her previous cut. And if it wasn't for the sickening sensation of cutting flesh that traveled from the blade of the sword to her hands, she might have even cut a part of the ground. Still scared but at the same time feeling a bit braver and curious, she carefully walked towards another zombie, and seeing that there was really no danger she cut again. Suddenly, a mutated dog appeared in a corner, and attracted by the sound and smell of blood charged forward, while looking at Kai Jingyi with eyes filled with murderous intent. Kai Jingyi's face turned white as a sheet, and her brain seemed to stop working as all she could do was watch in fright as the mutated dog approached. The current situation was very different from the incapacitated zombies. Besides, with Kai Jingyi's average person speed, she could never escape from the mutated dog that was at least 3 to 4 times faster than a normal person. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 high-pitched hisses sounded from the distance, and the next thing that the scared Kai Jingyi saw was how the mutated dog fell down to the ground without even a growl of pain. An arrow had pierced the beast's head, another arrow had pierced its neck, and another arrow was firmly buried in its stomach. Red blood began to pour out of the hole slowly, forming a small puddle around the now lifeless body. Kai Jingyi looked at the mutated dog that had been killed in a split second before turning around to look at the building across the street, and quickly remembered that she wasn't really alone. Breathing a sigh of relief and smiling in thanks, she began to kill the rest of the zombies and level up. Each time she leveled up, she added a point in agility, and a point in stamina, just like Fu Zufeng, since in the beginning these two stats were the most important for survival. With enough agility, one could evade attacks and flee, as well as give the possibility to fight. But stamina was needed to withstand the exhaustion, or otherwise, nothing would make sense. Chen He sighed softly and lowered his bow. Currently, Chen He's bow was not a treasure. It was just a normal bow, just like his arrows. Therefore, to pierce through the mutated dog's fur, he needed to imbue some mana into the tips of the arrows using some magic power. However, because he was not yet good enough at controlling this new power energy, the consumption was quite high in the long run. We should start with the third part of the plan soon, Bai Zemin said, and jumped out of the building without waiting for a reply. The second part of the plan was precisely to take advantage of the opportunity to empower those people with the courage to fight, and currently there was little time left to finish. Therefore, it was time to implement the last two parts that represented the real beginning of the real battle. Chapter 45, Kang Lan, Lesser Healing. Fu Zufeng, Bai Zemin shouted loudly without worrying about attracting other creatures or more zombies. In fact, that was the idea. Fu Zufeng approached him quickly and with a look filled with adoration and gratitude asked, "Big brother Bai, do you need anything?" "That's enough for now. Have Kai Jingyi, Zhangde, and Kang Lan return to rest," Bai Zemin ordered in a deep voice. Zhangde was the other man who had decided to follow Bai Zemin. His body was in good condition due to being part of the university's substitute basketball team in the past. As for Kang Lan, she was the girl with glasses who all stood up, being the last of the only four who dared to accept Bai Zemin's tempting but dangerous offer. In the past, she was very studious and generally did not distinguish herself in anything. However, beneath her quiet appearance was a very brave and tenacious woman. When the four of them returned, Kang Lan handed the Chunyuan sword and the full coat to Bai Zemin. She had been the last of the four to kill zombies. "What levels are each of you?" Bai Zemin asked as he received the skill rolls they had obtained after hunting their first zombies. In order to have the people under his command more under control, he had requested that before using a skill they should be shown it to him. This was an idea he had come up with after what had happened with Fu Zufeng. "My level is 5. I distributed equitably my points in agility and stamina," Kai Jingyi announced while staring at him. "Level 5. My choice was strength and agility," Zhangde responded in a serious voice before remaining silent. "My level is also 5, but..." Kang Lan seemed to want to say something but hesitated. However, in the end, she slowly explained, "I haven't distributed my status points yet. I have 10 free." "Oh," Bai Zemin looked at her a little confused and slowly asked, "Why is that so?" "If you look at the skill I got, you'll understand." Kang Lan pointed to the scroll she had handed to Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin said nothing and nodded silently before he began to inspect the skill scrolls. Agility Boost, Unclassified Passive Skill, Level 3. After learning this skill increases agility by plus 20 points permanently. Power Boost, Unclassified Skill, Level 3. To activate this skill you need to consume 3 mana points. After activation, it increases strength by plus 35 points for 5 minutes. After the effect is finished, the skill has a cooldown time of 20 minutes. Lesser Healing, First Order Skill, Level 1. To activate this skill, 10 mana points must be consumed, and the user must possess at least 5 magic points. It can heal minor wounds, and its constant use can accelerate the healing of bone fractures. Magical power influences the healing. It can be used twice a day, and after that it goes into cooldown for 12 hours. Agility Boost had been acquired by Kai Jingyi. Power Boost had been acquired by Zhangde. And Lesser Healing had been acquired by Kang Lan. For the first two skills, Bai Zemin's reaction was quite casual. However, upon seeing the skill obtained by Kang Lan, he could not help but be surprised. Even when Fu Zufeng had incapacitated the zombies, Kang Lan actually obtained such a good skill. This was something Bai Zemin did not expect. According to what Lilith had told him a few days ago, Even if they hunted stronger monsters, they would get the same as they would get in case of killing a zombie, since the soul record seemed to be able to distinguish when a person received outside help and when they did something on their own. It was for this reason that Bai Zemin did not bother looking for more powerful monsters. Little did he expect that Kang Lan would obtain a skill of such quality. Although she wasn't useful in combat by any means, with this skill, as long as someone protected her she could take care of healing from behind. Of course, for such a thing to be possible Kang Lan needed to have a lot of mana, and the more magic the better. Although there was still a long way to go, Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at the girl with glasses as if she was some kind of treasure. Perhaps sensing the change in his gaze, Kang Lan couldn't help but squirm a little as she blushed slightly. "Kang Lan, what are your current stats?" Bai Zemin asked after thinking for a moment. "This." Kang Lan's eyes moved as she looked at the personal status window that only she could see and carefully said, "Strength 4/agility 5/stamina 8/mana 20/magic 35. That's what it says here." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up and Lilith's voice sounded beside him. "Oh, this girl has a decent amount of magic power." In fact, while she was not that impressive when compared to Bai Zemin, and while the rest of her stats were average at best, Kang Lan possessed at least twice as much mana as a normal person would obtain after the advent of Soul Record, and her magical power was also at the level of a human genius. "I see." Bai Zemin outwardly remained calm without letting the surprise he felt show on his face and slowly said, "Allocate all your points in mana and magic. You decide the distribution." "All right." Kang Lan nodded immediately before allocating the 10 points to both stats. She also understood Bai Zemin's intention and was secretly delighted. While it was true that her battle power would be extremely low compared to Kai Jingyi and the rest, if she managed to get her hands on an active magic skill, then her power would also skyrocket through the roof, becoming a fish that jumped through the dragon gate. Besides, as long as Bai Zemin was there, Kang Lan knew that her safety and well-being would definitely be guaranteed. As for if Bai Zemin died, then Kang Lan would have no hope of surviving against an enemy capable of defeating him. Therefore she also did not worry about problems about which she had no solution. "Each of you learn your respective skill." Bai Zemin handed back the skill scrolls before looking at Kang Lan and commanded, "Kang Lan, use your skill on my left hand." The scroll in her hands turned into countless white light particles that entered her body. Deep within her soul, a transparent colored rune with strange white lines formed. Kang Lan stretched both hands forward, and as if she had done it all her life, she activated the skill. A faint pale white light flashed in her hands and enveloped Bai Zemin's broken hand. Kang Lan's face turned a little pale after the abrupt loss of half of her mana reserves. However, seeing Bai Zemin still staring at her, she gritted her teeth and activated her skill once again, thus expending all her mana in a matter of seconds. Bai Zemin felt the changes immediately as he could clearly feel his broken wrist being repaired, and the sound of bones clinking together once again was extremely clear, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Chapter 46, Preparations Are Ready Part 1. Bai Zemin felt a great amount of pain coming from inside his wrist. The pain was such that he was forced to grit his teeth to prevent a grunt from escaping his mouth. However, that excruciating pain soon began to turn into itching, extremely uncomfortable itching. Fortunately, that feeling was also short-lived, probably thanks to Kang Lan's skill. Kang Lan's face turned completely pale, and her previously red lips began to lose their color, as if she was suddenly suffering from some kind of illness. She staggered slightly at the sudden dizziness that hit her mercilessly. Fortunately, Bai Zemin had already expected something like this to happen, due to the fact that he himself had experienced the same feeling during his battle against the First Order Blazing Beetle after spending all of his mana abruptly. "Good job, Kang Lan." Bai Zemin smiled slightly at her and nodded as he gently supported her while keeping her from falling. "No, it's nothing." She forced a smile. Although she was exhausted and felt somewhat nauseated as a consequence of using all her mana in such a short time, she actually felt extremely satisfied since receiving such praise from Bai Zemin, who was usually indifferent and casual with others, meant that he really appreciated her previous act no matter how small it was. He looked at Kai Jingyi and said in a deep voice, "Kai Jingyi, support Kang Lan and help her rest." Kai Jingyi nodded and quickly stepped forward to support her, and they both retreated inside the building. After freeing himself, Bai Zemin looked at Fu Zufeng and Zhangdu in front of him and began to give a series of simple orders and instructions about what they were to do next. /////. Meanwhile, Liang Peng, Chen He, and Shang Yuan Bingzu were preparing to start and implement the third part of the plan to defeat the zombie. Although they weren't 100% sure if it was a first-order evolved creature or not, in this new world where death was only half a step away, it was best to prepare as best as possible to even fight the weakest enemy. This should be enough. Shang Yuan Bingzu retracted both hands as she panted softly. Her chest was rising and falling steadily as a small bead of sweat slowly slipped down from her beautiful face that now looked sickly white instead of perfect white as before. In front of her was an ice stake about half a meter long. Along the length of the ice stake were ice spikes about 5 centimeters long that pointed outward. It was a weapon with great piercing power, capable of entering the target's body with ease, and because of the spikes along the body in the opposite direction, it would be extremely difficult for anyone who was pierced by it to break free easily. "Are you okay?" Chen He asked as he patted her back. "You don't need to worry, I'm fine." Shang Yuan Bingzu shook her head gently and took a step forward to pick up the ice stake to take a better look at it. Although the stake was extremely thin as a stick and looked extremely fragile, Shang Yuan Bingzu was confident in her creation. After all, she had consumed 90% of her mana, which was why she was so mentally exhausted. Not only had Shang Yuan Bingzu concentrated practically all her mana into this small half-meter ice stake, but she had also packed every bit of her magical power into it, and had focused every cell of her brain into her creation. To say that this ice stake was the strongest and most enduring weapon she had created so far with her ice skill was by no means an exaggeration. To test her theory and to check the strength of the object, she asked Liang Peng to hit the ice stake with his hammer while using all his strength. "If this thing breaks, don't blame me later." Liang Peng couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at the small stake. "If it can't resist at least that much, then the plan we came up with earlier will never work in the first place." Shang Yuan Bingzu replied coldly. Liang Peng shrugged his shoulders and raised the hammer high. With loud roar, he struck downward with all his might as he made use of the weapon's weight to the perfection. Bang! With a mighty bang, the ground shuddered as if it would collapse at any moment, and several cracks appeared extending over a meter long. However, to Chen He's surprise and Liang Peng's disbelief, the ice stake under the hammer that had taken the brunt of the impact actually didn't even splinter, since it still released that bone-chilling coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything. "Impressive," Chen He praised honestly. That earlier strike should have been able to knock down an entire wall, but the ice stake that Shang Yuan Bingzu crafted withstood it like it was nothing. Shang Yuan Bingzu also nodded, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. "I see you guys are done here," Bai Zemin returned, directly jumping to the upper floor and entering through the window. Although such a thing was impossible in the past, with his current stats such a thing was no longer a big deal. "All done here," Chen He replied as he looked at him curiously and asked, "The things on your side finished?" "Finished," Bai Zemin responded and sat in a corner while checking his left hand. Before, Bai Zemin estimated that he would need at least 1 more week for his fractured wrist to fully recover. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he now only needed approximately 5 days to fully recover. The reason for this was, naturally, the lesser healing skill used by Kang Lan on him. Of course, Kang Lan's lesser healing skill alone was not the reason for Bai Zemin's quick recovery. The other important reason was his overwhelmingly high health stat, which, compared to a normal person, was speeding up his healing process almost tenfold. With 90 health points and Kang Lan's skill, along with his high magic power compared to a normal person, the speed at which Bai Zemin was recovering was simply astonishing. Bai Zemin estimated that, with treatment twice a day for 3 days, his broken bones would be reattached and repaired. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought about how incredibly great the difference in power was between the past him and the present him. Bai Zemin couldn't wait to see what the future held for him. Of course, first he needed to survive the next battle in which a scratch meant death. Only then was it possible to think about a possible future. However, if he couldn't survive even that much, then it meant that somewhere along the way, sooner or later, he would end up falling. While Bai Zemin checked his physical condition, Shang Yuan Bingzu had sat down in another corner to recover the consumed mana. After all, she was an essential fighter in the upcoming battle. Moreover, occasionally she looked in his direction with complicated eyes. There was hate, but there was also gratitude. There was approval, but there was also rejection. Complex and opposing emotions were constantly mixed together. Chapter 47, Preparations are ready, Part 2 last. Shang Yuan Bingzu was a wary person by nature. Moreover, such wariness was especially high against men, as throughout her life she had received different looks and treatment from men based on her appearance. However, the fact that Bai Zemin kept his word even when he clearly had little to gain and might even end up dying on this mission had caught her off guard. At the same time, it made her realize that maybe, just maybe, not all people or even all men would look or act the same way towards her. Of course, such a thought was still in its infantile stages and was just that, a fleeting thought. As to whether that thought would turn into something more, such as confidence, it was too early to say. /////. After staying inside the building for 3 whole hours, Shang Yuan Bingzu's mana had recovered enough to influence the battle to come. During these 3 hours, none of the 4 especially did anything, with only Chen He and Shang Yuan Bingzu chatting occasionally, and Liang Peng's sudden interruption by saying something not too meaningful and inconsequential. As for Bai Zemin, he just sat quietly in a corner while looking at a small picture with a longing look that no one could see except Lilith, who was silently sitting beside him. There were 4 people standing in the picture, with an adult couple behind a little boy and girl of barely 8 or 9 years old. In the background was the beautiful green view where the trees spread out in the distance like an endless sea. This picture was a family photograph of Bai Zemin's parents, his little sister, and himself. At that time, he had just had his birthday, and his mother decided to go with the whole family to visit the Great Wall of China and other beautiful places with history. This was a treasured memory that Bai Zemin always took everywhere with him, since due to the distance between the university and his home, he could not see his family often. Now, in this crazy world where trust and betrayal went hand in hand even more than in the past, Bai Zemin could only gather warmth from past memories that previously had not been so important to him, as he considered it something normal. Family? Lilith asked, even though she already knew the answer. After all, this was the first time in 6 days that she had seen such an expression on his usually stone-hard face. Bai Zemin nodded in response. Although he and Lilith did not talk a lot, Bai Zemin knew that she was there for him and, strange as it was, deep in his soul he trusted that she would not betray him. Although he and she were usually silent, Bai Zemin felt very comfortable since he had never been a person of many words even before the arrival of the soul record to this world. The silence that usually surrounded them was in no way uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was extremely relaxing. My mana recovered almost completely. Shang Yuan Bingzu's icy voice brought Bai Zemin out of his thoughts. When he lifted his face, his longing gaze could no longer be seen anywhere, and that face that practically let nothing be seen on him ruled once again. If you are ready, we can start now. Shang Yuan Bingzu stared at him with an expression just like his and pointed. Then let's start now. There's no point in wasting more time, and further delays might make things more difficult than they already are. Bai Zemin stood up and let out a small sigh inaudibly. Shang Yuan Bingzu and the other 2 nodded to express that they thought the same way he did and also stood up. Bai Zemin seemed to want something, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to simply shook his head and walked towards the window without another word. Before he could leave, Chen He's voice rang at his back, "Hey, Bai Zemin." Bai Zemin turned around and looked at him with questioning eyes. "Be careful, if you think the zombie is too hard, just run. We can try another day." Chen He nodded and looked at him with a serious expression. After a slight surprise, Bai Zemin nodded and said in a clear voice, "I'm relying on you for the next part." Chen He gave him a thumbs up as if telling him to leave it to him. Seeing this, Bai Zemin no longer dawdled and jumped out the window before turning into a gale of wind, charging towards the building a few streets away, the female dormitory. When Bai Zemin left, Liang Peng looked at Chen He with raised eyebrows and laughed. "I thought you didn't like that guy very much. Aren't you 2 rivals in love or something? Ha 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 ha." Chen He frowned and looked at him with some anger as he slowly said, "The reason why I don't like him too much is because of his previous cruel act. He is not my rival in love. Besides, just because I don't like Bai Zemin too much because of his cruelty doesn't mean I hate him. Isn't it natural to wish him good luck? At the end of the day, he's still our ally." Tusk, what a boring guy. Liang Peng, who expected Chen He to blush in embarrassment after having his feelings exposed, in the end ended up shrugging his shoulders and clicking his tongue when he saw that the handsome archer's reaction was normal and calm. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him coldly and said in an icy voice, "If you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you prepare yourself as well?" Liang Peng snorted and walked towards the exit with his big hammer on his shoulder. With such a weight, He didn't dare jump out of the window, or he might end up breaking both his legs trying to show off. After Liang Peng disappeared, Shang Yuan Bingzu picked up what appeared to be a string and tied it to the tip of the ice stake before freezing it and joining the string and the stake together. This string was actually carbon fiber and was taken from gym exercise machines. It was especially resistant to weight and extremely durable under pressure, as well as being a very good flexible material capable of withstanding sudden pulls. It was usually used in the creation of boats, cars, airplane parts, bicycle hoops, etc. Although the quality depended, the carbon fiber cable Shangyuan Bingzu was using was very strong and flexible. Seeing that the two of them were alone, Chen He decided to break the silence. Bingzu, about what Liang Peng said earlier, about rivals in. Focus. Shangyuan Bingzu interrupted him before he could continue, and while looking out the window reminded him, your help is crucial here. You can't afford to lose focus no matter what. Chapter 48, Unusual Situation. Seeing Shangyuan Bingzu interrupting him without letting him continue, Chen He smiled bitterly and shook his head before sighing and getting to work. Obviously, she knew what he was going to say. However, Shangyuan Bingzu not only had no interest in anything romantic, but even though she trusted Chen He enough to call him a friend, he was just that, a friend. At the end of the day, his friendship was what Shangyuan Bingzu cherished. But if he was looking for more than that, at this moment he would only get hurt if he listened to her answer. As for the future, that no one knew. It was just that considering how many years Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He had spent together, but even then he failed to get into her heart, it would be difficult for such a friendship to turn into something more than friendship. /////. In the female dormitory. Great, this time we are saved. Li Na exclaimed as she used both hands to muffle the sound of her voice overflowing with excitement and joy. We will be saved. Gao Min and Fan Wu hugged each other as they sobbed, emotionally moved to the point of tears. Even the generally positive Gao Min was beginning to lose all hope after so many days without a proper meal, and locked up in a place that was like a prison to them. Girls, look! Wu Yijin quickly noticed a young man charging toward the female dormitory. However, when she wanted to point him out for her friends to see, he had already disappeared with lightning speed. Fast, Wu Yijin was surprised and secretly glad. The more powerful this person proved to be, the better news for the girls, as the hopes of being rescued would increase exponentially as well. Trapped in the girls' dormitory, seeing no chance of survival, where if they didn't die of starvation or thirst, they would die of being eaten by a zombie. With such a cruel and devastating reality, if it hadn't been for the girls cheering each other on, they all would have gone crazy right now. A couple of days ago, when they saw Kaio Long show seemingly invincible power, they believed that help had finally arrived. However, even he who was as strong as a superhuman was forced to retreat miserably by some unknown entity. The girls really couldn't take it anymore. At the same time as they were celebrating to lift their moods, the zombies outside the door headed towards the girls' dormitory and began to violently attack the door. The four girls shut their mouths without daring to make another sound, not even daring to move, standing together in silence, staring at the door in fear. In their eyes, the door represented a prison that contained them trapped here, but at the same time it also represented their escape and survival. If the door fell, they all knew there would be no chance of survival. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang coming from somewhere in the building, and the zombies pounding on the dormitory door stopped. The girls sighed in relief as they felt the beasts growl and move away with shaky steps in the opposite direction. The four girls looked at each other with fear and a touch of hope as they sat on a bed all together facing the door. Now all they could do was wait. ///. Bang! Bai Zemin appeared before the firmly closed front door of the female dormitory and kicked it open. The bang of the metal door opening wide resounded everywhere, and the echo traveled among the nearby buildings. Because the zombies in the vicinity had already been eliminated earlier by Fu Zufeng and the rest, no creature appeared. However, Bai Zemin was not satisfied and frowned tightly. Why doesn't this zombie come out? Bai Zemin thought silently. Until now, as long as there was a certain amount of noise, the zombies would definitely advance in that direction. However, even after making such a commotion, the strange zombie that this Ming Shui girl had seen before leaving here did not show itself. Bai Zemin's wariness increased another notch as he walked towards the inside of the building with slow and cautious steps. Although Ming Shui Shui had said that Kaio Long had cleared the first 2 floors before having to retreat on the 3rd floor, Bai Zemin did not trust anything but what he saw with his own eyes at the moment. The smell of rancid blood and rotting flesh embraced Bai Zemin's nostrils as soon as he had taken a step inside. Zombie corpses and people lay everywhere, creating a catastrophic scene scary enough to scare the most macho man in the world. However, after experiencing and seeing with his own eyes so many people dying, Bai Zemin felt that he could bear at least that much. Therefore, after stopping for a moment, he continued to move forward slowly. The lower floor was devoid of any sign of life. Only corpses and death was what could be seen in that area. Upon reaching the 2nd floor after carefully climbing the stairs, what greeted Bai Zemin was exactly the same sight he had seen on the 5th floor, and if it wasn't for the different clothing on each body or the position they were in after dropping dead, he might have thought that he was still on the previous floor. It was upon reaching the 3rd floor that Bai Zemin finally saw signs of movement. More than 50 zombies were slowly advancing down the corridor in the direction of the stairs. All of these zombies were women who had been infected after being scratched or bitten, or who simply became mindless creatures after the arrival of the soul record and the mana movement. While 50 zombies were no challenge at all for someone like Bai Zemin, when you put those 50 zombies in an enclosed space where there was hardly any room left to move properly, things were different, and the difficulty was multiplied by countless times. Fortunately for him, thanks to his rare grade treasure full coat, things were not as complicated as they seemed to be. Moreover, unlike zombies and unintelligent animals, humans could think of countermeasures to adapt to whatever situation they had to face. Chapter 49, A Virgin Succubus. After a moment's thought, and considering that there was a creature capable of threatening his life, Bai Zemin decided to play it safe instead of trying to show off before Lilith. He retreated towards the stairs until he reached the 2nd floor and waited for the zombies there. His back was almost touching one of the walls, and the left side of his body was against the corner where the staircase wall and the wall of the lower floor met. This way, he could prevent being attacked from behind. He could avoid receiving attacks with his damaged hand, and at the same time he would be able to react with his right hand immediately in case someone tried to attack him from the only possible angle there was. The first zombies soon reached the stairs and began to descend. However, as expected, they fell on their faces as they rolled down to where Bai Zemin was waiting for them. Because the zombies could not control their own bodies properly, and because they only knew how to advance in a straight line, the steps of the stairs became their doom. Bai Zemin swung his sword relentlessly up and down again and again. The zombies' heads rolled on the floor constantly, and blood had begun to accumulate after the escalating slaughter, forming a small red pool under his own feet. But it wasn't just Bai Zemin who was killing zombies. Zombies coming from behind were often stomping other zombies to death, and many other zombies were falling head over heels, breaking their necks after hitting the floor hard. 2 minutes later, all 50 zombies had been completely obliterated by Bai Zemin. Not a single zombie could even react after falling before their heads rolled on the ground. "You've gotten a little better with the sword." Lilith smiled slightly as she looked down at his crotch and said in a playful voice, "I wonder if you're also so good with that sword down there." The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth constricted a couple of times. However, instead of remaining silent as usual, this time he decided to ask a question that had been bothering him for several days now. "Lilith, since you're a succubus, you've probably slept with many men throughout your life, no?" "You?" Lilith opened her eyes, slightly surprised by the rather daring question. However, she felt no shame and responded in a flat voice, "You humans have an imagination that is too wild." "What do you mean?" Bai Zemin asked as he climbed the stairs again. He decided to talk with Lilith to calm the nerves he felt and to lure the creature that was hiding. In fact, Lilith's jokes often relaxed Bai Zemin's heavy mood, and she was undoubtedly one of the reasons why he was still able to stay completely sane. "Even though I'm a succubus, that doesn't mean I have to sleep with a man to gain power." Lilith followed him a few steps behind and rolled her eyes as she slowly said, "Isn't it obvious? Just like you, to evolve further and become more powerful, I need to defeat powerful enemies and absorb massive amounts of soul power." Bai Zemin couldn't help but look back with slight surprise on his face and asked the stupidest question of his entire life. "But aren't you a succubus? For the love of the devil, are you dumb?" Lilith couldn't help but smack him upside the head and say in a serious voice, "While among us succubi there are some who are promiscuous, I'm not like that. Do you think that just because I joke with you I have slept with many men? Hard as it may be to believe, in my entire life I have never allowed a man to even see my naked body, let alone sleep with one. Bai Zemin's footsteps stalled, and he stared at her with eyes filled with disbelief. Virgin! What's wrong with that? Lilith looked at him with a seductive smile and said in a whisper, Could it be that you want to take my purity now? Kaya tilde little Zemin, you are such a bad guy tilde. Bai Zemin's breathing became somewhat ragged upon hearing the demon's whisper, and he quickly shook his head, regretting asking that. Lilith also stopped joking, knowing that Bai Zemin's life was on the line here, and started to explain some things slowly. What you humans imagine and the stories you create are not exactly correct. For example, we succubi are beautiful by nature, and our sex appeal incredibly high. But that's just it, our charm is higher. Well, although I am probably one of the most beautiful women in existence, and even among the higher existences, I have yet to meet a woman capable of exceeding me. Feel honored, little Zemin. Well, your humility is truly incredible. Bai Zemin joked as he decapitated a group of 3 zombies that came out of a room whose door had been kicked down. Hey, I'm serious. Lilith began to act like a little girl who had been bullied. Her innocent act was extremely cute and attractive, creating a beautiful contrast to her seductive body. Yes, yes, Bai Zemin casually nodded as he continued slaughtering zombies. Whatever you say, your majesty, beautiful queen. Tusk. Lilith knew that Bai Zemin didn't believe her, so she simply clicked her tongue, and her eyes glittered with a hint of hesitation. However, in the end, she shook her head softly and decided not to do what she was thinking, or things might get out of hand. On the other hand, Bai Zemin had already finished off over 1,300 zombies that were scattered all over the 3rd floor. The female dormitory was huge, as was the male dormitory. After all, the university was extremely large, and the number of students simply too many to count. While it was true that not everyone stayed on campus, at least 40% did. The men's dormitory and the female dormitory were large buildings, only 4 or 5 stories high, but stretching for several yards around. You have acquired the soul power of normal zombie level 5. You have leveled up to level 21. You have acquired 2 status points to distribute freely. Phew, good timing. Bai Zemin was starting to feel a bit exhausted, however. After killing the 500th zombie, the sweet message telling him that he had leveled up appeared in his retina, relieving that exhaustion immediately. After about 10 minutes, Bai Zemin had finally cleared the way to the stairs leading to the 4th floor. According to the story told by Ming Shui Shui, Kaio Long had been repulsed by a strange zombie upon reaching the 3rd floor, and, so far, almost everything matched, as Bai Zemin could not see corpses destroyed by the air cannons of Kaio Long's skill. But where was that zombie then? Bai Zemin's answer came soon enough, because as soon as he stepped on the top step of the staircase that led to the 4th floor of the building, a horrifying pressure enveloped his body as if it wanted to devour him in one piece. This pressure was so strong that Bai Zemin had only felt something similar once in his life so far. Chapter 50, Adrenaline and Blood Manipulation. The pressure Bai Zemin felt when his feet reached the 4th floor of the building was very great, and although he did not know how it felt to have a waterfall of water hitting him from several meters high, he estimated that surely it should feel similar to what he was feeling at that moment. However, the corner of Bai Zemin's mouth turned up into a small smile instead of twitching. I really have become stronger, haha. Bai Zemin laughed out loud and took a step forward as he tightened his grip on the hilt of the Chunyuan sword. Right, the current Bai Zemin was no longer the same Bai Zemin of the past. The current him was no longer the same level 15 Bai Zemin, who could only run and plan to barely have a slim chance of victory against the First Order Blazing Beetle. He was currently a powerful level 21 evolver who had absorbed massive amounts of pure soul power, including the soul power of a First Order monster. Bai Zemin stopped hesitating when he realized that, while he might be unable to win in one-on-one, he wouldn't necessarily lose either. It would all depend on what kind of skill the evolved zombie possessed. With a steady gaze, Bai Zemin activated his First Order blood manipulation skill and cast it on himself. Of course, his intention was not to hurt himself. His aim was different from all the previous times. What was adrenaline? Adrenaline was a hormone and could also be considered a substance. The substance possessed the ability to constrict the blood vessels, dilate the airways, and increase the heart rate. But when did this substance show itself? The body begins to secrete adrenaline when it feels threatened or in danger, and this substance travels through the blood as a means to reach every part of the body. In addition, adrenaline had great benefits, some of them being the improvement of reflexes, increased reaction speed, and many other effects. So, what would happen if Bai Zemin increased his own blood flow and made the adrenaline start traveling at faster speeds? Would it enhance those characteristics even more? You're crazy. Lilith's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Bai Zemin as if he was an unknown beast. Honestly, Bai Zemin was not the only existence capable of manipulating blood to some extent. Lilith knew someone who was even more powerful than her, who possessed a similar natural skill. However, that other existence had clearly never thought of using such a skill in a self-destructive manner on himself when he was still weak. The reason? Using one's own skill on one's own body was extremely dangerous unless such a skill was a blessing or benefit of some sort. However, Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill was a skill intended for attack and not to be used on himself. Even less so when he did not even possess initial mastery over his own skill. Although it was risky, Bai Zemin's situation was already dangerous to begin with. Besides, in this world, if one did not take risks in the early stages when everything was simpler, then one could only expect death in the later stages. Bai Zemin had understood all this very well, and that was precisely why he decided to gamble. And his gamble, along with his high magical power, proved to be right. He could feel his heart rate increasing after activating his blood manipulation skill, and the blood throughout his body began to move twice as fast as normal. Bai Zemin did not dare to force it any further than this. His pupils dilated, improving his overall vision of his surroundings. Due to the faster circulation of adrenaline, blood glucose increased, and Bai Zemin could feel how his body seemed to have more energy than in the past. Doing this was extremely dangerous and consumed mana constantly, as Bai Zemin had to keep his blood manipulation skill constantly activated. However, at this point, as long as the battle ended as quickly as possible, it was a good thing. Bai Zemin stomped the ground beneath his feet and shot forward at full speed, flashing between the unfamiliar corridors in search of the strange zombie. Due to his high speed and how small the corridors were in comparison, from a certain point of view, it seemed as if he was blinking short distances constantly. The fourth floor was practically undisturbed, unlike the first two floors which were littered with corpses and blood. There was also no sign of zombies or any other strange creature, so Bai Zemin correctly assumed that all the zombies on the fourth floor had probably gone down to the third floor and joined the zombies there, explaining why there were so many of them. Another strange thing was that no door had been broken down yet, and while there were many open, most were firmly closed, so the odds were high that there were still people alive inside, since if they were zombies, they probably would have fought to destroy the door the first day the world changed in search of food. Bai Zemin took out several bottles of blood from his backpack, and due to the adrenaline coursing through his veins, he almost didn't feel the pain when he opened the bottles with his still half-broken hand. Then he began to spread blood on the ground. For every corridor he went through, Bai Zemin spread a 2-liter bottle of blood on the ground. Finally, after more than 20 bottles of blood, and leaving himself with only 10 in reserve for emergencies, and leaving aside the first-order blazing beetle blood needed to evolve his blood manipulation, Bai Zemin stopped dead in his tracks and waited patiently there. Although he could not sense where the horrendous pressure was coming from exactly, he could sense that the creature was rapidly approaching him. Suddenly Bai Zemin felt a gale of wind charging towards him, and without hesitation, he jumped to the side while slashing with his sword diagonally. Clang! The sound of 2 clashing metals echoed throughout the corridor, traveling through practically the entire 4th floor as proof of how powerful the clash between the two was. Chapter 51, 1v1, Dangerous Hand-to-Hand Battle. Feeling the sudden rush of air approaching his back at breakneck speeds, Bai Zemin did not even hesitate for a moment as his body reacted before his brain did. Doing a 180-degree turn and raising his sword high, Bai Zemin's 85 strength points completely burst out as he slashed downward ferociously, as if he wanted to split his enemy into 2 pieces. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal resounded loudly, and Bai Zemin felt his right arm go very slightly numb. However, his strength stat was not low at this point, so he was not forced to retreat. "You finally came out, you damn zombie." A smile rose on Bai Zemin's face as he looked at his expected enemy. Indeed, Ming Shui's description was lacking, but accurate. Beast was undoubtedly a zombie. However, unlike normal zombies or any other zombie Bai Zemin had encountered so far, this zombie had completely deep blue skin. The zombie's eyes were wide open, and unlike the rest of the zombies, the greenish glow in its eyes showed that its sight was there, unlike normal zombies that could not see anything. But the most striking thing was that its body seemed to be extremely agile, and instead of 2 arms it had 2 strange, sharp-looking sword-like blades as limbs. "Scram!" Bai Zemin shouted as he pressed the full weight of his body forward, while applying all his strength on the sword that had collided with one of the zombie's blades. Surprisingly, the zombie was forced back several steps. This showed that its strength was undoubtedly inferior to Bai Zemin's. "Grrrr." A strange grunt came out of the zombie's mouth, and suddenly its body leaned forward, disappearing from the place where it was standing a moment ago. Fast, this zombie was incredibly fast. Bai Zemin's pupils dilated even more, and while gritting his teeth, he immediately slashed towards its right side with all his might. Clang! Bang! After a powerful metallic clang, the zombie that was fast but obviously did not possess particularly high strength was sent flying and slammed hard into the opposing wall. However, Bai Zemin couldn't help but be a little scared. If it wasn't for his earlier experiment making use of his blood manipulation skill to somewhat control and increase the adrenaline outflow, then his normal reflexes would not have been enough for him to be able to react in time to the earlier attack. This meant that he would have been dead by now. Dead after just one trade. That's how terrifying the creatures that had officially taken a step on the path of evolution were. Even more so this zombie that only needed one cut to turn Bai Zemin into one of its comrades. Bai Zemin seized the opportunity when the evolved zombie was sent flying and activated his skill blood manipulation. The blood he had spread in this corridor suddenly turned into 10 blood chains, and under his control they flew towards the evolved zombie. The evolved zombie's greenish eyes glowed coldly, and it jumped up before it began to move in strange patterns. Due to its speed, the creature managed to evade 6 blood chains, but 4 of them managed to surround it to the point where no matter where it tried to escape it would be impossible. However, what happened next was something Bai Zemin did not expect. Swoosh! A strange magical energy surged out from the evolved zombie's body, and a semi-transparent colored barrier, whose shape was similar to that of an egg, surrounded the infected's body. The 4 blood chains slammed against the energy barrier, creating metallic sounds before falling to the ground. What? Bai Zemin's eyes widened in shock. However, the evolved zombie suddenly disappeared from its position without giving him time to think too much about what had just happened. Damn it! Bai Zemin quickly turned around and raised his sword in a defensive stance to defend against the unexpected attack. Clang! This time, because he had been taken by surprise, Bai Zemin was forced back approximately 5 meters as his feet dragged on the carpet that adorned the floor. Swoosh! The evolved zombie advanced and slashed twice, using both blade-like arms. Clang, clang. Bai Zemin was forced into defensive mode as he tried to process what had just happened. Wasn't the acquired skill of this evolved zombie the 2 blades on its body? Bai Zemin was dumbfounded, and again realized the reason why Lilith had told him before that he had been one of the few beings in the history of the universe capable of successfully defeating and slaying an enemy of a higher order. Such creatures were simply too horrifying. If the evolved creatures of the first order were already this powerful, then how strong were the ones of the second order? Even worse, how strong was Lilith, and all those sixth-order existences like her? Only now did Bai Zemin understand the reason why people like Lilith differentiated people like him and her into different categories, lower existences and higher existences. The difference between the 2 of them was simply colossal. Since you have that strange skill, then I will cut off your head with my sword. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and slashed forward with all his strength. The evolved zombie was sent flying and rolled across the ground several meters before leaping to its feet. However, before it could even take a step forward and burst out with its ghostly speed, Bai Zemin had already appeared before it and was attacking again, forcing the evolved zombie to raise both of its blade-like arms to parry the blow. Bang! Again, the evolved zombie was sent flying, and this time its body hit the wall 20 meters away, making a powerful bang and cracking the wall in the process. Swoosh! Bai Zemin, who had started dashing immediately after sending the evolved zombie flying, appeared in front of the creature at lightning speed and slashed diagonally again, with the intention of cutting off its head. I don't believe I can't kill you. His eyes flashed with infinite coldness as he looked at the beastly eyes of the zombie in front of him. Chapter 52, Death Dance. Bang! Bai Zemin had swung the Chunyuan sword with such power that the evolved zombie was forced to kneel on one knee, while crossing both limbs in an X shape to parry the blow. Even the ground had cracked slightly due to the powerful impact. But that wasn't all that happened. Crack! A very small sound that would normally go unnoticed rang out in the middle of the silent corridor, where two beings were struggling to survive and evolve into something superior. The evolved zombie's greenish eyes twitched softly, and a strange growl escaped from its mouth as it looked at the tiny crack that had appeared on both blades. The Xuanyuan sword was not a normal rare-grade treasure. It was a rare-grade treasure that was at the peak. With its ability to pierce through almost any defense below level 40, and even being able to pierce through an armored vehicle, even the two blades of the evolved zombie could not withstand being hit with such power by such a weapon. Damn zombie! Bai Zemin spat and, taking advantage of the superior position, turned his body and kicked the evolved zombie in the ribs, sending it flying over 20 meters. The evolved zombie rolled across the floor until it hit the wall of the opposite corridor. If it were any other level 21 living being facing this zombie, that person would undoubtedly die immediately or end up being infected. However, Bai Zemin had been constantly fighting against existences stronger than him, and upon defeating them his stats received a certain power boost, so his actual strength was much more than that of any other level 21. In addition, the current Bai Zemin was under a strange effect in which his reflexes and reaction speed had increased at least 2 or 3 times more than normal, due to the rapid circulation of adrenaline through his skill blood manipulation. If only one of these factors were not present, Bai Zemin would have already been defeated because, although his strength stat was at least twice higher, his agility was inferior, so he would not even have time to react before being killed. Clang! Bang! The metallic sound and explosions echoed throughout the corridors as the evolved zombie tried to use its superior agility to overwhelm Bai Zemin. However, the creature failed to overcome his reflexes and reaction speed, so it was always sent flying after meeting his sword. Why isn't this zombie using that strange skill it used earlier to parry my attacks? Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he collided with the evolved zombie. The evolved zombie's blades had small cracks that slowly but surely began to spread wider and wider with each collision. However, the beast was not using that strange barrier that had stopped the blood chains. Could it be that it could no longer use it? Such an idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately activated his blood manipulation skill again, without worrying about lack of blood, as his previous preparations by spreading blood over most of the corridors had made everything simpler for him. Swoosh! After spending more than 30 mana points, 6 huge blood spears floated in the air and shot at full speed towards the evolved zombie that was struggling to stand up after being sent flying. However, that strange barrier appeared again, causing Bai Zemin to frown. Before discovering the weakness of that skill, he was unwilling to waste any more mana. In the end, Bai Zemin once again entangled with the evolved zombie in a fierce dance to the death where a single mistake could cost anyone their death, slowly forcing the creature to retreat to one of the marked rooms where the final phase of the plan would come into play. /////. In one of the rooms on the 4th floor. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of metal clanging against metal followed by bangs could be heard inside the room. 4 friends were sitting in the corner of the room, moving as far away from the door as possible while looking with fearful eyes in that direction. It's been almost 5 minutes, but the sound of fighting still persists. Lena whispered quietly like the buzzing of a mosquito. The group of friends had been waiting in hope for the arrival of a person with enough strength to save them from this hell they were locked in. However, while the person who had entered the building had gotten farther than the man who had snuck in several days ago, it seemed that this new person had also encountered an obstacle powerful enough to hold him back for so long. It seems we can only pray. Gao Min replied in a whisper as she joined both hands together and began muttering prayers. The moment all hope disappeared, and one could only hope for a supernatural miracle, even the least believing person would start praying to some kind of almighty God in search of salvation. If this person is also forced to leave, I don't think I can endure another day. Fan Wu could not stop her tears from sliding down her beautiful face. She had already reached the breaking point and was probably the worst of the 4 friends. Wu Yijun frowned tightly, and a hint of worry glittered in her eyes. She had been the only one of the 4 girls who had glimpsed for a second the person who had charged into the building. Even such a fast person was forced to stop, Wu Yijun thought inwardly, horrified. If even a person capable of crossing several tens of meters in a few blinks of an eye had been forced to fight for so long without being able to defeat the other side, then this could only mean that the enemy was incredibly powerful. Only now did Wu Yijin realize how lucky they had been to continue alive so far, and for the first time in 6 days, she was silently grateful to be locked up in this place she had previously called hell. Bang! As the group of 4 friends prayed for the safety and victory of whoever was fighting whatever was out there, the door of the room was suddenly sent flying alongside a body the height of a human being. The door collapsed. Monster! It's a zombie! Oh my God, it's over! The girls screamed in terror and drew energy from where they didn't know they had it to stand up and run to the other corner as they looked at the blue-skinned zombie getting to its feet with staggering steps. Grrr. The evolved zombie opened its mouth and looked at them with eyes filled with murderous intent before taking a step forward. Seeing the greenish eyes of the zombie staring at them with a bloodshot gaze, the faces of the 4 girls paled with fear. Swoosh! A shadow flashed before the eyes of the 4 girls before a powerful metallic bang made their ears buzz. When the shadow was forced to stop by the 2 strange blade-like arms of the strange blue-skinned creature, they finally caught a glimpse of the possible savior of their lives. Chapter 53, 2 Sides of a Coin. Bang! The floor cracked, and the window panes were crushed by the shockwave caused by the collision between the Xuanyuan sword and the 2 sharp blades of the evolved zombie. Finally seeing the man who had dared to enter the female dormitory, and who had killed who knew how many dangerous creatures to reach this place, the group of 4 friends was a bit surprised by the fact that he was actually a person 2 or 3 years younger than themselves. However, the biggest surprise was when they saw that this young man actually had the strength to fight on equal footing against a monster so strange and horrifying as that zombie with blue skin and greenish eyes. No, in fact, from the expression on his face he seemed to have the upper hand. Remembering that terrifying speed at which he crossed the gate, and that horrifying strength that was powerful enough to slightly crack the ground without even touching it, Wu Yijin and her friends could not help but be amazed. Of course, what the 4 girls felt the most was hope. Hope to survive, hope to finally be released from this prison that was heaven, but at the same time was hell for them. But in fact, Bai Zemin had the upper hand in this battle, almost to the point of overwhelming his enemy. Isn't this thing a bit weak? While clashing swords against the evolved zombie, Bai Zemin couldn't help but whisper such words under his breath. He hadn't paid attention to the 4 friends in a corner, as although he currently had the advantage, one slip-up would be the end for him. It's not that that creature is weak, in fact, that zombie is very strong, Lilith replied lazily. The problem here is you. After defeating the First Order blazing beetle, you got a great boost of power. Besides, among the evolved existences, there are also differences in power and type as well as a combat style. Bai Zemin nodded before kicking the evolved zombie and making it almost fall out of the window. He had finally reached his target. Now he just had to wait a moment there. Of course, such a thing was not easy since the evolved zombie was constantly moving, and with its agility was giving Bai Zemin a headache. Besides, Bai Zemin, Lilith's voice sounded again, your current condition, you are likely to suffer the consequences for manipulating the way your own body works. Bai Zemin was about to ask what she meant by those words when suddenly his expression changed and he growled slightly. A small trickle of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, leaving him dumbfounded. What is this all about? The evolved zombie hadn't even been able to hit him once. How was he suddenly bleeding? Furthermore, his veins suddenly began to feel extremely hot as if, instead of blood, burning lava was running inside it. I told you. Lilith frowned and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. You're currently close to creating an active skill thanks to your natural knowledge of human physiology and your blood manipulation skill, but apparently you're still missing something. You should stop manipulating the adrenaline rushing through your veins by controlling your blood, or the pain will only get worse and you could get seriously hurt. While adrenaline was mostly beneficial, this was so when it was flowing at normal speeds and the body could respond to such stimulation. Bai Zemin's body had been enhanced many times over after absorbing so much soul power. Therefore, the normal speed at which his adrenaline naturally moved was also many times faster than a normal person. However, by manipulating his own blood, Bai Zemin had forced that speed to double. Bai Zemin did not respond, but his eyes glittered, and a hint of resolve appeared in them. If he stopped controlling his adrenaline now that he could through blood flow, then that adrenaline would soon disappear since the initial fright he felt had disappeared after beating up the evolved zombie. If the substance that enhanced his reflexes and reaction speed disappeared, Bai Zemin had no confidence in being able to stop the evolved zombie's attacks. The speed of the evolved zombie was simply too high for the current Bai Zemin, and if he could not defend himself from its attacks, then his superior strength was useless. Besides, he had another motive. Bai Zemin secretly sighed inwardly as he looked sideways at Lilith. Everything had consequences, and he was willing to suffer some of them to achieve his goals. Sometimes, life was like that, losses and gains being two sides of the same coin. /////. Meanwhile, in a building a few dozen meters away from the female dormitory, Chen He and Shang Yuan Bingzu were standing near a large broken window on the top floor of the building. Chen He was holding his bow with his left hand, and had put on a pair of rubber gloves on his right hand to hold the icy stake that Shang Yuan Bingzu had crafted. Even though she was controlling the temperature, it was possible to see that his hand was shivering slightly due to the coldness. The carbon fiber cable attached to the ice stake was falling out of the window, and a few meters away on the ground Liang Peng could be seen holding the other end of the cable with both hands. The three of them were staring at the fourth-floor windows of the female dormitory, as although Bai Zemin had said he would lure the zombie to one of those windows, it was impossible to tell which one it would be. Over there, Shang Yuan Bingzu suddenly noticed something strange and raised her pristine hand to indicate the location to Chen He. Got it. Chen He nodded and quickly put the ice stake on his bow as he took a professional shooting stance that he had grown accustomed to and had perfected over the years. Shang Yuan Bingzu glanced at him for a moment before stepping forward and leaping out the window to prepare to fight. While she could attack from afar, the more distant her target was, the longer she would need to control her ice creations in the air, and due to the fact that she had no telekinesis, she needed to expend astronomical amounts of mana. Therefore, she had no choice but to get as close as possible. Chen He's gaze wandered from the target for a moment and looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu, who seemed to be floating in the air and hovering like an immortal ice fairy. In the end, he shook his head and quickly focused. "Don't move," he muttered as he narrowed his eyes. In his line of sight several meters away, he could make out the back of the strange blue-skinned zombie just as Ming Shui had described. He could also see Bai Zemin's body flashing constantly, entangled in what appeared to be a tenacious fight where swords were constantly clashing. "I got you," Chen He whispered again for no one in particular, and his eyes flashed coldly before releasing his grip on the bowstring. The ice stake had turned into an arrow that traveled at astonishingly high speeds, and in a matter of a second or two, it had already hit its target. Chapter 54, Realization. Swoosh. The piercing sound of the howling wind reached Bai Zemin's ears from the first moment the ice stake had left the bowstring's bow. Immediately and without delay, he pressed the blades of the evolved zombie down with all his might. Instead of sending it flying like the previous times, this time his aim was to do his best to keep it firmly in place without allowing it to move. The ice stake that had been used as an arrow hit the back of the evolved zombie hard and easily went all the way through its body until the tip protruded into the chest area. Roar! A strange roar similar to that of a wounded lion erupted from the evolved zombie's mouth as its green eyes widened, and it began to struggle frantically in an attempt to free itself from the strange object that had pierced its body. Unfortunately for the beast, the ice stake created by Shang Yuan Bingzu had been shaped in such a way as to make it easy to pierce through flesh, but extremely difficult to get out due to the small sharp spikes protruding in the opposite direction. Realizing that it might be in real danger of death, the evolved zombie began to struggle frantically trying to flee. The smell of rotting flesh and dried blood assaulted Bai Zemin's nostrils. Obviously, the evolved zombie had been delighting in other creatures and other humans slowly over the past few days. However, although the smell was foul, he gritted his teeth and stopped breathing to firmly hold the zombie in the window area without letting it escape. Shang Yuan Bingzu's ice skill is extremely powerful and amazing, but Chen He's marksmanship is really great considering he was only using a normal bow to shoot this ice stake. Bai Zemin silently thought. "Liang Peng, pull the cable with all your strength," Bai Zemin shouted out loud. The girls in the dormitory were shocked, but they soon realized that this young man was not alone, as from the floor a deep voice echoed everywhere. "I'm on it." Immediately afterwards, along with a war roar coming from outside the building, the evolved zombie suddenly howled in pain. The ice stake firmly stuck into its flesh, stabbed with far stronger thrust, and tore the inside of the creature's body as the carbon fiber cable was fiercely pulled taut. Due to the great strength used by Liang Peng, the evolved zombie flew out of the fourth-floor window and began to plummet towards the ground. "You girls stay away from the door and wait here." Without looking back, Bai Zemin said those words and jumped out of the window while using one foot to propel himself forward. The group of 4 friends looked at each other and quickly began to move the beds toward the door to act as obstacles that could buy time in dangerous moments, drawing strength from where they didn't know they had it after so many days without good food. /////. Outside the building, Jade. Liang Peng screamed at the top of his lungs as the muscles in his body expanded to twice their normal size. "Go to hell." Seeing the blue-skinned zombie falling towards him, Liang Peng raised his huge hammer and swung it behind his body before swinging it with all his strength forward. The surrounding air seemed to blast due to the amount of strength used, and because the evolved zombie was squirming in pain in the middle of the air, and unable to control its body, it had no chance to dodge. Bang! The infected was hit hard, and its body that was falling in a curved line was sent flying in a straight line, as if it was a meteorite. Bang! The zombie's body hit the wall of the nearby building hard, and a pile of rubble collapsed onto it. Phew, it wasn't so much in the end, was it? Liang Peng looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, who was several meters away, and relaxed. The strength he had used along with the powerful blow of his hammer was enough to bring down an entire house. Liang Peng did not believe that a creature whose body was so thin as a stick could survive after being hit by such a blow. "Retard, it didn't die yet," Bai Zemin shouted after falling to the ground and immediately broke into a sprint at full speed. Swoosh! Suddenly the dust cloud opened up completely, and the rubble was cut into countless pieces at lightning speed. Before Liang Peng could react, the evolved zombie charged forward and raised its blade as it fiercely slashed downward. Liang Peng's face turned white like a cartoon ghost. Seeing those bloodshot eyes staring at him with murderous intent brimming over, Liang Peng's last thought was that his life was over. In fact, it should have been. Fortunately for him, Shangyuan Bingzu did not believe that a creature similar in level to the giant elephant beetle would die so easily, even if her reasoning told her that it was impossible to survive such a powerful attack. "Ice wall." Shangyuan Bingzu's hurried voice rang out, and less than a second later, a meter-thick wall of ice appeared before Liang Peng, separating him from the evolved zombie just before it managed to deal the killing blow. A tearing sound echoed through all the nearby buildings as the blade of the evolved zombie sliced through the thick wall of ice, as if it was made of soft, thin cotton. "Ice bullets." Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but let her expression change when she saw how easily her defensive wall was knocked down, and quickly gritted her teeth, spending a quarter of her current mana to create 20 small ice bullets and launch them forward. The ice bullets looked like real bullets as they moved at speeds difficult to track with the naked eye. However, to Shangyuan Bingzu's disbelief, the evolved zombie's greenish eyes glowed, and the bullets were deflected by the same strange energy barrier that had stopped Bai Zemin's blood chains and blood spears. The sound of the ice bullets hitting the strange barrier was similar to that of small metal spheres hitting a steel plate, and a second later, all the ice bullets had melted into the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind howled, and the evolved zombie quickly turned its body before starting to cut with its only intact blade, as one of them had been destroyed by Bai Zemin's constant attacks and Liang Peng's powerful final blow with his hammer. In less than a second, the creature had managed to make 3 different cuts, showing that even if it was wounded, its speed was still as scary and horrifying as ever. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 metallic sounds, 3 arrows fell to the ground a close distance from the evolved zombie. The evolved zombie looked towards the distant building, and its eyes glowed ominously as it glared at Chen He, who was stunned to see the power demonstrated by the zombie in front of him. In fact, it was not only Chen He. Shangyuan Bingzu and Liang Peng were shocked and frightened after realizing the reason why Bai Zemin had previously refused to fight this creature. Was this the power of a first-order creature? The blue-skinned zombie's power was too strong. In just 2 seconds, it had shown enough power to prove to them that no one could really stop it. Chapter 55. The battle is over and the dead is settled. Shangyuan Bingzu, Liang Peng, and Chen He's confrontation against the blue-skinned zombie had been brief, only 2 or 3 seconds in total. However, those 2 or 3 seconds were enough for each of them to realize how strong the enemy in front of them was. In fact, only Liang Peng had managed to successfully hit the strange zombie once, and the only reason he had managed to do so was because the zombie was in the air, unable to defend itself and suffering great amounts of pain. It had only been a few seconds, but during that short and scarce time, the life of one of the strongest evolved fighters of the group was close to perishing. Too strong and too terrifying. That was the general thought of the three of them. Swoosh! The blue-skinned zombie saw Bai Zemin running towards it and quickly took off running. Clearly, the infected creature seemed to know that confronting him would put it in danger, so it tried to take the opportunity to run away. Does this damn creature already have a basic level of intelligence? Bai Zemin felt his scalp stand up at the thought of such a fast zombie lurking in the nights, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Stop it, we can't let it slip away from us. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit. Although he still had status points free and could add them to agility at any time, unless extremely necessary, he wasn't willing to waste them so casually. The evolved zombie that was trying to flee was running in the direction where Shangyuan Bingzu was, so when it arrived in front of her and saw her blocking the way, the creature howled strangely and slashed downward with its blade. Chen He's face turned pale at the sight of the zombie's intentions, and his legs felt weak as he realized that he not only had no time to react, but also could do nothing more than watch as the life of his loved one was at risk. Even Bai Zemin, who was the fastest of the group, did not have the ability to close such a large distance in such a short time, as he would need at least a second or two more. But what everyone saw was not Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful body being cut into two halves. Clang! After a sound of metal clanging against metal, everyone saw the ice beauty raising a small curved dagger to the level of her head. The blade of the evolved zombie was large, but Shangyuan Bingzu had actually used such a small bladed weapon to parry its attack. Moreover, from her grip on the dagger and the cold expression on her face, even a fool could tell that it wasn't luck, and she was definitely a trained person skilled in close combat. Perfect, Shangyuan Bingzu, hold it there. Bai Zemin couldn't help but praise loudly. In the next instant, he reached for the zombie's back and quickly raised his sword high before performing an oblique slash. The evolved zombie tried to turn around to stop Bai Zemin's attack, but Shangyuan Bingzu did not allow it to do what it wanted. She leaned her body forward and used all her strength to oblige the zombie to stand in place. Thanks to the zombie's strength not being especially high, she was not forced to retreat and seemed to be able to stand her ground in a close battle. Slash! At the last instant and just before losing its head, the evolved zombie tilted its body at a strange angle, causing Bai Zemin's slash to miss. However, the creature was by no means unscathed. Yowl! A high-pitched howl escaped uncontrollably from the evolved zombie's mouth. Its left arm had been completely hacked off along with a portion of its ribs. Blood had begun to gush out like an endless fountain, and from the distorted expression, it was obvious that unlike normal zombies that did not fear pain or death, this zombie could feel great amounts of pain. Shangyuan Bingzu took the opportunity when the evolved zombie was writhing in pain, and with her free hand, she used all her mana to make an ice sword. Her face turned as white as a sheet, and she felt her world spinning around her. Even so, she bit her lips, making them bleed, and stabbed forward. The ice sword created with all her mana pierced the evolved zombie's body with ease. The creature's stomach split open before it began to freeze from the inside out, hindering its movements immensely. The beast roared ferociously, trying to break free, but that was its last fight. Bai Zemin used the momentum of his previous attack to make a full turn and made a horizontal slash. This time, thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu's support, the evolved zombie had neither the ability nor the luck to avoid the attack. The zombie's head shot up into the sky before falling to the ground with a thud and rolling 2 or 3 times. Soon after, the body of the now headless evolved zombie fell to the side, and dark-colored blood began to spurt out uncontrollably, staining the ground completely in just a few seconds. 4 orbs of energy came out of the zombie's body, and each orb entered each person's body. Chen He and Liang Peng's were similar. Shangyuan Bingzu's was about 2 or 3 times brighter, and Bai Zemin's was several times brighter than theirs. Chen He finally sighed in relief, and his heart that seemed to be about to burst out of his mouth managed to settle down. Liang Peng was still frozen, apparently unable to react. This was also natural considering that the entire battle had lasted less than 5 seconds, and his life was a hair's breadth away from being over if not for the timely intervention of his party members. Shangyuan Bingzu still seemed to be in combat mode, as she was still clinging tightly to the dagger in her hands. This dagger was precisely the normal grade treasure that Bai Zemin had given her earlier. Her generous chest rose and fell as she looked forward with her eyes wide open, and her sickly pale face made her look extremely pitiful. On the other hand, Bai Zemin finally managed to relax his tense muscles and secretly let out a sigh of relief. While it was true that throughout the fight he was superior, the reality was that his life had always been on the line since the slightest of mistakes for him meant ultimate death. Cough. After deactivating his blood manipulation skill and ceasing to manipulate his own bloodstream, Bai Zemin covered his mouth with one hand and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood into his palm. He, Shangyuan Bingzu finally seemed to wake up and realize that victory was theirs. However, seeing the drops of blood escaping down the seam of his fingers, she couldn't help her eyes from widening a little. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth in an effort to endure the pain of his blood vessels shaking nonstop, and looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with calm eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and with his dark eyes fixed into her blue eyes he calmly said, "Now you and I are equal. I don't owe you anything anymore." Chapter 56, Differences Between the Past and the Present. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrows slightly and leaned forward a little closer. She wasn't pretending that she hadn't heard anything. The problem was that she really hadn't heard. Because Bai Zemin had spoken in a tone of voice that was too low due to the pain that he was feeling, and because Shangyuan Bingzu herself was experiencing mental exhaustion as a result of losing all her mana all at once. It so happened that there was a blip in what one wanted to express and what the other was going to hear. Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment before shaking his head and calmly saying, "It's nothing." There was no need for him to say anything anyway. She probably already knew that too, considering how smart she was. "By the way, are you okay?" Shangyuan Bingzu did not continue with the previous matter and instead looked at the blood dripping from his hand and pointed. "No need to worry, it's no big deal." Bai Zemin waved his hand and dealt with it as if it was nothing. In fact, except for the pain that he felt coming from his blood vessels, as long as he was careful and didn't force his blood flow for a day or two, he should be fine. "I see." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and didn't ask any more questions either. "Hey, both of you." Chen He walked up at that moment and looked at the two of them. "Are you both okay?" Bai Zemin looked at him, and seeing how his eyes lingered on Shangyuan, Bingzu couldn't help but chuckle. This person is quite obvious. Although Chen He was asking the two of them, he was doing it out of politeness and the fact that they were all a team. But Bai Zemin could see that the handsome expert archer's real concern was the icy beauty dressed in white. "Except for exhausting my mana, there is no problem with me at all." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head softly and couldn't help but look at the red blood on Bai Zemin's hand again with a frown. "I am all right too." Bai Zemin gave the same reply and turned his attention away from them to look at Liang Peng. "Hey, big boy, are you all right?" Liang Peng, who was standing silently as if frozen, seemed to wake up at Bai Zemin's words. He looked at everyone before looking at Shangyuan Bingzu with a complex look. In the end, the hammer man sighed and left without saying anything. Apparently, the previous battle had been a big surprise to him, even more so considering how close he had come to dying and how helpless he had been in front of the evolved zombie. The place remained silent as if each of the three were immersed in their own thoughts. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of awkwardness, Chen He looked at Bai Zemin, who was casually standing there as if deliberating something, and asked, "Bai Zemin, the giant beetle from before, did you really defeat it single-handedly?" "Yeah, although it was harder back then. That beetle was stronger and the me from back then was weaker." Bai Zemin replied lightly without paying too much attention to him. He leaned against the wall and began to read the messages with green letters in his retina that no one but him could see. Hearing his casual words, knowing that the giant elephant beetle was even more hideous than the decapitated zombie on the ground, and remembering Bai Zemin's deplorable condition 3 days ago, Chen He couldn't help but sigh as his eyes glittered with a hint of bitterness and jealousy. Chen He had always been praised since he was young as an outstanding talent. It didn't matter if it was grades, sports, attitude, personality, appearance, status. Chen He basically had it all. Before the soul record reached planet Earth, Chen He did not even know that there was a person named Bai Zemin in this world. But this was also natural. After all, the person named Bai Zemin was nothing special. A third-year student who barely got the necessary grades to enter this university, from a middle-class family, an employee of an automobile workshop that also functioned as a blacksmith shop, and whose appearance was just average. Bai Zemin also had no one close to him. While Chen, he was always surrounded by all kinds of people like stars surrounding the moon. The difference between the two was abysmal, as great as the distance between heaven and earth. But what about now? After the soul record came to this world, He realized that except for his appearance and his background that he still didn't know whether it continued in existence or not. Bai Zemin was overwhelmingly superior. This was something he already knew but unconsciously ignored or did not want to accept. However, after today's fight against Kaio Long, and after the final battle against the evolved zombie, He finally accepted the reality. This world really had changed, and the past was just that past. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her childhood friend, who looked bitter and sad but at the same time a touch relieved, unsure of what he was thinking. In the end, she just said the first thing that came to her mind, He. That was a good shot. He looked at her for several seconds, appreciating every inch of her face as if to burn every detail into his memory. Finally, he smiled and nodded. It was. With nothing more to say, Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin and frowned as she saw that he still seemed to ignore the surroundings completely. In fact, he seemed to have forgotten about the existence of the two of them, as he currently seemed to be talking in a low voice to himself. Had this person gone crazy? Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but let that thought flash through her mind before forcibly shaking it off. In the end, she looked at the orbs beside the zombie corpse before turning her gaze towards him again. Bai Zemin, are you really okay? Bai Zemin blinked and looked at the two people blankly. He naturally hadn't gone crazy. It was just that he was currently having a small talk with Lilith about what to do next, and was so secretly excited that he ended up forgetting about Shangyuan Bingzu and He's existence. In fact, he had even forgotten about something very important as well. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him for a moment, and at his confused face, she couldn't help but shook her head. In the end, she pointed to the ground and said in an indifferent voice, "What shall we do with these things? I mean the distribution." Bai Zemin looked at the spot pointed out by Shangyuan Bingzu, and seeing the glowing orbs lying on the ground, almost felt like shouting out loud. A red orb equivalent to a normal grade treasure, a orange orb equivalent to a rare grade treasure, and a yellow orb equivalent to a magic grade treasure. 3 orbs that contain treasures. Chapter 57, Mutant Plant Part 1. Because Liang Peng had left a bit dejected and apparently with a lot of things to think about, there were only 3 people left present, exactly the same amount of orbs that the evolved zombie had dropped this time. This had made things easier as it would otherwise be difficult to start distributing the loot. Although it was likely that Liang Peng would give up his share in order to feel less indebted, it was also not certain that such a thing would happen. After all, the human heart was unpredictable. Besides, Bai Zemin did not know whether Shangyuan Bingzu and He knew about the existence of the orbs and how they were distributed according to their colors. Wouldn't it be good to take advantage of that as much as possible then? However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as Bai Zemin knew that it was not easy to deceive the 2 people in front of him. He and Shangyuan Bingzu were 2 extremely smart people, especially her, who was not only smart but also cunning as a fox. Indeed, as he looked at her, he saw that she was also staring at him. "I like the color yellow," Bai Zemin said out of nowhere. He and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other strangely before she turned to look at him and said with a smile, "I love yellow too." Bai Zemin was already immune to her cunning little fox smile. Instead, he gave her a friendly smile and continued, "Well, too bad. Considering that my contribution is the highest, I guess I'll be shameless and take the yellow orb." "Want to play games of cunning with me? You're still too immature," Bai Zemin secretly sneered. Indeed, Shangyuan Bingzu's smile disappeared in the blink of an eye, and she looked at him with the same indifferent look as always while secretly clicking her tongue and muttering something that probably only she could understand. With nothing more to say, Bai Zemin stepped forward and picked up the yellow orb with delight. This was his second yellow orb and thus his second magic grade treasure. How could he not be secretly excited? After picking up the orb, Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and He and slowly explained. "Red orb contains a normal grade treasure, and orange orb a rare grade treasure. Although I think it's quite obvious, but the normal treasure is inferior to the rare treasure. Still, both are good stuff. You 2 decide who gets what." Hearing Bai Zemin's explanation, and after remaining silent for a moment, He looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and waved his hands as he said, "Bingzu, you take the rare treasure. I couldn't do much during the battle, and except for shooting the ice stake that you created, my contribution is even inferior to Liang Peng. At least he managed to break one of that creature's blades." Shang Yuan Bingzu did not stand on ceremony and nodded without saying a word. At a certain point, she and Bai Zemin had the same main goal: to survive. In order to survive and not fall and then be devoured by some strange creature, she needed power, and treasures were undoubtedly a good way to acquire such power. Even if it was external strength, the treasures could help them defeat more powerful enemies, which would allow her to absorb a greater amount of pure soul power. Without saying a word, each of them kept their respective loot of victory to look at and study later. Let's start inspecting the female dormitory. Bai Zemin frowned and said with some confusion, "I think there's something weird in there." Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him strangely, but said nothing, and nodded indifferently before starting to walk towards the nearby building. //. The survivors were left in a nearby building under the protection of Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang De. Although none of the three had treasure-level weapons, any iron pipe or wooden stick was enough to deal with the zombies, considering that they all possessed a skill, and a stat at least 2 or 3 times higher than that of a normal person. A careful search was conducted in the female dormitory, and the ones in charge were Bai Zemin, Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzu, and Liang Peng, who had already recovered a bit from his negative thoughts. The lower and second floors were devoid of any signs of life. Both floors had been cleared by the zombies or Kaio long in the past. On the third floor, approximately 30 female students were found who were still alive. However, the biggest surprise was that on the fourth floor there were over 100 female students alive. Although all of them were weak, and some of them seemed to have become a bit mentally ill with all that was occurring, at least they were still alive and had a chance to lead as good a life as possible, unlike those who had been eaten alive. In a room on the fourth floor, Bingzu. Gao Min jumped into Shang Yuan Bingzu's arms and began to sob like a little girl, releasing all her grievances with her parents after being bullied by someone bigger. Gao Min had been practically the pillar of her group since Li Na and Fan Wu needed constant mental support in order to overcome the mental pressure and hunger that threatened to drive them crazy. After all, it was not easy to go through such an abrupt change overnight. On the other hand, Wu Yijin was generally quiet and silent, so it was difficult to know what she was thinking or if she was well. Therefore, Gao Min could only take on the role of the pillar by herself, unless she wanted to see her friends dying in front of her eyes. "It's okay, everything will be fine now." Shang Yuan Bingzu gently stroked the girl's back in her arms and let out an inaudible sigh. It wasn't just Gao Min. Shang Yuan Bingzu was also assaulted by Li Na and Fan Wu, so she had to take some time to calm her friends down. Although they had only met 3 or 4 years ago, they had become very close to each other, and Shang Yuan Bingzu was really happy that they were safe. "Yijun, it's good to see that you're okay." Chen He looked at the stand-up beauty and sighed. "If anything happened to you, your father and grandfather would go crazy later." "All thanks to you guys who arrived on time." Wu Yijun smiled slightly and nodded. Even though she was not in her best condition due to not being able to eat properly for almost a week, her clothes were clean and the smell of her body was sweet as roses thanks to the shower in the dormitory. Every day, the girls showered very carefully and without making too much noise every time they stepped into the hot tub to avoid attracting zombies. So, they were comfortable in that sense at least. At first, they were reluctant out of fear, but hunger, confinement, and the discomfort of not being able to take a hot shower were making everything more difficult for them. So, after 2 or 3 days of deliverance, the four decided that if they were going to die, at least they might as well release one of their sorrows. Chapter 58, Mutant Plant Part 2. Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzu, and Wu Yijun were the 3 friends who had known each other since childhood due to their family ties. The 3 were about the same age, with Wu Yijun being the youngest of the group by 1 year. The reason why Chen He had previously said that if anything happened to Wu Yijun, her father and grandfather would go crazy when they found out was because, in fact, her status was not at all normal, even surpassing Chen He's military family status by a large margin. She was actually the granddaughter of the current Prime Minister of China, Wu Jianhong, being known as one of the 8 most powerful men in the whole country. Her father, Wu Keqian, was the current mayor of the Changping district of Beijing City, which consisted of a total of 10 localities. Wu Yijin's Wu family was not only one of the most terrifying and politically powerful families in all of China, but in recent years had also begun to expand into the military field, since one of Wu Yijin's uncles had quickly risen through the ranks of the army. Basically, Wu Yijin's status was that of a little princess in the past, and it was precisely because of her powerful backing that no one had dared to lay a finger on her, although there were countless outstanding young men drooling to court her, and all those who had dared to try had disappeared without alerting anyone. If she, the most beloved granddaughter of the second most powerful man in all of China, suffered any backlash, if the army managed to overcome this tribulation and the central government remained standing, the whole country would probably be shaken by the wrath of the Wu family. Even launching nuclear warheads on the zombies was not impossible. Backslash backslash backslash. Bai Zemin had stood outside the room for several minutes observing the group's friendly reunion from a corner. The tears of pain and relief, as well as the muffled sobbing of the three girls surrounding Shangyu and Bingzhu. He looked at all of this with a complicated expression before shook his head softly and turned around to leave quietly. As he walked silently down the corridor, a silence where even his footsteps could not be heard, the beautiful woman walking beside him tilted her head and asked curiously, "Could it be that you are jealous?" Huh? Bai Zemin looked at her with raised eyebrows and asked in return, "Could it be that you've gone completely mad, beautiful queen?" "Don't be shy, just admit it, Tilda," Lilith said in a playful voice before suddenly jumping on him as she said cheerfully, "This beautiful big sister will spoil you a lot. Come here, Tilda. You, let go of me, you perverted succubus. If you want my life energy, you'll have to fight a lot harder than this." He began a push trying to break free. "I told you it's not like that." Fortunately, no one was present, or else they might see the amusing scene of a young man struggling against seeming nothingness, as if he had gone completely insane. Backslash backslash backslash. After calming down the Gao Min trio and allowing them to eat something light to open their stomachs, Shangyu and Bingzhu approached Wu Yijin, who was drinking boxed milk along with a bread bun, and gave her a rare, genuine smile. "I'm glad you're safe and healthy, Yijin." Wu Yijin reciprocated the genuine smile and looked at her with a relieved but somewhat complex look as she said, "Although I knew you would definitely be fine since it's you, I didn't expect you to become this strong." Earlier, after slightly ensuring the entrance to the room, Wu Yijin could not help but approach the window, so she had witnessed with her own eyes the short but dangerous battle of the group of four against the strange blue-skinned zombie. She had seen how Shangyu and Bingzhu created and controlled ice as if she was a goddess, so she couldn't help but feel a touch of envy of her. After all, while Shangyu and Bingzhu had obtained the ability and power to defend herself, Wu Yijin herself could only hide in this small room in order to survive. Shangyu and Bingzhu seemed to know what her good friend's thoughts were, but she shook her head and sighed lightly as she explained in a somewhat sad voice which was in stark contrast to her usually cold and immovable tone, "No, actually I was just lucky. At that time, Xiao Bai turned into a strange creature, but before it could move it seemed to be frozen. I take the opportunity and stabbed it with a knife." Xiao Bai was actually the little white rabbit that Shangyu and Bingzhu's mother had given her, and she really loved it very much. Xiao Bai was a rather old rabbit that had been with her for over 5 years, but the mana had affected it as its body was mutated, and seizing the moment as she noticed something was wrong, she killed it, thus gaining her ice maker skill. "I see, sorry about that." Wu Yijin finally understood and looked at her with a tinge of sympathy. As her best friend and childhood acquaintance, Wu Yijin knew how important Xiao Bai was to her and the significance of that rabbit in her heart. The fact that Shangyu and Bingzhu had the courage and resolve to end its life without hesitation was something that not many people would be able to do. By the way, trying to change Shangyu and Bingzhu's somewhat subdued mood and wanting to ask this for quite some time now, Wu Yijin looked at the surroundings and asked in confusion, "The guy with the sword and black coat from before is not with you. He left with the man with the beard and that big hammer." Hearing her question, Gao Min, Li Na, and Fan Wu looked at Shangyu and Bingzhu and Chen He waiting for a response. Because Bai Zemin had stayed outside the room in a corner, the four girls had not seen him, so they had thought he was doing another task. While it was true that they were happy to see their friends, especially Wu Yijin since they had been friends since childhood, and while it was true that they were surprised to see that Chen He and Shangyu and Bingzhu seemed to have become more powerful people, the person who had left the biggest impression on the minds of the four girls had been the one who had sneaked into the dormitory and killed his way here. This was especially true for Wu Yijin. She had seen how Bai Zemin was the only person capable of fighting in the upper hand against that blue-skinned zombie, so her impression of him was the greatest. Therefore, not seeing him here, she couldn't help but wonder. Considering his strength, he definitely had to be one of the leaders, but where was he then? Now that you mention it. Chen He blinked and looked at the surroundings dumbfounded as he said, "Wasn't he just behind us a few minutes ago? How did he suddenly disappear? Shangyuan Bingzu was also speechless. After looking around the surroundings and not finding him anywhere, she couldn't help but grit her teeth as she complained in a low voice. This person, he really is like an uncontrollable horse. Didn't we all agree to move together before? Chapter 59, Mutant Plant Part 3, Last. Oh, Wu Yijin looked somewhat surprised and asked curiously, "It seems that you guys aren't a very close group." "Well, it's not that we don't get along badly either," Chen He replied with a forced smile. "It's just that he's a bit special. He usually stays alone in a corner and doesn't seem particularly willing to talk to anyone. Therefore, it's hard to get close to him. Even with our Princess Bingzu, that guy can stay away." Wu Yijin joked as she looked at Shangyu and Bingzu. They were both beautiful women in their own right. It was just that the beauty of both of them was different. If Shangyuan Bingzu was a beautiful ice goddess who seemed pure and remote, then Wu Yijin was more of a beautiful ardent goddess with a more playful and gentle attitude. Shangyuan Bingzu had been ranked as the #1 beauty in the entire university, while Wu Yijin had been ranked second. However, this was because Shangyuan Bingzu had more suitors and admirers, but Wu Yijin was also courted by countless men who thought she was more beautiful. Chen He looked at Shangyuan Bingzu for a moment before hesitantly responding. Actually, he doesn't seem to look at Bingzu in any particular way. Maybe he has a girlfriend, or maybe he's just not attracted to her. After all, before the whole world changed, he was an unknown person to us, so we don't know much about him. MMH, who knows? Wu Yijin smiled mysteriously and did not pursue the matter further. "We'd better go find that guy." Shangyuan Bingzu sighed exhaustedly before turning around and walking towards the exit without waiting for an answer. She still remembered that Bai Zemin had said that he suspected that there might be something strange in this building. This was precisely the reason why they had all agreed to move together before he suddenly disappeared. Chen He and the group of 4 friends quickly walked after her, and so the group of 6 began to inspect the 4th floor, room by room. /////. On the other hand, in one of the rooms on the 4th floor, the person who Shangyuan Bingzu's group was looking for was currently looking at the scene in front of him with a curious look. Earlier, the reason why Bai Zemin had suspected that there was something wrong with the blue-skinned evolved zombies' behavior was because the creature's behavior was too different from the rest of the zombies he had encountered so far. Normal zombies had no vision, only instinct, sound, and smell to find prey to devour. Whenever a living being appeared within their detection range, the zombies would definitely advance towards that place regardless of whether the other party was strong or weak, and with the only thought of eating their flesh and drinking their blood. However, the blue-skinned zombie had contradicted all of this almost completely. Phase 1 of the plan was not only to make noise to attract normal zombies and other creatures from the surrounding area, it was also to lure the evolved zombie out of the building and attack it together. However, the evolved zombie did not come out no matter how many glass windows they broke. In fact, even when Bai Zemin entered the female dormitory after kicking the front door loudly, the blue-skinned creature had not yet moved from the place where it was, and only when Bai Zemin reached the 4th floor did it move. Considering the speed of the evolved zombie, if Kaio Long wanted to run away, then it would be difficult if he was chased by it. However, the evolved zombie had not hunted him down after expelling him and simply stayed inside the building. Moreover, the zombie also seemed to want to return to the building before fleeing when it faced the attack of Bai Zemin, and the rest, after being forcibly dragged out by the ice stake binding created by Shangyuan Bingzu. But Bai Zemin did not expect something like this. "What is this supposed to be?" he asked in confusion with a frown as looked at the plant in front of his eyes in detail. This was a small plant, small enough to be carried in his pants pocket as it barely reached the height of a palm. Its leaves were a natural green color, but the strange thing was that there were tiny light green and red orbs hanging from some of the leaves. The green orbs were small, only the size of half a fingernail at most, and there were barely 5 of them. On the other hand, the red orbs were a bit bigger, about the size of a full fingernail, and they were also scarcer as there were only 2 of them. "That's a mutant plant." Lith approached him and touched the plant with the tip of her perfect finger as she patiently explained. "After the arrival of the soul record on different worlds, and with the mana movement or the appearance of said power source, different organisms will be pushed into evolution. This is something you already know, isn't it?" "You had explained it to me before, yes." Bai Zemin nodded and stared into her eyes, seemingly lost in that red wine glowing like rubies. Lilith continued, Good. However, there are different forms of evolution, and not all organisms are able to withstand the pressure of mana entering their bodies. Let me explain it this way. Those zombies that are rampant in the streets are organisms that did not manage to adapt and overcome the mana that entered their bodies and the union of different viruses. These viruses, in order not to be killed by mana, united to form a new infectious virus. As for how something like that happened, I don't know, since each world is, precisely, a different world of possibilities, and as I mentioned before, it is not known exactly what is the functioning or the reason of this existence called soul record. In fact, it is not known whether there is a purpose to begin with or not. Bai Zemin lowered his head in contemplation and stood silently for a couple of minutes to digest and comprehend the new information, before raising his head again to look her in the eye and nod gently. Seeing him nod, Lilith finally got to the point for which this conversation had begun. With plants, something similar happens. Some plants manage to adapt to the mana and can become terrifying monsters, and other plants, like this little one here, just mutate differently, just like the zombies out there. Some of these plants can bear fruits that are beneficial to the body, and others can bear fruits that can make a living being's body blast into 1,000 pieces after consuming it. I see. Bai Zemin finally understood, and his gaze fell on the small plant, deep in thought. Currently, he was 80% sure that this small, exotic-looking mutant plant was a good treasure. The reason for this thought arose from the fact that the evolved zombie definitely did not want to leave this place because of the existence of this plant. And since zombies had not yet acquired enough intelligence, the creature never thought of uprooting the plant and moving it to another place. Chapter 60, Plans to Go Out of University. While it was true that the blue-skinned evolved zombie had tried to flee after realizing that if it confronted the entire party of Bai Zemin it would end up dying, this did not necessarily mean that it was an intelligent creature. It was probably just a battle instinct, in that the evolved zombie could sense which wars it could win and which ones it had no hope of victory in. Since the world had become a kind of wild jungle, it was easy to assume that the evolved zombie, as an officially evolved creature, was capable of commanding zombies to some extent, but only in relatively small numbers. This was natural, just as the adult lions were the leaders of the pack and led the smaller or weaker lions. Probably, the evolved zombie did not want other zombies to be on the fourth floor because of the existence of this mutated plant, as it was a treasure to it, and it was probably worried that the plant would be taken away from it. But there was a problem with this little plant, and that was that while Bai Zemin was about 80% sure that it was a good treasure for the body, the other 20% was what was holding him back from eating one of its fruits. 80% versus 20% was a considerably higher amount, however. That 20% was not 0%, and if Bai Zemin's guess was wrong, then, just as Lilith had said, it was likely that his body would end up bursting into a blood mist, and that was an idea he was not too pleased to imagine. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to die from eating something he didn't know what it was, instead of dying fighting? Of course, it wasn't as if he had any plans to die, but if he really had to die, he didn't want a pathetic death like that. Lilith, don't you have a way of knowing if this mutated plant is good or not? Bai Zemin looked at her and scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Lilith shrugged her shoulders and said in a helpless voice, "I am not an all-knowing existence. Bai Zemin, as I told you before, each world means a different world of probabilities, and I can only help you with knowledge shared from other worlds. As for things specific and native from this world, that is something you will have to discover by yourself." Bai Zemin was dumbfounded for a moment before forcing a smile and shook his head softly. "Forget it, I'll find a way." Bai Zemin thought as he took out an empty bottle and put in the earth from other plants in the room. Then he carefully removed the roots of the small mutated plant and moved it to its new home. Bai Zemin pierced several holes in the plastic bottle using the sharp point of the treasure glove on his left hand, and then stored the bottle with the plant inside into a separate small pocket of his backpack, making sure to leave a small part open to let the air and rays of sunlight penetrate. Until he reached a safe place, this was all he could do temporarily. "Bai Zemin, didn't we say we would all move together?" Just as Bai Zemin had finished putting away the small mutated plant, a cold and indifferent voice containing a hint of reproach sounded from the entrance of the room. Even without turning around, Bai Zemin already knew to whom that cold, but at the same time tranquilizing voice belonged. He slowly stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder before turning around and said with a smile, "Well, I saw that you all seem to know each other, and I didn't want to interrupt your heartwarming meeting." "You?" Shangyu and Bingzu wanted to say something, but the reality was that it was in fact they were the ones who had dawdled for too long. Seeing her silently admit defeat, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel a little better about himself, and without another word walked towards the exit. Wait a moment please. He wanted to leave as he had something important to do, but apparently more people wanted to hold him back. Bai Zemin turned around with a frown and looked at a girl, whom he didn't know who was looking at him gratefully. Do I know you? No? Well, you saved me before. Lina walked over and bowed profusely as she thanked him through tears. Thank you really very much for today earlier. If it wasn't for you killing all those horrendous zombies and getting that blue-skinned zombie out of the building, I'm afraid I could only starve to death locked in that room. Bai Zemin saw that it wasn't just one girl. There were three more nodding and looking at him with eyes filled with gratitude. After a few seconds, he finally remembered that these girls were the ones in the room whose door was smashed down by him when he sent the evolved zombie flying with a kick. It's nothing. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and pointed at Shangyu and Bingzu while slowly saying, if you want to thank someone, thank the president of the student association over there. I owed her a favor in the past, and she used that favor to request my help, or else it is unlikely that I would have risked fighting that evolved zombie. Bai Zemin did not take credit he thought undeserved and directly pointed to the real hero here. However, the gaze of the four friends towards him did not change, although Bai Zemin wondered if that look of gratitude would remain on their faces when they learned that he had thrown a person alive into the zombies to be eaten a few hours ago. That was none of their business anyway, and it wasn't like it hurt him either. Everyone was free to do as they pleased, and even more so in this new world. By the way, Shangyu and Bingzu. Bai Zemin turned around to leave before he remembered something and paused for a moment as he said, tomorrow, I'll start clearing the path in a southerly direction to leave the university. Shangyu and Bingzu knew what he meant even without him saying anything else. She remained silent for quite some time, apparently considering a few things before raising her head again to look at him and slowly saying, why don't you wait another day or two? Oh, and why? Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow, slightly confused, but not angry, since from what he had seen of her so far, Shangyu and Bingzu was a woman who 90% of the time was rational and clear-thinking. Therefore, he was willing to listen to her opinion and ideas. Remember the giant beetle. We still need to take care of that, and while clearing the path to the exit will take some time, at least we need a day or two to find someone willing to taste the meat first. Shangyu and Bingzu paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, where Kaio Long was staying were the keys of the school buses, so we can use them to leave as long as we make our way to the parking lot. But even then, we need to make some adjustments to the windows. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing Shangyu and Bingzu's reason, as he had heard something that mattered more to him than the beetle's meat at the moment. Chapter 61, Reaching Level 25, Choosing Job and Evolution Requirements, Part 1. Bai Zemin knew that getting home to meet his family would be a real challenge. If the university grounds alone were already so dangerous, then how dangerous would it be on the streets? One only needed to think for a moment to come to the conclusion that the outside world, where animals ran rampant and zombies gathered in numbers, would be far more dangerous. However, he still had to make that journey regardless of the consequences and regardless of the difficulties. Now that he had some strength to face creatures of first order and was no longer devoid of means, like when he fought against the blazing beetle, Bai Zemin planned to get out of the university as soon as possible. However, now that Shangyu and Bingzu had managed to find the keys to some school buses, everything was simpler, and he was willing to wait a couple more days. All right? Bai Zemin nodded naturally, with nothing against what she said. However, you'd better remember the rules we imposed on the group, or else you'll have to take out part of your rations. Without waiting for an answer, Bai Zemin turned around and walked towards the exit of the building to join the rest of the survivors. He completely ignored me. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Bai Zemin's back disappearing at the end of the corridor. For better or worse, I'm also one of the main fighters, no? Why did you only say that to Bingzu? Gao Min, Li Na, and Fan Wu looked at him strangely. Isn't that obvious? Wu Yijin chuckled softly, and while looking at the now empty corridor said slowly, it's because he knows that if Bingzu agrees to something, then you will too. Easy, isn't it? Cough, cough. He blushed slightly and looked at Wu Yijin with a bitter smile, as if telling her why she said it in such a way. Stop playing around and let's get out of here. Shangyu and Bingzu sighed, feeling tired before walking towards the exit as well. She really needed a good night's rest, or she might end up collapsing from mental exhaustion. //. The group of survivors rescued from Kaio Long's tyranny, as well as the female students who were rescued from the female dormitory, soon began to move under the leadership of Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, Liang Peng, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jinni, and Zhang De. As for Kang Lan, because she only possessed a healing skill, at this time she could not do much in combat, so Bai Zemin kept her by his side. Because there were only a few people to protect so many, the group had no choice but to move slowly as Chen He and Fu Zufeng went ahead to clear out any straggling zombies that may have sneaked in. Although they had already cleared the area, there was a possibility that some new infected would appear in the vicinity. Before moving to the gym, the group of over 300 survivors stopped in the same restaurant as before and emptied it completely. With now over 300 people on the move, it was natural to take the opportunity to gather as much food as possible. Even perishable food was taken and carried by the survivors, since with the increase in population the food that expired faster than the rest could at least last 2 or 3 days even without proper care conditions. Yang Peng and Zhang De even carried 2 huge freezers on their shoulders in order to store more food and to make it last longer. Because of this, the already slow speed of the group was further reduced as Zhang De needed to rest for 20 minutes after his power boost skill went into cooldown time. After all, without this skill, Zhang De's strength was insufficient. Even Liang Peng needed to stop to rest occasionally, and the freezers were slowly loaded by other male students in groups of 4 or 5. When they arrived at the gym again, there was a lot of work to be done, so even though the sun was about to set, a conference was held to discuss important things. We can't go on like this. Bai Zemin frowned and looked at the people in front of him as he leaned against the wall. What do you mean? Jia Zhao asked with some confusion in her voice. What he means is that we need to move from this place. Wu Yujin interjected. Although technically she didn't have any kind of power, she was smart, and Shangyuan Bingzhu backed her up, so no one said anything about it. Bai Zemin did not look at her and nodded as he looked out. That's right. We are currently more than 500 people here already, but we don't even have beds to sleep in, and only the girls were able to get clothes to change into after we cleaned the female dormitory, but we men don't have anything yet. It's not only that, Chen He added. The lighting in the place is poorly distributed, and the overall atmosphere is gloomy. I'm afraid that if we stay here too long, the others will start to get mentally ill because of all the accumulated stress. The small group of people were silent until Shangyuan Bingzhu's voice rang out. Decided then. She looked at Bai Zemin and said in a firm voice, in 2 days' time, we will start moving slowly south. In the process, we will clear the surrounding buildings and move some mattresses from the female and male dormitory to be able to sleep. No one objected to the idea, and everyone nodded to express their consent on the matter. Bai Zemin also nodded, as this move corresponded to what he had planned to do, so it was more than he could expect. After a few things were planned, the small conference ended and everyone left, leaving Bai Zemin alone in the dimly lit room. Well, not so alone. Lilith, come look at this. His voice was low but excited like a small child's, and his casual, indifferent expression was nowhere to be seen. He sat on a table next to the window as he waved to the beautiful woman who had been silently observing the situation at all times. She approached with a genuine smile, as it was something new for her to see him acting this excited, and sat down next to him, bringing a lovely scent of roses along with the swing of her jet black hair. Let me see, pretty boy. She chuckled and stretched her hand out to him to signal him to take it. He reached out his right hand and took Lilith's hand. This was the first time he had touched her skin directly of his own free will, as the only 2 previous times were beyond his power of decision. Once he had fainted, and today she had jumped on him. Now Bai Zemin was amazed at how soft her skin was. Even the finest and most expensive silk in the world probably could not compare to the flawless texture of her hand. However, Bai Zemin didn't dwell on that too much and closed his eyes as he focused on his own records acquired so far. The soul power absorbed from every zombie, from every mutated dog, from the 1 mutated cat he killed, from the blazing beetle. All the soul power records he had acquired flashed in his retina until finally he reached his target and stopped. Chapter 62, Reaching Level 25, Choosing Job and Evolution Requirements, Part 2. Here it is. Bai Zemin couldn't help but point, and he might have rubbed his hands together if it wasn't for the fact that he was holding one of Lilith's hands with his right hand. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Anti-Magic Zombie Level 33. Agility plus 50, Stamina plus 47, health plus 32, mana plus 24, strength plus 11. You have leveled up and reached level 22. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up and reached level 25. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You cannot reach level 26 before you get your first job and evolve to First Order. All soul power acquired during the evolution process will be recorded and calculated once the first class has been successfully acquired. All soul power absorbed has been calculated. You can choose one of the following jobs: 1 swordsman, 2 mage, 3 assassin, 4 mechanic, 5 blacksmith, 6 martial warrior, 7 blood berserker. Somehow in Bai Zemin's retina, many messages could be seen, and among them was a strange one showing many names like those that would appear in role-playing games. These were messages that he had received after absorbing the blue-skinned zombie's soul power, and was precisely because he was paying attention to these messages that, after defeating the zombie, he had stood silently without paying attention to Shangyuan Bing Zhu or Chen He, and had practically forgotten about the treasures for a moment. He had finally reached the level needed to take the necessary trial to obtain a job, and when he passed it, he would finally become a first-order existence. According to Lilith, only those who manage to enter the First Order can be considered just people who started to evolve, and Bai Zemin was close to taking that first big step. 7 jobs just to advance to First Order. Lilith's beautiful blood-colored eyes widened slightly, and a hint of surprise glittered inside them as she muttered under her breath. "Is that weird?" Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion. Lilith looked at him silently before sighing. It was a very complex sigh before a smile appeared on her face, and she said in a low voice, "It's weird. Normally people have 3 choices or 4 at the most, but you. Not only do you have 7 choices, but there is also a special job and a unique job among those 7 choices." Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment and then voiced his thoughts. "Just based on what you just said, a special job is something that is, at the very least, rarer than a normal job. As for a unique job..." Seeing that Bai Zemin remained silent and looked at her, Lilith nodded to confirm his thoughts and slowly said, "It's just as you think." "I see." Bai Zemin was silent as he looked at the messages in his retina. A unique job. In other words, a specialty, a class that could only belong to a single existence, and there couldn't be a second one as long as the first one exists. A kind that only appeared when the absorbed soul power and the experiences of one's own soul came together to form a trajectory, a path that had never been traveled. "So, what do you recommend?" Bai Zemin had already made up his mind, but he just wanted to make sure, so he asked to Lilith. "He," she chuckled, seemingly happy for him, and began to slowly analyze. "Swordsman will definitely give you some mastery with the sword, and your sword attacks will become more deadly. There's no doubt that this job appeared due to the fact that your first and only weapon so far has been a sword. Mage, you will undoubtedly get a boost in the damage of your magic skills, and it is likely that the cooldown of the skills will be slightly reduced. Assassin, most likely this skill will give you a kind of stealth similar to the skill of that human named Fu Zufeng, and your existence will be harder for others to notice. This class probably appeared due to the existence of your Special Forces soldier skill and your experience in mortal combat. Mechanic, as long as you have the necessary tools and the time to study the vehicle, you are likely to be able to repair any means of transportation in this world. As for how this class came about, it is probably due to your work before the arrival of the soul record to this world. Blacksmith, this is a special class and probably comes from your previous job as well. Blacksmiths are quite rare, more so than you think, since usually not many people are able to choose this class unless they are lucky. As a blacksmith, you can forge different weapons using materials from defeated monsters. Of course, you can still forge, but the stats will be less amazing. Martial warrior, it's a pretty common class if you ask me. Most of the existences get this class to choose between. Lastly, blood berserker. Lilith paused and looked at Bai Zemin deeply before continuing. This is the first time I've heard of a job with this name. Berserker is a rather rare job in itself, but it exists. A unique job too, and the person who chose that class is now a powerful warrior from another world, and his strength already reached the Fourth Order in just 600 years. It may sound like a long time to you, but it's less than you think. 600 years. Bai Zemin couldn't help but marvel and ask, 600 years, 6 centuries, can we really live that long? You can live much longer than that. Lilith looked at him with a serious expression and said confidently, At the rate you are developing, as long as you don't die and don't realign your steps to indulge in carnal pleasures, there will come a time when you could reach the realm of the higher existences. By then, age and years will cease to matter as your body will always be in its prime. Bai Zemin's eyes seemed to ignite with a burning flame like an uncontrollable forest fire, and the desire in his heart burst out completely when he heard Lilith's words. Eternal life and endless youth. How beautiful and how terrifying those two words sounded together. Eternal life could be a blessing, but at the same time a curse, depending on the point of view from which one looked at it. To live forever, but to see your loved ones, from your parents to your children, die over the years, over and over and over and over again. This was something Bai Zemin could not tolerate. An eternal life of loneliness, no thanks, Bai Zemin was not interested. Therefore, he needed his family to be well, or it was unlikely that he would be able to walk again with will and resolve. I will definitely become stronger, much, 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 much stronger. Bai Zemin's soul seemed to cry out those words as he took a deep breath to calm down. It was still too early to think about such things. For now, better to concentrate on choosing his job and see what kind of test awaited him. Chapter 63, Reaching Level 25, Choosing Job and Evolution Requirements, Part 3, Last. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions that seemed to want to get out of control, Bai Zemin looked directly into Lilith's eyes again and nodded. Please continue. Good. Lilith smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with his attitude, and continued. As I was telling you before, the Berserker job is very strong, and the power boost that such a human obtained allowed him to become an existence to what is called a world power, since, upon reaching the fourth order, even the weakest existence possesses the power to protect a race or devastate one. Bai Zemin did not know what to say about this, so he simply continued to listen. Possess the power to wipe out an entire race. Something like that was too difficult for the current Bai Zemin to even minimally imagine. Even nuclear bombs, which were mankind's strongest weapon, did not have the ability to wipe out an entire race. Something of such magnitude was too distant for the current him. However, you obtained a job called Blood Berserker, so it is undoubtedly more powerful than that other lower existences, or at least it will be as it progresses since your job even has a distinctive word in it. Lilith looked at Bai Zemin with a serious expression, the most serious he had seen so far, and warned, if what you desire is power and a path that will likely lead you to a better destiny, then you know what to choose. However, be very careful. Careful of what? He asked, confused but alert. If I'm not mistaken, this job appeared as a consequence of your way of using your blood manipulation skill. Remember what I told you before. It seemed like you were about to create a new skill during your battle against that first-order zombie. Lilith furrowed her eyebrows slightly, and upon seeing him nod she continued. It's likely that this unique job is the answer to what you were missing. You'll probably gain a powerful active skill, but at the same time, you'll have to pay the price for it. It is also likely that you will have to face an extremely hard trial to advance. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and paused to think carefully. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel a touch of worry. After all, he was just a human, and until 6 days ago, he was nothing more than an ordinary student working part-time to pay for his day-to-day life. However, it was just that, a touch of worry. Bai Zemin opened his eyes again and smiled slightly as he said, it has been 6 days since the world changed and society collapsed. In those 6 days I faced thousands of dangerous creatures. I had 3 battles in which I almost lost my life. In one of them I won with relative ease, in the second I was critically injured, and in the third every second I spent swinging my sword was the same as being 1 second closer to being infected or decapitated. If it were before all this, maybe, just maybe, I would worry about difficulties or personal losses. But at this point, what difference does it make? Besides, there was something else that Bai Zemin didn't say out loud. If he didn't choose a strong job, how could he repay Lilith in the future for all she had done for him so far? And what if, because of his caution, he reached a breaking point where he no longer had the ability to care for the safety of his loved ones? Bai Zemin would regret it for the rest of his life if such a thing happened. Since choosing the Blood Berserker class was equivalent to walking an unknown path, it would surely be filled with thorns. However, that thorn-filled path would probably lead him to a better destination than if he chose a path that someone else had walked before. The advantage, Lilith had said it before, a unique job and one with a distinctive word in it would definitely be stronger than a normal one. However, there were also disadvantages. For example, no one knew what awaited ahead until you got there. Still, you have chosen Blood Berserker as your first-order job. Berserkers are the existences that fight to the end in every battle without retreat and without fear in the face of death. The path of the blood berserker is a path that one who wishes to become the god of war must traverse, a path where defeat is not allowed. This is a job that has only been given to you, who has never retreated from battle, and who has never been defeated after facing enemies far stronger than you. To advance to First Order and show that you meet the necessary qualifications to become a blood berserker, you must meet the next requirements. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack, 0-100. Kill First Order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself, 0-2. Kill First Order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself, 0-1. What? Bai Zemin couldn't help but exclaim as his face turned as pale as a sheet. The first requirement was something he could accept and could accomplish with ease. The second requirement was naturally more difficult than the first requirement, but the current Bai Zemin was confident that he could accomplish it. After all, he was no longer the same Bai Zemin who could barely defeat the First Order blazing beetle. The current him was 2 or 3 times more powerful than the him back then, as he had absorbed vast amounts of soul power purer than his own. However, the third requirement was simply insane. Insane to say the least. To kill a First Order enemy in a single attack, even irrationality should have limits. What sense did it make to ask someone whose level was 25 and had not even advanced to the First Order to kill a First Order existence with a single attack, to instantly kill an existence that had officially begun to evolve? Against the First Order blazing beetle Bai Zemin was almost killed, and against the First Order anti-magic zombie, he managed to win after a tough battle, and even then he received some help. But now he needed to kill one of those existences instantly. Lilith was also surprised and could not help but hold her breath. Even she who had her fair share of experience in life had never seen something similar. Skipping levels to defeat and kill existences of a higher order was rare, and probably only less than 1% of all creatures in the universe could realize such a feat, since the difference between the orders was like a natural rift. However, to kill a First Order existence in one strike, even First Order existences did not have many chances to instantly kill another First Order existence, but Bai Zemin, who was still an unranked person, had to complete such a requirement or else he would not be able to advance in level anymore. All soul power received by him would be stored in the records of the soul record, and unless he managed to fulfill the evolution requirements, he would also not be able to acquire stats by defeating other creatures, so he would stagnate without being able to become stronger. In short, the risk and loss were immeasurable. Chapter 64, Beyond God, an Unparalleled Existence. Both Bai Zemin and Lilith remained in absolute silence as they continued to stare at the green message flashing in his retina. It was almost as if they were waiting for the message to change as a roadside promotional message would. Too bad, reality was what was before them and it could not be changed. Hey, Miss Higher Existence. Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at Lilith and ask with a frown, "What's up with this? How can I possibly be given a crazy mission like that?" Asking an unranked existence to defeat and kill a First Order creature was already crazy enough, but this was another level. Lilith took a deep breath, causing her already prominent breasts to puff out even more as if they wanted to break free from the thin piece of silky cloth that cruelly contained them. However, Bai Zemin, who was the only person capable of witnessing such a sight, was in no mood for such a thing. "This is the first time in my entire life that I've ever seen anything like this," she answered honestly and looked at Bai Zemin with complete sincerity as she said, "Forget about seeing something like that. I've never heard of anyone having to face such a cruel challenge in their first job advancement." "Haha, I knew it." Bai Zemin laughed dejectedly and his shoulders slumped slightly as he leaned his head against the wall, sighing in exhaustion. Now that he couldn't absorb any more soul power or level up, he could only somehow manage to try to meet those absurd evolution requirements, or else only death would await him when his level and order fell behind the evolved creatures and humans. "Do you regret choosing that class?" she asked as she stared at him, and at the same time gently squeezed his hand, which still clung to hers without letting go. Bai Zemin did not even hesitate and shook his head. "No, I don't regret it, it's just that I didn't expect something like this." In the end, he smiled bitterly. Regret? He had no regrets whatsoever as he knew this was the best possible path to choose. But the difficulty was simply abysmal, and that was what was giving him a headache. "Let me tell you something that will perhaps lighten your spirits." Lilith turned his face gently with the palm of her hand to look at her, causing his eyes to shudder slightly before returning to normal. He was inwardly cursing this seductively beautiful woman and at his useless skill. How was it harder for the opposite sex to affect his heart? He could barely control himself from blushing like a teenager. Little did Bai Zemin know how incredible it was to manage to remain calm with her touching his body directly, and how rare it was for an existence to maintain sanity after smelling the rose scent of her body, as well as how difficult it was not to get lost in the depths of her red eyes. Worse yet, all this was even more difficult for the male sex. It is true that the test the soul record imposed on you to advance to First Order is hard, probably the hardest in the entire history of the universe. Lilith narrowed her eyes, and a small, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her beautiful lips as she slowly said, "However, Bai Zemin, don't you think that such a high challenge was imposed on you because the reward you will get is worth it?" Bai Zemin's eyes lit up slightly as he listened to her words. Indeed, the test was difficult to the point where it could be considered an impossible one. But wouldn't the amount of power obtained be equivalent to that difficulty? Even in role-playing games or in real life it was like that. The best-paying jobs were often the ones with the most responsibilities. An airline pilot earned a lot of money, but in their hands were the lives of hundreds of people. An anesthetist earned a lot of money, but they had to study for dozens of years, and a small overdose was enough to kill a patient and go to prison for many years. A person had to be willing to risk if they wanted to win, or else they could just be someone normal with no right to complain. "Go on," he nodded. "Besides, let me tell you a secret." Lilith moved closer to him, making him for a moment think she was going to kiss him. However, she moved beyond his face and stopped by his ear, whispering softly, "From what I've heard and from what I've learned over the years, even the God of the Bible didn't have to face such an extreme test at the beginning of evolution. Do you know what this means?" Her warm breath caressed his ear, and he could feel the sweet scent of her lips. However, Bai Zemin's brain could not revel in any of this as it was currently processing what Lilith had just told him. Who was the God of the Bible? While it was true that there were several religions in the world and many different gods were worshipped, Christianity was the most popular religion among human beings. The God of the Bible was a divine existence, worshipped by hundreds of millions if not billions of people. However, even the God of the Bible had not received such an extreme test in his first steps to become a divinity respected and worshipped by countless others, and was probably worshipped and respected in countless other worlds. What did this mean? It meant that Bai Zemin had the potential to surpass him. What the soul record was telling him by imposing such a harsh and cruel test on him was basically that in order to reach a level where he would be peerless and without paragon, Bai Zemin needed to prove that he was worthy of such a thing. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and had to remain silent for more than a full minute to calm his agitated heart. After all, who wouldn't want power? Power enough to stand at the absolute top and dominate myriad races, rule and enforce their voice. Lilith, you sure know how to lift people's spirits." He shook his head and looked at her, surprised to realize how close her face was and how perfect she was from this distance. "How about giving me a reward?" She looked up at him with innocent eyes and blinked several times. Unconsciously, he looked at her lips, but something inside him told him that if he gave in here, he would probably regret it much later in the future. "Tusk, get off me, you perverted woman." He pulled away slowly and clicked his tongue. Lilith blinked and her eyes had a strange glint in them. After a moment of silence, she looked down at Bai Zemin's crotch and muttered, "MMH, considering how big that bulge is down there doesn't seem to be a problem with your manhood. Could it be that my charm is waning?" Bai Zemin couldn't help but follow her gaze, and when he noticed the small tent between his pants he blushed slightly. "I swear, someday I'll make you regret for teasing me." He gritted his teeth and spoke softly as he looked at her as if she was his worst enemy. Lilith puckered her lips and said with some seductive expectation, "Don't make me wait for too long then. I can't wait for you to make me regret Tilda. Kill a first-order existence with a single attack. Leave it to me." Bai Zemin felt his blood boil to the brim as he thought this. Chapter 65, Rejection Ring. Now let's see what this is. After calming down, Bai Zemin took the yellow orb out of his coat pocket and looked at it with a touch of joy. "I almost forgot about you, baby. Why do I feel you like that orb more than me?" Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry seeing the warmth in his eyes as he looked at the treasure orb. "HMPH, you just wait and you will see what is good for you." Bai Zemin merely snorted before forcefully crushing the orb in his hands. How could he not be excited? This was a magic-grade treasure after all. Flash. After a deep yellow flash of light, a new object appeared on the table in front of Bai Zemin. The object was actually a bronze-colored ring with many strange-looking engravings on it, and at first glance, it didn't seem to be anything too special. Another ring. Bai Zemin was slightly surprised before grabbing inquisitively at the object. Ejection ring, magic-grade treasure, possesses the power to reject elements formed by solid-state matter. When equipped, it automatically increases magic plus 15 and mana plus 15. For 5 minutes every day, you can use the active skill Reverse Trajectory. Reverse Trajectory creates a barrier that blocks, repels, and returns any object shot to you towards the launcher regardless of the distance. The power of the barrier depends on the magic power of the user and the object blocked. It has a cooldown time of 12 hours. Oh, Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. The item itself was good, as it not only granted a total of 30 stat points, but also had a skill attached to it. But the skill was a bit strange, so Bai Zemin had no way of knowing how strong it was until he tried it. Well, we'd better go get something to eat. When this thought flashed in his mind, he couldn't help but stop to look at Lilith. But when he was about to ask if she didn't need to eat, he suddenly felt a bit stupid, so he decided to leave quietly. She was too distant an existence. How could she possibly need to eat? He hadn't even seen her feel thirsty during these 6 days together. ////. A temporary sort of kitchen had been set up in a corner of the basketball court. A huge pot was being simmered, while a group of female students and some male students formed a group to wash and chop vegetables, cut meat, cook rice, and arrange bowls for each person after taking a head count. When Bai Zemin came out of the cafeteria, some people began to whisper in low voices while looking at him with a touch of fear and caution. However, in the midst of these people, there were also many others who looked at him with gratitude and relief. While it was true that many feared him after seeing how he unhesitatingly threw a live person into the zombies, and the rumor spread with several alterations, many others were grateful that, with someone strong like him, and the rest here, everyone's life was a little more secure. In addition, when the female dormitory students were rescued, all the other survivors who had been rescued at the beginning of the apocalypse realized that compared to them, there were people who were starving to death out there. Seeing that the food was being prepared, Bai Zemin stood silently on the side as he thought of ways to become stronger and how he could overcome the challenge that the soul record imposed on him. After he calmed down, he realized that while the mission was difficult, it was not impossible. If it were someone else, it would probably be impossible, but for him who had already faced, defeated, and killed 2 first-order creatures, it was not an insurmountable abyss. All he had to do was come up with a plan that would allow him to kill his enemy with a single attack, and since the mission did not give a clear specification of the method, Bai Zemin could think of ways to achieve that goal. While he was thinking and deep in thought, a sweet jasmine-like scent approached him, followed by a gentle breeze. "Do you mind if I sit here?" Bai Zemin raised his head and looked at the person who had just spoken to him. "You are. You must not know my name yet, do you? My name is Wu Yijun." She smiled politely, and seeing him move to the side to make room, she sat down with grace. "During the day, I didn't have time to thank you properly for earlier. I would like to give you my thanks." Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but remark, "I think I said it before, but if you want to thank someone, you should thank Shangyu and Bing Zhu, not me." Wu Yijun chuckled and shook her head. While it may be true that the idea was hers, and she used that unknown favor you owed her, the reality is that you could have refused and Bing Zhu couldn't have forced you. Besides, it's not like saying thank you to the person who cleaned up a zombie nest is a bad thing, is it? That's the least I can do. Bai Zemin shrugged and didn't comment anymore. Seeing that he remained silent and didn't try to engage her in conversation, Wu Yijun couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly in surprise. Before the apocalypse, all men regardless their age would try to chat with her, either because of her beauty or because of her family background. Now that the gates of the apocalypse were opened, men were still trying to court her even under these conditions, as since she came to this place, no less than 60 male students approached her. Therefore, Wu Yijun could not help but be slightly surprised as she could tell that the young man of the same age beside her was not trying to act interesting or mysterious to get her attention, but really had no interest in her beauty or any kind of side interest. What an interesting man. Now I understand why Chen He, who was always proud of himself, suddenly feels so cautious. He. Wu Yijun secretly laughed, and her impression of him couldn't help but improve a notch. Come to think of it, Bai Zemin suddenly stood up and his eyes shone brightly. Are you okay? Wu Yijin couldn't help but ask with a frown and unconsciously looked towards the door, fearful that it would be knocked down by some creature. No, it's nothing, he answered vaguely and sat back down. However, his mouth curved into an almost invisible smile. Maybe, just maybe, if I do it that way I can really complete this damn mission. Bai Zemin was excited as his thoughts seemed to have paid off. His mood improved to the point where he didn't care about anything, and started to chat with Wu Yijin informally, while waiting for the food to be ready. If his idea really was valid and worked, then all his worries could be completely ignored. Of course, he had to do a lot of work first and get certain things needed to carry out his plan, but having a clear path to follow was good enough considering that an hour ago he was getting desperate. Chapter 66, Effects of the New Rule. Oh. In another corner of the basketball court, Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzhu, Gao Min, Li Na, and Fan Wu were sitting chatting quietly while waiting for the food to be ready. Yijin said she was only going to thank him, but apparently she stayed chatting, and seeing how she is currently smiling despite the situation we are in, looks like she is having fun. Chen He said casually as he looked towards the corner where Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin were sitting together. Gao Min, Li Na, and Fan Wu looked at each other with complicated eyes. The three of them had heard the rumors about Bai Zemin's actions during the day, but the difference was that they knew the reality of the matters after Shang Yuan Bingzhu and Chen He told them the truth. Still, it was difficult for them, who had not seen human cruelty yet, to understand how someone could do such a thing. Of course, it was only a matter of time before they learned that not only zombies and animals had turned into wild creatures. Shang Yuan Bingzhu frowned slightly as she gazed at the scene of the two people chatting, and a moment later she sighed. I hope Yujin isn't playing around as she did in the past. I don't think Bai Zemin is a person to play with. Chen He chuckled and said with a touch of speculation, who knows, maybe the two of them will end up together. While Bai Zemin's personal background may not be anything special, his personal strength in this world is enough to be respected. Even Yijin's family might accept him, don't you think? Who knows? Shang Yuan Bingzhu replied without much apparent interest and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen He was secretly overjoyed. Wu Yijin was a beautiful, charming, and intelligent woman. He didn't think any healthy man could resist her for too long as she wanted him to. That way, his worries about the woman he loved would not be necessary. Dinner was served and consisted of rice with sautéed vegetables as well as a piece of meat. However, the differences, dealings, preferences, and rules established by the group showed up immediately. In a slightly secluded corner of the basketball court, a group of about 5 friends had gathered and were currently looking at the food in their hands with a hint of discomfort. Why can they eat meat but we can only eat rice? A student complained as he mashed the white rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. These people's food bowls consisted of pure white rice and nothing else. There wasn't even a vegetable in their bowls, let alone precious, nutrient-rich meat. Isn't it all because of that stupid rule? Another scoffed as he put the white rice into his mouth and chewed without much desire. That Bai Zemin guy already said it. Those who aren't willing to go out to fight or look for food can only settle with leftovers. Going out to fight those zombies. Only a stupid person would do something so risky. Another student who was almost 6 feet tall couldn't help but curse as he said, since there are some retards playing superheroes, then let them be. Who in their right mind would leave the comfort and convenience of this place to go looking for food too? Xing Wang is right. A glasses-wearing, cold-eyed student who had remained silent pointed out, Bai Zemin is too full of himself, but people are unlikely to tolerate this kind of difference for too long. The group of friends looked around and realized that there were indeed several people who were receiving the same treatment as them, unhappy with the difference in food distribution. This discontent was only growing more and more with the scornful looks the people eating white rice were receiving from those who had vegetables and a piece of meat in their bowls. Although the food was now not especially scarce, and was enough to feed the group of now over 400 survivors for 2 weeks if they were wasteful, and for a month if they were careful, the rule that Bai Zemin had suggested forcibly implementing still took place. Therefore, before distributing the food, each person was questioned as to whether they were willing to do logistical work to support those who were actively fighting on the front lines. Those who were willing to work could eat better food and even satiate themselves, unlike those who were not willing to leave the safety of the gymnasium. Of course, those who fought could eat the best food available, and could eat at will as well as control supplies. For example, Gao Min, Li Na, Fan Wu, and Wu Yijin currently brought nothing special to the group, however. With the support of Chen He and Shang Yu and Bing Zhu, all four could enjoy the treatment of one person who did work. Such differences in treatment naturally caused a small commotion among the survivors, as it was the first time such a thing had happened since the beginning of the apocalypse. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Stop talking big. A female voice interrupted the group of complaining friends. When they turned around, they saw two girls looking at them coldly and carrying a bowl of white rice in their hands. You girls are also just eating white rice, but you support that guy. The student who had spoken first looked at them as if they were crazy. We were saved from the female dormitory by Big Brother Bai, Big Sister Shang Yuan, Big Brother Chen, and Big Brother Peng. Unlike you, the two of us know the meaning of not biting the hand that feeds us. The same girl looked at them in disgust. Nice tone you got there for a coward. The glasses-wearing student snorted and raised his voice. The girl was about to get angry when her friend pulled her arm gently and stopped her. The second girl looked at the group of five and sneered coldly. You guys really don't know what's good. If you guys knew how scary it is to feel hungry for almost a whole week, I'm sure you'd be crawling like dogs to beg for a bowl of white rice like the one you're disdaining right now. The first girl's name was Ling Ming and the second girl's name was Zio Rong. Both were freshmen, and in the past, they also had their share of suitors as they were quite pretty. However, when the world changed, they were stuck on the third floor of the female dormitory, and when they called for help through the window during the first day, all those men who swore to protect them fled like chickens. After starving for almost a whole week, and having realized that beauty and empty words were no longer as important as actions and true strength, Ling Ming and Zio Rong had matured a lot, to the point that even as new students they were wiser than this group of third-year male students. The argument slowly began to get out of hand, to the point where more people began to join the fray, and the voices that were previously a whisper now began to turn into shouts of anger and shaming. Chapter 67, The Strongest is the King, Part 1. What did you say, you little piece of crap? I said you're a coward. That's why you're eating what you're eating while I'm getting better stuff than you. You're just turning into a show-off dog, but you're still a dog. Better to be a dog that can show off instead of just being a dog. The verbal brawl spread from the two freshmen and the group of five friends to the surrounding area, and it was getting more and more out of control. Those who ate the best things began to show their superiority to those who ate the worst, and those who ate the worst began to mock those who ate the best. Since the world had changed 6 days ago, all these people had been locked up practically without seeing any sunlight except the rays that passed through the small windows with metal bars. The confinement, coupled with the occasional distant roar of some mutated beasts, and the fear of knowing that death was constantly lurking over their heads, had caused all these people who didn't even have a comfortable place to sleep to accumulate massive amounts of stress, to the point where it only took a small drop for the glass to overflow. Now that a small flare of conflict had finally been ignited, everyone began to argue over insignificant matters in an attempt to release all the pent-up frustration and shake off the fear that was weighing on their shoulders. Bai Zemin observed everything silently from his place and continued to eat his dinner as if he was not concerned about anything that was happening. Wu Yijin raised an eyebrow at the sudden disturbance and looked at Bai Zemin before carefully asking, "Won't you stop them?" "No need." He shook his head before pointing forward and said lightly, "The charming prince and the beautiful princess will do it anyway." The charming prince and the beautiful princess. Wu Yijin followed Bai Zemin's gaze and finally understood what he was talking about. You're pretty funny, haha." She couldn't help but shake her head and giggled as she saw Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu, and Chen He walking towards the center of the conflict. Bai Zemin unconsciously stopped his eating movements and looked at the woman sitting beside him out of the corner of his eye. Funny he is. That is something new. Bai Zemin shook his head and continued eating his dinner while looking ahead. Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu had a deep frown on her face, while Chen He looked somewhat worried at what was happening. Both of them came from big families, so they knew very well that in times of crisis, internal disputes were the beginning of the end. If at this point they could not stand together, then it was unlikely that humanity could overcome this challenge, as they would not only be attacked from the exterior but would also collapse from inside. The scandal had reached a point where the intermingled voices made it impossible to understand what the others were saying, and so no one noticed the dew approaching either. "Everyone, shut up once and for all." A deep voice thundered like lightning in the middle of the night, and the voices that seemed too loud before were squashed as if it was nothing. The timpani of the people closest to the shout began to ache, and they could feel a slight whistling sound as a result. The person who had shouted was, of course, Chen-He. As someone whose level was considerably high and had been constantly evolving and fighting, his entire general body was at least 5 or 6 times more powerful than that of a normal person. It's Chen-He and Shangyuan Bingzu. I think we went a little overboard. Seeing the dark expression on Chen-He's usually gentle face, and the even colder than usual expression on Shangyuan Bingzu's face, some people couldn't help but be scared after realizing what they had just done. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen-He swept through the crowd of survivors with a sullen expression and said in a loud voice, "You are all idiots. Don't you realize that all this commotion caused by you could attract powerful creatures from the surrounding area? We haven't even cleared all the surroundings, and only the northern area of this place is relatively safe." Since they had only moved to the pharmacy and the restaurant in search of supplies, only the vicinity of those two places were considered safe. However, the south, west, and east of the gym were still surrounded by all kinds of creatures and tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of zombies. Chen-He had already witnessed with his own eyes how terrifying a first-order existence was, and knew that if 2 or more of those creatures appeared, then most if not all of the survivors in this place would be slaughtered without being able to defend themselves. They all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to protest. Although many might turn savage and disagree, none dared to say it out loud. "Someone want to explain to me what happened here?" Shangyuan Bingzu finally asked the core question of the matter as she looked at people's faces one by one, waiting for an answer. "Big Sister Bing, it all started because of this ungrateful person." Xiao Rong stepped forward and pointed at the first student who complained. Ling Ming also stepped forward and supported her friend. "That's right, this person and his friends are ungrateful. Not only do they talk behind others' backs like cowards, but they also don't know how to appreciate the kindness given to them selflessly." "You?" The pointed student turned pale, and the group of friends beside him looked at the two girls with bloodshot eyes as if they wanted to eat their flesh. "Is that true?" Chen-He asked with a frown and looked at the group of 5 sternly. "You'd better tell the truth. Currently, we have too many external problems to tolerate internal problems as well. Tell me what your name is and explain how all this fuss happened so we can try to find a solution." The young man gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Zemin, who was still keeping his head down and eating with a beautiful woman beside him. Eventually, gathering his courage, the young man looked at Chen-He and Shangyuan Bingzu and said in a straight voice, "My name is Pei Feng, a third-year student in the economics department. The reason for all this commotion is because of the rule he put up earlier." Shangyuan Bingzu sighed internally, and even without Pei Feng saying more, she already knew what the core of all this trouble was. She looked at him and said indifferently, "Are you talking about the rule masterminded by Bai Zemin in which supplies are distributed based on contribution?" Pei Feng seemed to have calmed down after the initial fear and nodded without hesitation. He looked at everyone present and said loudly, "That's right, that nonsense rule. I'm sure everyone here is secretly upset about the whole thing. I mean, come on. Who in their right mind would be willing to go out there where a mutated mosquito could suddenly appear and dry us to death? Even those who agreed to go out there for the sake of eating their fill surely agree with me, but agreed to do it for obligation." Chapter 68, The Strongest is the King, Part 2 last. Some people lowered their heads, and others began to whisper to each other after hearing Pei Wang's words. No one could deny that the words he had just said were true to some extent. After all, who was really willing to risk their lives unless it was extremely necessary to do so? In fact, most of the students who had died so far had died, because they had not dared to fight even when the zombies had cornered them and left them with no way out. Even among the people who had agreed to go out to do logistical work, there were some who only did it so that they could eat their fill and not for any other special reason. If they had to choose, they would naturally prefer to stay in the safest place possible. "That was all you wanted to say?" Shangyuan Bingzu nodded slowly after Pei Wang finished his speech and looked at him with the same indifferent expression that made it difficult to know what her thoughts were. "That's right," Pei Wang nodded, now feeling more confident seeing that no one was refuting his previous words. "We would like to receive the same treatment as everyone else. After all, if no one present wants to work, it's not as if we can be forced, is it? Or what, are we going to be left to starve?" Shangyuan Bingzu sighed exhaustedly and looked at Pei Wang as if he was dumb. "I don't think anyone here is starving. In the past, people worked and earned salaries depending on their efforts, and now that society fell into chaos, people still have to collaborate to make things work somehow. Since money is worth little in our current situation, food is the best currency. Do you want to eat better? Then work and earn it. Saying that, Shangyu and Bingzu turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked at Pei Wang coldly. Just one more thing. If any of you dare to speak anything bad behind the backs of us who keep your young skins healthy, then you'd better prepare yourself for the consequences. Chen He looked at everyone present and added, if any of you disagree with our rules, then you can leave. No one is holding you against your will. I'm sure you'll come back begging for mercy when you meet a zombie out there. After saying that, Chen He turned around and followed Shangyu and Bingzu not before looking at Bai Zemin, who continued to eat his dinner without caring about the opinion of others. If it was before, Chen He would not say such words, but he was gradually adapting to this new world and, although it was not easy, he knew it was necessary if he wanted this group to have some kind of order. Otherwise, if everyone did what they wanted, everything would become a disaster before they knew it. Pei Wang's face turned pale as he realized that his words carried no weight in this situation. Even if the other survivors agreed with him, so what? No one would ever be willing to support him no matter what, since they needed the main fighters to survive. Now do you understand? Know your place. Xiao Rong looked at him like a clown before turning around and walking as far away from the place as possible. Even a dog doesn't bite the hand that feeds it. Are you still human or what? Ling Ming gave him a look of disgust before snorting and following her friend with no intention of staying close to such a person. Not only did the two girls give him scornful looks, but all the others who ate white rice just like him also gave him the same look and walked away. Before, they belonged to the same group who were displeased and dissatisfied with the new food distribution rule. But now that even Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen, he had sided with Bai Zemin without hesitation. None of these survivors dared to stay by Pei Wang's side for fear of being labeled as ungrateful people, and the treatment they received would get even worse. To Pei Wang's horror, even his close group of friends looked at him with a touch of shame before turning and walking away with their bowls of rice. The place fell silent under a strange and slightly heavy atmosphere for a few seconds before a casual and indifferent voice broke the silence. This meat sure is good." Everyone followed the source of the voice and saw how Bai Zemin set his bowl aside before slowly standing up. He looked at Pei Wang with a slight smile, and without saying anything turned around and walked away silently. What else could he do? Continue the matter when everything had already been made clear? Wasn't that lowering himself to the level of a cowardly and insignificant ant? Bai Zemin had better things to do, and Pei Wang's little act could never affect him in any way. A moment later, Wu Yijin's voice reached everyone's ears. "Just a reminder to you, as you seem not to realize the current situation. The rules no longer exist here. The society has really fallen, and even the central government of China does not respond, since even I, the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, is in these circumstances. I advise you out of kindness not to provoke the limits of patience of a person whose strength is probably the highest among us all. Believe me, you are all very lucky to be able to have food in your stomachs, and you should appreciate and be grateful for that." After saying those words, Wu Yijin looked at Pei Wang coldly before walking towards Shangyu and Bingzu and her group. At first, everyone was astonished and dumbfounded to learn of Wu Yijin's true identity. Soon, however, that astonishment and surprise turned to horror, because if what she said was true, and she really was the granddaughter of the Chinese Prime Minister, the fact that she is here and even had to starve for almost a full week meant that the central government was really in big trouble, or otherwise her family would already be here looking for her. Besides, Wu Yijin's words had another implication, and that was that Bai Zemin had already thrown one person into the zombies before. Another one probably wouldn't make a difference to him. Therefore, it was better to be obedient and not cause trouble unnecessarily. /////. Humans really are despicable. Lilith giggled disdainfully as she rocked her dainty feet gently. Currently, she was sitting on a large marble table, watching Bai Zemin's actions curiously. "Indeed, but not just humans. I think any intelligent race would be just as greedy. Not all. I have known races to act for a single general purpose, though it is rare. Damn aliens. By the way, Bai Zemin, what are you doing?" "You mean this?" Bai Zemin took off the blazing ring and the hurricane necklace, leaving them on the table, and as he inspected them, a smile appeared on his face. "These two objects are the first two keys that will open the door of evolution for me." Chapter 69, Hard to Control Mana. The night of the 6th day since the beginning of the apocalypse ended without too much noise, and nothing of note, except for the occasional terrifying roar of some distant creature. With the descent of the first ray of sunlight, the seventh day since the arrival of the soul record on Earth finally officially began, being a week since the world had changed and society had fallen. When Bai Zemin met with the other group leaders and his subordinates, the survivors were being awakened by the teachers one by one. Without too much delay, and wanting to make the most of the light that the day provided, a simple breakfast was prepared consisting of a steamed bun for those who were not willing to work, 2 buns for those who were willing to work, and 2 buns along with a carton of milk for the fighters. Wu Yijin looked at the milk carton in her hands and could not help but feel bitter inside. In the past, she would never taste packaged milk in China because cases of people getting cancer were common, and she absolutely never drank anything but imported milk. However, after 6 days of experiencing hunger, this little princess had learned that the world of the past no longer existed, and with pain at the changes, she drank the milk with pleasure. Whoever adapted the fastest was most likely to live, and Wu Yijin was not willing to die no matter what she had to do to survive as long as she could maintain her dignity as a woman. After breakfast, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu Liangpeng and Chen He chose a group of about 50 or 60 people from among the survivors willing to work and cautiously set off for the pharmacy to start removing the first order blazing beetle's shell and arranging the meat not before checking whether it was ingestible or not. "Let's go, it's time to get to work." Bai Zemin glanced as the group of survivors disappeared around the corner of a building before looking at the 3 people beside him. Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang Du were standing as they looked at him with hidden reverence. The 3 of them had witnessed how horrifying the First Order evolved zombie was, and among the 4 strongest evolved people in the group, only Bai Zemin was able to suppress it while Shang Yuan Bing Zhu could barely contain it after the zombie had lost one of its blades. Currently, Bai Zemin's 4 subordinates were approximately level 5 or level 6, and the more they leveled up and the more stats they obtained, the more they realized how immense his strength was, and the more the respect they had for him increased as well as the gratitude they felt towards him for allowing them to safely obtain such power. The 3 nodded with determined expressions, and Bai Zemin also nodded in satisfaction, before turning around and walking in the opposite direction from where the large group of survivors led by Shang Yuan Bing Zhu had left. While Shang Yuan Bing Zhu's group worked on the flesh of the First Order beetle, Bai Zemin and his group would take it upon themselves to start clearing the path to the south of the university, eliminating the zombies and other creatures that might appear in the vicinity. As for Kang Lan, Bai Zemin left her in the gymnasium to taking care of the supplies since he did not trust any of the survivors. He assured her that tomorrow someone else would take her place, and she could level up as well to avoid unnecessary discontent. Fu Zufeng together with Kai Jingyi and Zhang separated from Bai Zemin and began to move as a group in the western area. Fu Zufeng was using 2 large kitchen blades as he really wanted to get used to handling dagger-like weapons. On the other hand, Kai Jingyi and Zhang De both had iron pipes that had been polished at the ends, so it was extremely sharp to pierce through the low defenses of the zombies. Even if a level 9 or 10 mutated dog appeared, with the 3 of them being level 5 or 6 teaming up, they could easily buy time for Bai Zemin to arrive on the scene, so as long as an agility-based monster or a high-level creature didn't appear, they should be fine on their own. The 3 of them did a wonderful job, as when one of them exhausted much of their stamina, another person would take the place of the exhausted one to allow them to rest. Slowly and surely, the zombies in the southwest area began to be annihilated one by 3 people who were previously no more than normal survivors, but thanks to their bravery and courage were given the great opportunity to become evolved human beings. Meanwhile, Bai Zemin was taking care of annihilating any enemy living beings on the southeast side of the gymnasium, slowly moving towards the south of the university. Although he could do a much faster task if he wanted to, currently, and taking advantage of the rare opportunity when there was no one around, Bai Zemin was practicing with his blood manipulation skill and trying to control the mana inside his body as optimally as possible. 3 zombies sniffed the air, and their ears seemed to twitch before their lifeless white eyes looked forward. With 3 growls similar to that of a hungry beast, the 3 zombies began to advance towards the source of life a few meters away regardless of who was stronger or weaker. Bai Zemin made no effort to hide his presence, nor did he try to silence his footsteps, letting the zombies notice him. Seeing the 3 zombies a bit more than 10 meters away approaching, he stopped his steps and slowly took out a bottle of blood from his backpack. After dropping about 3/4 of the bottle on the paved ground, He stopped and took a deep breath before concentrating entirely on the blood, ignoring the zombies. He imagined 3 thin but powerful piercing spears at the tip as he began to circulate the mana inside. A few seconds later, 3 red spears of approximately 1 meter were lying on the ground, and the liquid blood was nowhere to be seen. The 3 red spears looked like real spears that were forged by the hands of a blacksmith, and it would be hard for anyone to think that a few seconds ago they were just a puddle of liquid blood because, although they had no special decoration, they were really well formed. With a wave of his hand, the 3 spears were enveloped by a wave of mana and floated in the air before shooting out towards the zombies, stabbing their heads with precise aim. Bai Zemin frowned in dissatisfaction. In fact, he had spent only 3 mana points to create the blood spears and another 3 more to mobilize them. Considering that before he spent at least 20 points, it was a considerable improvement. However, the problem was the time. Bai Zemin had taken almost 20 seconds to move his mana carefully while imagining the process of creating the spears, and that was too long. Under this circumstance, it was fine since the zombies were only 3 and slow, but in real combat, he could not afford such a thing. Chapter 70, beginning to clear the exit path. No, the time is not the only problem. Bai Zemin shook his head, and the frown on his face deepened as he realized that things were even more complicated than they appeared to be at first. The time was the main problem since currently his enemies were only 3 low-level zombies that moved at the speed of a turtle. But even if they were moving slow, if the number of zombies was overwhelmingly high to the point where, while Bai Zemin took care of killing some others, would have already closed the distance, then nothing would be meaningful. But another problem that Bai Zemin almost overlooked was concentration. In this situation, it was fine as he knew the weaknesses and strengths of the enemy he was facing. However, was it possible to do something like this against enemies unknown to him? The answer that Bai Zemin got after considering every detail carefully was a resounding no. How could he, while striving to keep his body intact and without suffering as many injuries as possible, even have time to focus on creating and imagining the shape of a weapon or object, and then mobilize his mana carefully while moving around the battlefield? Doing so many tasks at the same time was not only extremely difficult, but could also cause him to lose focus on his own safety for an instant, and in that instant, his life could be over. It really is hard. He sighed as he scratched his head before continuing to move forward in a southeast direction. Whenever small groups of zombies appeared, Bai Zemin used them as guinea pigs to practice his control over mana to reduce the amount of concentration he needed to optimally mobilize it. At the same time, he was trying to figure out the best way to imagine the formation of blood spears. Instead of constantly changing the weapon's form, Bai Zemin had come to the conclusion that it was better to master one form first before focusing on others. His first-order blood manipulation skill was powerful against living enemies capable of feeling pain. However, while it was possible to use it to shape and control blood from liquid to solid state, the difficulty was very great as it depended 100% on Bai Zemin's imagination. During the conversion process, he needed to imagine the process of creating the weapon to shape it, and doing that in the middle of combat was not easy. In fact, the reason he was able to do it more easily was probably thanks to his work before the apocalypse broke out, or the difficulty would be several layers more. As Bai Zemin advanced, occasionally groups of zombies formed by several dozens would appear, and there was even a larger group formed by 100 zombies that had gotten stuck in one of the paths. But when they sensed his presence, they began to attack him. In such cases, Bai Zemin wielded the Chunyuan sword as he moved in and out of the group of zombies, separating the heads from their bodies and forming pools of blood. Even after he filled several 2-liter bottles with blood, there was still blood everywhere he passed by, and the decapitated corpses of the zombies began to accumulate very fast. On the other hand, while Bai Zemin was having a headache trying to multitask, Lilith was watching everything sitting on top of a building. Her beautiful face had a small smile on it, and her lazy eyes looked at the human, who occasionally kicked the lifeless corpses to release some frustration. Even to me, it took me a full year to get used to the existence of mana back then, but you already have an initial idea of how to control it and use it at will. Yet you still have the nerve to complain. Big sister is really looking forward to punishing you, little Zemin, he tilde, she whispered to herself before chuckling secretly. /////. In the north of the gymnasium, the complete opposite direction from where Bai Zemin and his 3 subordinates were currently located, the giant elephant beetle was being dismantled from its shell slowly under the constant efforts of 50 people. The beetle's shell was tough to the point that even Bai Zemin, wielding his sword that was capable of piercing through the defenses of almost any creature below level 40, would need time to break through it. However, now that the First Order blazing beetle had been dead for several days, and its defenses had dropped tremendously after Bai Zemin absorbed some of its soul power, the shell was no longer as attached to the flesh as in the past. Using the hole that Bai Zemin had made the day before when he struck hard using Liang Peng's heavy hammer, and taking advantage of the cracks that extended through the creature's armor, the survivors began to use knives, iron pipes, and any other object that could be used as leverage. They lifted the shell slightly, and using the small space created, the others quickly cut the flesh, thus splitting the shell apart. On the ground there was a large pile of metal-like objects already forming a small mountain about a meter high. This was, of course, the remains of the shell that had been successfully pulled off. As the survivors worked, standing on the third floor of the pharmacy, Wu Yijun, Gao Min, Li Na, Shangyuan, Bingzhu, Chen He, and Liang Peng looked down. Some of them with curious looks, others with indifference, and others inspecting the surroundings just in case. "So, do you want to use this monster's shell to do something special?" Wu Yijun asked while narrowing her eyes with a mischievous glint in them. Shangyuan Bingzhu nodded slightly and slowly explained. "During breakfast today, Bai Zemin told me to keep the shell instead of throwing it away, since when we leave here he could put it to good use. Besides, we can also use it as metal plates to protect the buses when we clear the exit road." "Oh, Bingzhu, could it be that you had some private meeting with him?" Wu Yijun held back laughter and asked in surprise, "At what point did something like that happen?" "Private meeting?" Shangyuan Bingzhu furrowed her eyebrows and shook her head as she said in bewilderment. "No, we only exchanged a couple of words before we went our separate ways, with him going south and us going north. But Yijun, why do you ask that?" "Anyway, that meat sure looks tender and soft." Chen He suddenly interjected the conversation and pointed to the beetle meat that looked delicious even when uncooked. The people inside the building looked at him with strange eyes, and Shangyuan Bingzhu couldn't help but ask, "Chen He, I didn't know you were a lover of beetle meat." Chen He's face froze and began to blush furiously as he felt as if everyone's eyes were poking him, while Shangyuan Bingzhu's words were the final stab. "Pfft ha 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 ha." Wu Yijun finally couldn't hold back the laughter anymore and started laughing while saying through tears and laughter, "Chen He, you're too obvious." Chapter 71, Guinea Pigs. When Wu Yijun burst out laughing, Liang Peng finally started laughing while looking at Chen He as if he was an idiot. Eventually, after being dumbfounded for a moment, the handsome young archer finally understood that his other childhood friend had played a bad joke on him. Since Wu Yijun knew perfectly well that Chen He saw Bai Zemin as a potential enemy for the affection of his childhood crush, but she said such words to tease him, it was obvious what her intentions were. "Yijun you?" He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he secretly looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu. Unfortunately, he was only disappointed to notice that her expression was as cold and indifferent as ever. She looked at the scene with a hard-to-read expression and secretly shook her head. Shangyuan Bingzhu knew that Wu Yijun was a person who, when the atmosphere was bad, liked to joke to ease the tension. Even so, the joke was indeed a bit awkward. "Is there any change with the test subject who ingested the flesh of the First Order beetle?" Shangyuan Bingzhu asked, not dwelling on the matter from before and immediately forgetting about it. "For now, there is no change at all." Wu Yijun's face finally became serious, and she looked towards the small enclosed room as she said, "It's already been 4 hours, but there hasn't even been any change in those people. Do you want to wait more time just in case, Bingzhu?" Shangyuan Bingzhu nodded and said indifferently, "That's right. Let's wait until nightfall, and if there are no negative changes, then we'll let them go right away as promised." Liang Peng looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu and could not help but secretly shudder as he realized that under that cold and indifferent face was actually a cruel woman. The test subject she was talking about was actually 3 of Kaio Long's lackeys who had also abused other people by making use of their position as bootlickers. However, after Kaio Long was defeated and killed by Bai Zemin's group, those 3 lackeys became prisoners of war. Although Shangyuan Bingzhu wanted to kill them all, she was a pretty smart woman capable of seeing the big picture of the world. Therefore, after deliberating with herself, she came up with the idea of using these people as guinea pigs to test the flesh of the First Order elephant beetle, and see if any kind of mutation or malformation happened in any of the 3 subjects. Shangyuan Bingzhu's idea was approved by Bai Zemin and Liang Peng without hesitation, and although He still felt it was not right, he finally agreed. When they told the three male students that they had abused of Kaio Long's power, naturally none of them agreed to become guinea pigs and taste the beetle's flesh. After all, who in their right mind would be willing to eat something that could kill them or turn them into some kind of weird creature? Unfortunately for the three guys, none of them had too many options to choose from, as Bai Zemin threatened to throw them alive into the zombies if they didn't want to do the job. Seizing the opportunity, Shangyu and Bingzu had promised that as long as nothing bad happened to them, she would let them go and no one would stop them. Under the cold stare of Bai Zemin, who did not seem to be lying when he said he would throw them into the zombies just as he had done before with Kaio Long, and under the allied hand, extended by Shangyu and Bingzu, the three male students obediently became guinea pigs. However, Liang Peng did not expect that she would still be so cunning and cruel. If she released them at night when the danger multiplied infinitely, the already slim chances of survival that the three test subjects had in case they passed the project would plummet even further. Seeing her cold and indifferent expression remain unchanged, Liang Peng finally realized that the woman in front of him had never intended to let those three men live from the beginning. Bai Zemin was cruel and ruthless enough to throw a living, sentient person into the midst of the zombies, while he watched them being eaten alive with an impassive expression. However, Shangyu and Bingzu was not necessarily inferior to how cruel he was. The people in the room looked at her in different ways, some with fear, some with concern, some with understanding and various complex emotions. However, Shangyu and Bingzu seemed unconcerned by all this and continued to supervise that the survivors did not slack off and work properly while protecting them from danger. Time passed quickly, and on the side where the survivors were working on the beetle's shell and flesh, nothing worth special had happened. Not even a single zombie had appeared in the vicinity, as they had all been slaughtered by the main fighters of the group after so many battles and walks back and forth between this area and the gym. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the survivors began to slow down the speed at which they were moving their hands, so the work began to fall behind time. Gao Min, Lina, Fan Wu, sorry to bother you, but could you go call the people who are working? Tell them the food is ready and they can all eat their fill. Wu Yijin noticed the change immediately and asked her friends to take care of informing the 50 survivors who were working. All right. The three girls nodded naturally and stood up without hesitation. Now that things had changed, they knew that they needed to at least do simple tasks if they didn't want to be despised by everyone. Wu Yujin herself even went downstairs and headed to the temporary kitchen that had been set up on site to check how the other work was going. There, a group of about 10 female students and teachers, who had temporarily become the group's cooks, were making lunch. I'll go tell Bai Zemin that the food is ready. Shangyu and Bingzu walked towards the window as she said. It's been about 7 hours since he's been killing zombies, and he probably needs to replenish his energy as well, or he won't be able to sustain himself for the rest of the day. Bingzu. He called out to her, and she stopped before looking back with doubtful eyes. What's wrong? Hearing her voice as cold as ice, He hesitated to say that he would go for her to look for Bai Zemin. In the end, he shook his head and said with a worried look, You, be careful. Shangyu and Bingzu looked at him for a few seconds before turning around and saying in the same voice as always, Don't worry, I'm not as weak as I may seem. With nothing more to say and without waiting for a response, she jumped out of the window and floated like a butterfly until her feet touched the ground before her speed burst, disappearing from everyone's sight within seconds. Chapter 72, Completing Initial Evolution Requirements. On the other hand, Bai Zemin spent all morning, noon, and 2 or 3 hours of the afternoon eliminating zombie after zombie without rest. The same was true for Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhangde, who were taking care of the opposite flank that he was dealing with. However, while Bai Zemin was doing well due to his high stamina, which had reached a horrendous point being his highest body stats, the same could not be said for Kai Jingyi and the other two. After fighting constantly for several hours, the stamina of the group of 3 could not keep up with their pace, as even taking turns and slowing down the charge was difficult for them. Although they had killed a few zombies and had advanced in level to approximately level 8 or 9, mental fatigue was causing everyone's stamina to drop at higher rates than normal. With no other choice, Bai Zemin's 3 subordinates abandoned the separate hunt and walked towards the southeastern area, following the traces of blood and zombie corpses to find him and get some rest, as they really needed it, or else they might end up suffering unnecessary injuries or, even worse, getting scratched by a zombie, and getting infected in the process. After walking and searching for several minutes, the three finally felt the sound of several zombies growling as well as the thud of bodies and heads constantly falling to the ground. The three looked at each other before rushing forward, and after running for 2 blocks and rounding a corner, their footsteps stopped dead in their tracks as they saw the scene before them. Bai Zemin's body was like a leaf swaying in the wind of a raging storm as he ran through a wave of over 500 zombies. For a second he was on one side, but in the next instant, his body seemed to become a blur before he appeared in a different place, followed by dozens of zombie heads flying through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, and swoosh. Bang, bangs, bangs, bang. The sound of the wind being cut in two by the blade of the Chunyuan sword, as well as the bangs caused by Bai Zemin's kicks connecting against the skulls of the zombies, and turning them into minced meat echoed throughout the block, and the echo traveled through the nearby buildings. Because Bai Zemin mostly used his sword, few people actually knew the fact that he was actually extremely skilled in all kinds of martial arts, and only Shangyuan Bingzu, Liang Peng, and Chen He had seen him in the cafeteria the first day they arrived at the gym. But the reality was that currently, every part of his body was a deadly weapon capable of taking the lives of his enemies in a matter of seconds, and that thanks to his nearly 100 strength points, a kick from him was not something that a normal living being could handle. Under the frightened and shocked gaze of Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang De, the small horde of about 500 zombies was completely decimated and crushed in 5 minutes. In fact, if it were not for the zombies being so crowded together and hindering Bai Zemin's ghostly mobility, the zombies would have been eliminated far quicker as they could not even catch Bai Zemin's shadow, and his movements were too explosive since, before the zombies could react, their heads had already been crushed with a kick or gone flying through the air after a slash from his sword. Phew! Bai Zemin let out a loud and exaggerated exhale as he thought that it would be better not to attract so many zombies in close quarters, as his mobility was greatly affected, and until he could control mana properly and gain some mastery over his blood manipulation skill, his agility was his strongest weapon against numerous but weak enemies. Oh, Bai Zemin turned around and was a bit surprised when he saw the trio standing several meters away. Guys, what's wrong? Kai Jingyi was the first to react to Bai Zemin's call. She walked forward and began to explain why they had come, being followed closely by Fu Zufeng and Zhang De. Bai Zemin listened to her words as he casually nodded and told them not to worry too much and congratulated them on their good work. However, his attention was focused on the steps the three of them were taking. Regardless of whether it was Fu Zufeng, Zhang De, or Kai Jingyi, the steps of the three of them were steady, and from the way she spoke without trembling, it seemed that she was not scared or fearful of anything in particular. Many, this might be insignificant, but to Bai Zemin, who had acquired the experience of the best special forces soldiers on Earth, seeing 3 people who were previously just normal students going through a pool of blood and hundreds of corpses without flinching was something to be praised. If it was in the past, just seeing the bloody scene before them would be enough to scare them to death. Yet here they were, walking among decomposing corpses as if it was no big deal. Of course, Bai Zemin knew that such a thing was possible only because the 3 of them had been fighting zombies constantly ever since he granted them the opportunity to absorb soul power and opened the gates of evolution for them. Therefore, after killing so many zombies, after seeing so much blood and so many deaths, Kai Jingyi and the other 2 had grown accustomed to the iron smell of blood in the air, and their eyes contained a hint of steadiness that was not present before. Bai Zemin was naturally secretly delighted as the more prominent they were, the better it would be for his long-term plans. Roar! Suddenly a furious roar echoed through the surroundings, startling the 4 people present. Be careful and stay close to me. Bai Zemin's face changed slightly, but Kai Jingyi's face and his other 2 subordinates turned pale, while their legs grew weak, threatening to fall down at any moment. That's definitely a first-order creature. Lilith, who had been watching from afar in boredom, seemed to perk up a bit as she floated several meters into the sky while looking down. Bai Zemin, now you'll see that if it's you, the soul record test isn't as impossible as it seems. The scarlet eyes of the beautiful succubus glittered with a hint of anticipation as she observed a shadow move between the buildings in the direction of the group of 4. Without hesitation, Bai Zemin activated his blood manipulation skill on himself as he imagined the terrifying scene of his family being killed. Adrenaline was a substance that the body secreted on its own and was not something he himself could control. Therefore, because Bai Zemin was no longer scared of low-level first-order existences, He had no choice but to improvise in order to somehow control how to produce that substance that he so badly needed to fulfill the requirements of evolution, and at the same time improve his battle ability for a short period of time. Therefore, although it was unpleasant, and he did not even want to think about his family being killed, at this moment, they were the only trigger capable of triggering his fears to extreme levels enough to spiral out of control. Fueled by anger and fear, he gritted his teeth as his organism began to secrete large amounts of adrenaline, a substance which was carried at twice the normal speed by the accelerated blood, and moving through every part and nerve of his body by the blood vessels that pulsed like the heart of a living being after swelling to match the wild bloodstream. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack, 100-100. Kill first-order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself, 0-2. Kill first-order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself, 0-1. The simplest requirement had already been completed, and Bai Zemin was aiming for the second and third. Since in both cases the activation of blood manipulation on himself was required, he did so without hesitation. His pupils became half their normal size, amplifying his range of vision. His body became lighter and more flexible, making it easier for him to move in risky situations. His whole being seemed to be in a strange condition, ready to face any kind of danger that threatened his existence. Chapter 73. First Order is no longer a challenge. Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and Zhang De had no idea what was happening, but after the previous roar, every cell in their body seemed to have gone crazy as fear had almost completely overwhelmed them. This alone was enough to let them know that whatever roared at that moment was definitely not something they could currently stand against. What the group of three did was to approach Bai Zemin and stand only a step or two away just behind him as they looked around cautiously, raising their weapons in an effort to make themselves feel better. Unlike them, Bai Zemin seemed much more relaxed. His body was in a calm posture, and even his sword was not on guard to defend against any imminent attack. He just stood there, his tiny pupils absorbing more information about the surroundings than any normal person could imagine. Swoosh! Suddenly there was a minuscule sound of wind. It was as if the wind had been cut by an extremely swift object. Bai Zemin turned his head slightly to the left and caught a glimpse of a silhouette rounding the corner of the nearby building before charging towards the group at surprising speeds. This creature was even faster than the First Order's evolved zombie, and even after absorbing so much soul power, and with a speed comparable to that of 12 people, Bai Zemin still could not keep track of the incoming enemy. However, while speed was one of the most powerful weapons in existence, it was not necessarily impossible to fight against. Swoosh! Surprisingly, the unknown First-Order creature's first target was not to attack Bai Zemin, but aimed at Zhang De, probably due to the fact that he was the closest to the corner from which the creature appeared. Without moving his head, Bai Zemin's eyes moved to the left, and for less than a split second, his cold gaze met a pair of golden eyes filled with murderous intent. Just as the strange creature passed by him, Bai Zemin slashed with his right hand from below upwards as he began to turn his body. The First-Order creature quickly realized that if it continued on its current path it would be seriously wounded by the enemy blade, so without hesitation it tilted its body to the side, evading the enemy slash by just a few inches. However, Bai Zemin already expected something like this to happen given the creature's fast movement speed, and his sword movement was just a feint. The real attack was in the turn he had just completed during that small fraction of a second, when the creature stopped its movements to avoid being cut. After completing a 90-degree turn, Bai Zemin's body was now right in front of the First-Order creature, and because the creature had just twisted its body to dodge his sword, Bai Zemin's leg connected fiercely with the enemy's abdomen. Bang! After being ferociously hit by the 96 strength points that kick contained, and not expecting such a thing, the unknown creature was sent flying 10 meters before impacting against the wall of the adjacent building. Howl! Amidst the collapsed rubble, Bai Zemin and his subordinates finally caught a glimpse of the body of a tiger that was over 5 feet tall with grayish-black fur. The beast could not help but raise its head and howl painfully as it squirmed to its feet. Obviously, Bai Zemin's previous kick had caused a fair amount of damage to the mutated tiger's internal organs. Bai Zemin knew that the enemy's speed was faster than his, so he rushed forward like a whirlwind. In less than a second, the short distance of 10 meters was completely closed. Raising the Chunyuan sword, he slashed again at the same time as his body moved strangely. The mutated tiger ignored the pain and jumped to the left, successfully evading the slash. However, before its golden eyes, the elbow of Bai Zemin's left arm grew bigger and bigger until it finally connected against its head. Bang! The tiger's body was buried in the ground next to Bai Zemin at the same time, as some bones of the skull cracked due to the blow. However, the First Order creature did not even have time to react to the pain before the next attacks came. Slash slash. With two clean slashes, the two front paws of the mutated tiger were almost completely hacked off. Immediately after, Bai Zemin jumped into the air and positioned himself on top of the tiger's body that was howling in pain. Following this, he stabbed with the tip of the sword and pierced the monster's skull, successfully destroying the brain. However, although it was already dead, the tiger's body was shaking from nerves, and its almost completely severed front paws struck the empty air in front of it. This was precisely the reason why Bai Zemin had positioned himself behind the enemy before killing it, or else he would have been hit and probably injured unnecessarily. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Shadow Tiger level 38. You cannot level up or obtain additional stats before you get the First Order job. A message similar, but at the same time different from the ones he had received in the past, flashed in Bai Zemin's retina. However, he was dumbfounded and paid no attention to it. Is it over? The Shadow Tiger, a creature of First Order and with such a high level, had died just like that. Bai Zemin could not believe it. Not long ago, he had almost been killed by the First Order blazing beetle that was several levels lower than the monster he had just killed so easily. For a moment it was hard for him to adjust to the change. High in the sky, Lilith had a bright smile on her face, and her eyes shone like stars in the night sky. "Little Zemin, big sister loves you to death, Tilda," she whispered to herself. A First Order creature was nothing in Lilith's eyes, and just one look was enough to wipe out an entire army. However, when she was still an unclassified existence, she could not do what Bai Zemin had just done. No, not only she could not, probably no one in all recorded history was ever able to kill an enemy who was in a higher order in less than 3 seconds. Less than 3 seconds. That was the time it took Bai Zemin to end the life of the First Order Shadow Tiger. So, if he really gave it his all and gave up the defense to attack, who said it was impossible to slay a First Order existence with a single attack? Lilith looked forward to it. She looked forward to his growth and couldn't wait to see how far he would go in the future if he didn't fall before he was fully grown. Bai Zemin was the greatest genius she had ever known in her entire life, and most likely the greatest in history. However, Lilith had seen countless outstanding geniuses falling from the sky like shooting stars before they were fully grown. Therefore, it was better to be careful, because even the biggest ones could fall by a mistake or carelessness. Chapter 74, Now That You Mention It. Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and Zhang De stood a few feet away with expressions that openly showed how dumbfounded and shocked they were by the way the events unfolded. Seeing Bai Zemin standing over the body of the First Order Shadow Tiger, none of the three knew how to react to what had just happened. To Kai Jingyi and the rest, the battle between Bai Zemin and the First Order Shadow Tiger was simply a battle between gods, since, from the point of view of the three of them, the speed and force displaced by both existences were things they could not comprehend even now that they had become evolved humans. The Shadow Tiger's ghostly speed was undoubtedly astonishing, but what was more astonishing to the three of them had been Bai Zemin's ability to react. He suppressed the Shadow Tiger's speed completely just by relying on 3 factors: reaction ability, strength, battle instinct. Little did they actually know that Bai Zemin had not even given his 100% in the previous battle. Slowly, Bai Zemin climbed down from the corpse of the Shadow Tiger and sighed secretly. Multitasking while he was concentrating on the battlefield and the enemy's movements was really a challenge. If he could get used to his blood manipulation skill and mana, he could not only use the skill on himself, but he could also create weapons to bombard the enemy and restrain them and attack them from inside to outside. Unfortunately, doing such a thing while he was in the middle of a fight was not at all simple, and definitely not something that could be learned in a week's time. "Forget it, I'll get better at it little by little. My strength and control over blood manipulation have already improved tremendously compared to the first day of the apocalypse." Bai Zemin stopped lamenting and decided to be a bit more optimistic as he made a small but deep cut on the beast's abdomen and began to collect the blood inside. He even emptied some bottles that had blood from normal creatures and exchanged it for the blood of the Shadow Tiger, since, although he wasn't sure, Bai Zemin guessed that the blood of a first-order creature should be better than that of an unclassified existence in some manners. While he was on that, he decided to check his two most important evolution processes so far. First, his evolution process to first order. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack, 100-100. Kill first-order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself, 1-2. Kill first-order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself, 0-1. Indeed, he only needed to fulfill 1.5 more requirements to advance successfully. The next thing he decided to check was the progress in the evolution process of his blood manipulation skill. Collect 100 liters of blood from 50 enemies level 5 or higher, 68-100. Collect 10 liters of blood from 5 first-order enemies, 6-10. Collect 1 liter of blood from 1 second-order enemy, 0-1. A week ago, such requirements were far from possible, and it seemed that it would take a lifetime to fulfill all of them. However, today, a week later, except for the last requirement, the other two were only a matter of time before they were completed. These small details showed Bai Zemin how strong he had become, while constantly reminding him that he should not be complacent because somewhere out there were existences capable of wiping out his 20 years of life and effort in a second. After collecting a good amount of blood from the shadow tiger, Bai Zemin picked up the 2 orbs from the ground with a complicated look. When he killed the blazing beetle, he acquired a skill scroll and 3 orbs, of which one of them was magic grade. After defeating and killing the anti-magic zombie, the beast dropped 3 orbs, and one of them was magic grade as well. But now that he had killed the shadow tiger, he only got 2 orbs, and the highest grade was rare. Slowly and gradually, as he became progressively stronger and capable of defeating first-order existences, the treasures he obtained became less and less in quantity, and the quality also steadily decreased. After holding on to the treasure orbs, Bai Zemin began to search for the mana stone in the head of the shadow tiger. This would be his 5th soul stone in case this monster had one. 1 came from the blazing beetle, 1 from the fast mantis, 2 from 2 of all the mutated dogs he had killed. Bai Zemin had picked them up today while cleaning up the area. Suddenly the sound of footsteps attracted his attention, and he looked back without stopping his movements in search of the soul stone. At a short distance and approaching with regular steps, Shangyuan Bingzu was walking through the zombie corpses with an indifferent gaze. The stark contrast between her white dress, silver hair, and her blood-stained surroundings was an exotic sight that could not be appreciated every day. Her attention went between him and the completely lifeless body of the shadow tiger. Her eyes had a strange glint in them, but due to her icy expression, it was hard to tell what was going on in her head. After she reached a few steps away, she stopped and watched his actions silently. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up, and his attention was stolen by the hard object he was touching inside the shadow tiger's skull. With a soft tug, he pulled out his blood-covered hand. However, this was ignored by him, and he focused on the dark-colored stone in his palm. His mouth curved slightly into a satisfied smile, and he stored his second first-order soul stone in a plastic bag next to the rest. He wasn't worried about separating them, as the difference in size and shape made it too obvious to identify the differences between each grade. "Did something happen?" he asked after he stood up and looked the woman in front of him directly in the eyes with confusion. She stopped looking at the shadow tiger's body and looked at him before slowly explaining. Lunch was delayed to give the others time to work with the blazing beetle. Currently, the process is going smoothly, but because it's been several hours, the survivors are starting to get hungry, so everyone is preparing to eat now. "I see," he nodded, finally understanding what she meant even if she didn't say it explicitly. "That's okay, thanks for coming all this way to keep me informed." He smiled before turning around and grabbing the shadow tiger corpse by a paw before looking back at her and saying, "Let's go." Shangyuan Bingzu looked at his actions and raised an eyebrow. She pointed at the monster's body and asked, "You want to eat that too?" Bai Zemin blinked in surprise and said in a low voice, "My idea was to use this monster's skin as protection at some point, but now that you mention it, I've never tasted the meat of a tiger in my life." Chapter 75, Successful Experiment. Bai Zemin, Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and Zhanda followed Shangyuan Bingzu back to the pharmacy building where the group of survivors was. When the group of 5 arrived at the site, there were already many people sitting casually on large rubble rocks, eating in wide mouthfuls, and others coming out with their food from inside the building, before sitting down and starting to eat just like the rest. Bai Zemin could notice the look of surprise on the students' faces when they saw the black-furred tiger being dragged by him with one hand. Look, they even hunt a tiger. Isn't it a panther? Idiot, it's obviously a tiger that mutated. Shut up and eat before you have to go back to work. He ignored all this and left the shadow tiger's body near where the blazing beetle was. Currently, the blazing beetle had lost much of its protective shell, and the survivors had also begun cutting up the meat and were packing it in plastic bags to be taken to the refrigerators later. Although it was still uncertain whether the meat was edible or not, as it had not yet been long enough for everyone to feel safe enough, Shangyu and Bingzhu decided that it was better to work on it beforehand to save time, and since the survivors were not doing anything productive, her idea was immediately approved by everyone. Bai Zemin received his bowl of rice as well as a large piece of red meat, a smaller piece of white meat, and a steamed bun. After nodding to the people in the kitchen, he simply went to the roof of the building and sat there with the beautiful Lilith a short distance away. However, this did not last long, as Wu Yujin soon appeared on the spot and started chatting with him. As she didn't seem to have any bad intentions, nor did she seem to want to ask him for anything, Bai Zemin casually chatted with her about insignificant things during the slightly late lunch. After finishing his meal, he excused himself and returned to the place where he was before to continue cleaning the area. This time, he told Fu Zufeng and the other two that one of them would switch places with Kang Lan and take her to level up. /////. The whole day passed exactly the same way as it started. Bai Zemin cleared small groups and considerably large groups of zombies while practicing his control over mana and adapting to the use of blood manipulation in different circumstances. Slowly but surely, he could notice steady improvement in his control over magic, as well as imagining and solidifying blood to form spears. When the sun went down, he finally decided to call it a day and returned to the gym, casually meeting up with Chen He's group and the rest who had returned several minutes earlier. Surprisingly, Shangyu and Bingzhu's group had also not been dawdling while the other survivors worked, as they had brought even more mattresses and clothes from the female dormitory. Now, thanks to the large movement of female students the day before, practically everyone had a place to lie down to sleep, and while it was not as comfortable as a bed, it was countless times more comfortable than the cold, hard ground. Little by little, the living conditions of the survivors improved, which made the heavy and gloomy atmosphere slowly light, thanks to the new comforts as well as the power demonstrated by Bai Zemin and the other evolved ones. From about 7:30 in the morning until now, more than 14 hours have passed, but there hasn't been the slightest sign of adverse effect on the three scum who ate the beetle meat. Shangyuan Bingzhu was sitting on a chair next to a table inside the cafeteria and began to announce the results of the experiment conducted today. Basically, can meat be eaten or not? Liang Peng asked in confusion. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at him before looking at the rest and continuing. During all this time, if something bad were to happen, at least there should have already been a minor indication. However, there is no change in skin color, no fever, the pupils did not dilate in any way, nor does there seem to be any kind of mental change. I think it is correct to assume that the flesh of mutated monsters is not harmful to the human body. Bai Zemin chuckled and said in a considerably cheerful tone, "That means that from today onwards we have another source of food, doesn't it?" "That's right," Shangyuan Bingzhu nodded as she looked at everyone. Even her icy attitude was somewhat warmer at this moment, which proved how cheerful she was. The evolved animals and insects were from a certain point of view more terrifying than the zombies, since only one of them could devastate large groups of people in a short time. However, now they had also become an indispensable food source. Bai Zemin and the rest still didn't know how the mana had affected the land of the world in general, but Lilith had told him that it was possible for the crops to stop growing, as it was not something strange by any means. Therefore, if that happened, every meal they consumed was one less meal that could not be replenished. With the current situation in the world, the production factories would naturally cease to function, so they could not count on that kind of food either. Therefore, the most natural food was the meat of other species. Now that it had been confirmed that the meat of the first-order blazing beetle was edible, the joy and relief they felt was simply too great, as a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Without food, people would not be willing to work, would not obey, and chaos would soon break out everywhere, which, considering the current situation of the world, would mean the destruction of the human race. But now that they knew they could get a safe food source from other animals, the problem had at least been alleviated a little more, and while it was not a long-term solution, at least for the moment it was better than nothing. By the way, what happened to those 3 guys? Bai Zemin asked casually. As promised, I let them go, Shangyuan Bingzu replied indifferently. Bai Zemin looked at her and asked in a strange tone, they left at this time? That's right, any problem? She looked at him and asked in confusion. Any problem? Bai Zemin didn't know what to say, so he simply shook his head as he sneered at the 3 poor pitiful guys. While it was true that he had cleared the southeast of the northern area, and his 3 subordinates had partially cleared the southwest area, at night the dangers abounded much more. Bai Zemin knew that 3 normal people without even the courage to fight would definitely not be able to survive during the night unless they were lucky. But even if they survived the night danger, considering that there was no food around, it was only a matter of time before they died in one way or another. Chapter 76 Buses. Bai Zemin had also made sure that Kang Lan spent the 2 daily activations of her lesser healing skill on his left hand, and although she had again exhausted almost all of her mana, the results were as surprising as the first time since his wrist had recovered between 80% and 90%, which meant that he only needed to be treated for 1 or 2 more days before fully recovering. Less than a week to recover from such a serious bone fracture. In the previous world, such a thing was simply unthinkable even with the most advanced medical treatments. But now, thanks to Bai Zemin's constant evolution, Kang Lan's high magical power and her lesser healing skill, it was something that was happening before everyone's eyes. After a sleepless night, there was still a lot of work to do, so everyone woke up very early in the morning as soon as the first ray of sunlight came out. Just like the day before, after breakfast, the group of evolved fighters split into 2. One group led survivors to work with the flesh of the blazing beetle, and the other smaller group began to clear out the larger zombie waves blocking the way to the exit. The only difference was that this time the formation of the groups was different. The day before, because they were still unsure of the effect of the mutated insect meat, Shangyuan Bingzu, who was the person who had come up with the idea of eating it and conducting an experiment, had to be present all day. However, now that the doubts had been cleared up and they finally realized that the area around the pharmacy building was relatively safe, there was no longer any need for such protection. Therefore, Shangyuan Bingzu had also begun to clear the road leading to the parking lot, where the school buses and other cars that in the past belonged to students or teachers were located. After a full day, the group went back to rest, and when they woke up the next day, they split up again to continue working. / 10th day since the arrival of the soul record on Earth. After a little more than 3 days of cleanup, Shangyuan Bingzu, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhangdu had finally wiped out all the zombies in the southwestern area north of the university. Moreover, after being constantly healed by Kang Lan, and thanks to his high health, Bai Zemin's broken hand had finally recovered completely, and he could move it so normally that no one would believe him if he said that a week ago his bones had almost turned to dust. Oh, this will make the trip so much easier, Chen-He exclaimed happily as he looked at the more than 10 buses and hundreds of cars neatly parked. Because the parking lot was underground, the zombies in this place were very few, and after some easy work, the area was cleared. If it weren't for the lack of amenities that prevented a human being from wanting to live here, this place could be considered the most suitable in the entire university. In fact, this solves a big problem. Bai Zemin nodded in agreement and sighed with secret relief. In order for his long-term plans to work properly, Bai Zemin needed help from other people. Besides, if he didn't help human beings whenever possible, then who was going to run the factories, water dams, and power plants as well as many other systems when the world recovered? He couldn't do that. Therefore, even if the safety of other people was not especially his concern, it was a task he had to accomplish. So far, the group of survivors rescued by Bai Zemin and the rest numbered around 500 or 600. However, getting them all out of the university would be too great a challenge. But with the addition of this fleet of buses, this problem had been almost completely solved. Hey guys, bring those things and the tools. Liang Peng waved his hand and shouted toward the other corner. His loud voice echoed everywhere, and if there was a zombie hiding, it would undoubtedly have been attracted. Under his call, a large group of men dragged several metal pieces over a meter long that contained other smaller metal pieces inside. These metal pieces were, naturally, the shell of the first-order blazing beetle. After several days of work and effort, the more than 3 meters tall and more than 5 meters in length of the beetle had completely disappeared. Its flesh was being properly preserved. The shell had been saved, and even the large legs had been taken to the gymnasium to be turned into weapons later. As for the meat, everyone was surprised the first time they tasted it. The mutated elephant beetle meat was not only delicious and tender, but when they consumed it, everyone received some stat points, increasing their natural health by a couple of points. Even Bai Zemin received 1 health point back then. Although it was a pity that it only worked once, as they ate more of that meat, a normal person's body would become much healthier naturally, which was amazing. Seeing the amount of shell parts, Bai Zemin stretched his body and his bones thundered as he said, "All right, time to start working." More than 20 male students nodded and began to inspect the buses together with Liang Peng and Bai Zemin. This group consisted of people with some experience in mechanics, and all of them came from working backgrounds. "I think we should remove the front bumper, which is practically plastic, and exchange it for a metal one." "No, why don't we better create a pointed platform that covers the front and leaves just the front window uncovered?" "But that would waste too much material, and I'm not sure it would be enough with the shell we have now." That's true. Not only that, the gears could come loose if we take the whole carcass apart." This, as he looked at Bai Zemin and Liang Peng fervently arguing with the other male students and naming words unknown to him, Chen-He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Before the world suddenly changed, Chen-He was a model student who aimed to become someone important in the government in the future. In addition, because his family had enough money, he also didn't need to get a job, so he didn't have any knowledge about mechanics or automobiles. In the past, he drove a car that cost over 2 million Chinese yuan, and if it needed to be repaired, he would take it to the best service. How could he understand what they were talking about then? In China, a mechanic was a job generally chosen by unschooled people, and people generally did not look favorably on them. However, in this new world, knowledge of mechanics was countless times more valuable than the political knowledge he had acquired. What was previously viewed with somewhat disdainful eyes was now needed and praised, while what was once praised, and a symbol of pride, was now useless. Chapter 77, Modification Completed and Troubles. Wu Yujin seemed to be able to understand the thoughts of her childhood friend, but in this case there were no words that could lift anyone's spirits. After all, He had always been outstanding in everything, and now that he was completely overshadowed naturally, it was too abrupt a change for him, and it would take time for him to get used to it. In fact, many of the girls who previously seemed to have some sort of feeling or admiration for him could not help but look at him again and compare him with Bai Zemin unconsciously. If it were 10 days ago, Bai Zemin would not even be worthy of a second look from the several beautiful women among the survivors, but now everything was different. Many could not help but wonder, in a world where death is as natural as breathing, is it better to pursue a handsome man or a man of greater capability? He was, of course, skilled. It was just that Bai Zemin was too overpowered. "I'll go scout the exit path to the south," He said before turning around and leaving the scene, deciding that it was better to do what he asked to do. He too had his own strengths, and it was better to appreciate them rather than demean himself. //. Time passed quickly. The morning was over and the afternoon was half over, but the sound of hammering, drilling, grinding, welding, as well as the sound of wheel nuts and screws falling to the ground could be heard everywhere in the university's subway parking lot. The group of about 22 people worked almost without rest, and only stopped to eat when they were hungry, because the sooner they finished the job, the sooner they could leave the university grounds, and finally get to know what the situation was like in the outside world. Apart from the 22 experienced in mechanics, there were also many more people helping to hold the metal parts in place, or reaching for the objects and tools pointed out by any of them, which sped up the work process a lot more. One thing worth noting was that when they started working, Bai Zemin, Liang Peng, and the other 20 students received the following message, but with some differences. In the case of Bai Zemin in particular, it was this: "You have learned the unclassified passive skill repair level 5. The soul record was an unknown entity that recorded all the experiences in the soul of each existence and converted it into statistics and skills capable of being evolved and studied in greater depth. Therefore, as people with experience in the field of mechanics, they naturally acquired a corresponding skill." Something similar had happened with the female students and male students who had helped in the kitchen. They acquired the passive skill cooking, and the level of the skill depended on the personal ability of each of them. The amazing thing about the soul record was that each person's ability could grow much faster compared to the past thanks to the existence of mana. The more they cooked, the more the cooking skill of those in charge of the kitchen grew steadily, and the more they hammered, the more the repair skill level of those they were modifying increased. This was another wonder of this strange unknown entity known as the Soul Record. The appearance of the current buses was quite different when compared to the classic buses that were parked several hours ago. In the past, the vehicles were much safer from a certain point of view as they were made of almost pure iron, while today's vehicles were made mainly of plastic and even fiberglass in some cases, which improved the appearance and comfort. Therefore, to better adapt to this new world and to everyone's needs, the front part of the buses had been almost completely removed and replaced by a large metal plate that left only the window and the headlights uncovered. In addition, all the other glass windows of the buses had been removed and replaced with a blazing beetle shell plate on each side. Although it was a pity that most of the metal hard shell had been used, the overall security of the 10 buses had taken a tremendous leap forward compared to the previous ones. Finally done. Bai Zemin looked at their work with a touch of satisfaction. Even though they didn't have all the necessary tools, it had turned out really well, and the 10 luxurious-looking buses now looked like 10 steel monsters. Good job. Wu Yujin approached with a small bottle of water and handed it to him with a charming smile. Thank you. He thanked her and smiled politely back before he began to survey the surroundings as he sipped water slowly. Bai Zemin saw that it wasn't just Wu Yujin. Gao Min, Li Na, Fan Wu, and many other students were handing out small closed bottles of water to each of those who helped modify the buses. At this point, everyone knew that they had to help in any way they could, not only to exponentially increase their chances of survival and improve their lives, but also not to be expelled from the group. Even those who were unwilling to leave the safety of the enclosed places worked as long as it wasn't something that required going out in the open. Now we can finally get out of here. Shangyuan Bingzu's voice sounded from behind, and when Bai Zemin turned around he saw her slowly approaching as she looked at the buses before looking back at him. Good job. Although her voice was cold, at least she sounded sincere, and it would be a lie to say that Bai Zemin wasn't secretly surprised. This was the first time he had heard her say small words of praise, or at least towards him. While it wasn't much, it was a breakthrough as a group. It was what Bai Zemin believed. Yeah, he replied briefly, and before the conversation had a chance to progress, a roar from outside silenced all sound underground. Roar? Not good. One of the survivors in charge of standing guard near the entrance shouted in fright. Chen He is fighting an ape over 10 feet tall. They are currently heading this way. Hearing the students scream of terror and remembering the earlier roar, the survivors' faces turned pale as a sheet, and they quickly ran to the back and deeper part of the subway. Some of them fell to the ground, and a few were even stomped by those behind, being seriously injured and even dying in the process. After all, a stampede of over 500 people was no joke, and most of them had thought that Chen He was an invincible existence. But since an ape forced him to retreat to this place, it meant that he was weaker, which made the survivors think that they were going to die. Liang Peng, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan quickly began to help those who could help and to beat up those who became disobedient or wanted to incite chaos in any way. This had been one of the rules and ideas that had been put forward not many days ago, and for the first time it was being implemented to avoid major panic. An ape of more than 10 feet, Chen He. First order. Bai Zemin's mind flashed with that thought, and only now did he realize that the handsome archer was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! Before he moved, a breeze rushed beside him, and the next thing Bai Zemin saw was Shangyuan Bingzu dashing at full speed to the exit. Her speed was at least 8 or 9 times faster than a normal person before the apocalypse, which meant that her agility stat was at least between 80 and 90 points. Although he was surprised, he also charged towards the exit. Like Shangyuan Bingzu, Bai Zemin was clear that it was absolutely impossible for Chen He to cope with a first-order existence on his own. Although the archer had become more powerful after absorbing some of the first-order anti-magic zombies' soul power and defeating other enemies over the past few days, it was still not enough for him to survive against such a confrontation. Chapter 78, Absolute Regeneration. The sound of roars and bangs was the first thing Bai Zemin could make out as he approached the exit of the subway parking structure. Furthermore, although it was barely distinguishable due to the overwhelming sound of what he assumed were the mutated ape's attacks, Bai Zemin could also faintly feel the sound of the wind being pierced by what he thought were Chen He's arrows. A split second later, Shang Yuan Bingzu's cold voice reached his ears, followed by a roar from the mutated ape. Obviously, her attack had managed to inflict enough damage for its roar to change. 2 seconds later, Bai Zemin finally reached the surface, and his footsteps paused for a moment to take in the surrounding situation. After all, he didn't want to die shamefully by rushing into battle without knowing what exactly was going on. The first thing that came into his line of sight was an ape that was clearly taller than the previous survivor had announced. Instead of 3 meters tall, the mutated ape easily reached 4 meters, and its muscles were explosive enough to crush a house with its fists. In addition, the mutated beast was covered in a large amount of silver-colored fur that glistened in the rays of the evening sunlight, giving it a majestic appearance. However, the ape's body was wounded. There were at least a dozen arrows firmly stuck in the beast's abdomen, chest, arms, shoulders, and legs, causing blood to flow constantly from those small holes. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and noticed that those arrows were not normal. A faint light of light blue shone on the outline of the arrow, which kept them steady and undestroyed by the fierce movements of the mutated ape. It must be the treasure Chen He obtained, probably something that boosts his attacks in some way. Bai Zemin thought as his sight moved at lightning speed to the semi-frozen limbs of the giant ape. Bang! The giant ape brutally slammed the floor right in front of him, and Chen He hurriedly jumped to the side, almost getting crushed in the process. He stood up instantly after and ran several meters before pulling out an arrow from the quiver behind his back and firing it at full speed. When the arrow touched the bow, its dark brown color turned the same as the other arrows that were stuck in the mutated ape's body, confirming Bai Zemin's theory about boosting power. As for whether it was a treasure or a skill, he didn't know. Freeze! Shang Yuan Bingzu's voice attracted his attention, and Bai Zemin arrived just in time to see a small golden-colored stick shooting out a blast of icy air. Roar! The ape roared and its wild movement slowed a little but still noticeably. Around its fur, Bai Zemin could see from a distance how some parts had frozen or were still in the process of freezing due to the icy air from before. A magic wand. Bai Zemin had that idea as he looked at the small stick in Shang Yuan Bingzu's hands. He assumed that instead of increasing strength like his Yuan sword, the magic wand should definitely increase magic and mana, or one of both stats. Instead of interrupting, Bai Zemin watched the battle unfold as he also wanted to see how strong Chen He and Shang Yuan Bingzu had become over the past few days. The battle was quite close. The giant ape was pretty fast and seemed to be completely focused on hunting Chen He, who was shooting arrows every time the opportunity presented to him, instead of going after Shang Yuan Bingzu, who was the person that really threatened its life. Bang, bangs, bang. Several 1- or 2-story buildings in the surrounding area were crushed under the giant ape's heavy and powerful fists, or its agile kicks that seemed to contain the flexibility and speed of a whip, but the power of a giant mace. Bai Zemin was sure that even he would be seriously injured if he received one of those blows directly. Chen He might not be able to compare with Bai Zemin, but he was certainly not weak by any means. The damage from his strange arrows was little but slowly accumulated, and the giant ape was losing more and more blood. Moreover, when it seemed that he was about to be crushed, he somehow managed to escape at the last second by using the terrain to his advantage. Of course, the reason why Chen He could stand his ground and fight without having to run away as he did before, or without being killed, was all thanks to Shang Yuan Bingzu's timely support. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to do as much against the giant ape, considering that he was currently already at his limit even with support. The giant ape's movements had slowed down by at least 60%, and great parts of its body had been frozen with small icicles of ice. In addition, Shang Yuan Bingzu occasionally set up small ice traps to restrain the monster or shot sharp ice pikes, creating small wounds and freezing the blood inside little by little. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin knew that it was not so simple to end the life of a first-order existence, because the giant ape had yet to show any skills. Indeed, Bai Zemin's thoughts proved to be true not long after. Roar! The ape stopped its movements and raised its head to the sky as it roared fiercely. Its silver fur that had been soiled with its own blood and the areas frozen by Shang Yuan Bingzu's magic spells were surrounded by a strange white light that flashed with such fervor that it seemed to want to compete against the sun, forcing anyone who looked directly at it to close their eyes. When the bright flash calmed down and everyone was able to open their eyes again, He could not help but take several steps back as Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. I see, so that's the skill this ape obtained when it advanced to First Order. Bai Zemin muttered to himself and couldn't help but secretly feel a bit of fear as he realized what the giant ape's skill was. The giant ape's skill was very simple. It didn't increase its strength, nor did it increase its speed or defense, nor did it give it any kind of elemental control. It was a skill that could only be used on itself. Regeneration. The skill that the giant mutated ape had acquired during its evolution gave it the ability to recover from seemingly any wound. What was worse than a strong enemy? A strong enemy that could recover from the wounds you had inflicted on it after working so hard and risking your life so many times to do so. The silver fur that was covered with blood and ice patches now looked perfect, as if it had never faced any enemy in the first place. However, Bai Zemin noticed that the beast was breathing erratically, and the madness in its eyes seemed to have dimmed, being replaced by tiredness. Chapter 79, Becoming Stronger Bai Zemin. Although the active skill of the giant mutated ape was undoubtedly powerful to the point that it could make an enemy despair after a close and hard battle, it was also a skill that consumed a great deal of mana and probably stamina as well. At least this was the conclusion to which Bai Zemin himself had come to after studying every sign shown by the beast after the activation of the skill. The monster's body was no longer firmly standing, its limbs trembled slightly, its breathing was agitated to the point where steam was coming out of its nostrils, etc. These were all signs of exhaustion. However, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and realized that he only had about 3 or 4 arrows in his quiver, which meant that he could no longer continue fighting. Furthermore, Shangyuan Bingzu herself had exhausted quite a bit of mana, and although she could still stay in battle, her chest was also rising and falling somewhat erratically with each of her breaths. Although they could not defeat the mutated giant ape, if it were another beast, the odds of being victorious would probably be higher or lower, depending on the type of enemy and its skill. The problem with first-order creatures was that you never knew what you were going to face until you faced it. The giant ape suddenly turned and began to run south. Considering its height and its human-like and even more flexible mobility, it was only a matter of time before it disappeared from everyone's sight. Shangyuan Bingzu's face turned ugly as she saw her prey about to flee. She had expended 70% to 80% of her mana, but she was confident of overcoming. However, if the giant mutated ape wanted to flee, she had no confidence in being able to stop it. Chains. An indifferent voice sounded from the back, near the entrance to the subway parking area. He and Shangyuan Bingzu did not need to turn around to know who the owner of that voice was after having lived and spent so much time together for almost half a month. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the blood that the giant mutated ape had lost during the battle moved strangely, and as if they were snakes with a will of their own, they rose from the ground and began to surround the beast's limbs. 2 red chains that glowed like rubies coiled tightly around the upper limbs, while 4 chains clung tightly around the lower limbs of the giant mutated ape, sealing its movements. Roar! The beast looked towards the source of mana's movement required for magical activation, and roared with bloodshot eyes as it struggled with all its strength, causing the blood chains to begin cracking violently. However, the current Bai Zemin was no longer the same Bai Zemin from before, who barely had any knowledge about mana and his skill. Reinforce! Bai Zemin muttered under his breath, and the blood on the ground merged with the already formed bloody chains, repairing the cracks and making them stronger. For the past few days, Bai Zemin had been practicing control over mana and his blood manipulation practically non-stop, only stopping to sleep and to eat his daily meals. The rest of the time was spent by him using zombies as a source of training. At first, it was difficult and extremely frustrating to see how his efforts were worthless. Then, he couldn't help but think in Shangyuan Bingzu and noticed that every time she created something out of ice, she would say the name of her creation out loud, or when she sent the ice bullets flying, she would wave her hand. It was then that an idea flashed in his mind, and copying her ways, he began a train by saying the name of what he was imagining every time he used his blood manipulation skill. In doing so, Bai Zemin was pleasantly surprised to realize how much easier it made his task, as he could divert more of his focus to the mana within his body to resonate with that of his surroundings, and the activation of his skill consumed significantly less effort and mana than normal. After approximately 3 days of virtually non-stop training, the fruits of his efforts began to slowly manifest, and at this point he was shining. Seeing Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He fighting, Bai Zemin realized that both of them, especially her, were strong to the point of being geniuses. But in fact, the difference with him was still quite large. With such a difference in power, there was no need to hide his power so much, and the more he showed the better it would be, as the less they would dare to plan against him in the future. He threw a bottle of blood into the air and stretched his hand upward as he slowly said, "Spear." Bang! The bottle exploded, and the liquid blood was surrounded by a wave of mana. In less than a second the blood coalesced and hardened, taking the shape of a firm, pointed spear over 2 meters long. This spear even had a faint red glow around it since he had consumed over 80 mana points to make it. One could imagine the hidden power of the weapon. When the blood spear fell into his hands after descending, Bai Zemin brought his right hand with the spear as far back as possible just above his shoulder, and with his left foot, he took a big step forward, turning his body 360 degrees, and after finishing the turn, the spear shot forward at full speed. However, before the spear completely left his hand, the blazing ring in his right hand flashed and a crimson flame covered the spear in its entirety. Boom! With almost 100 strength points, and having expended almost the same amount of mana, the spear created with the Shadow Tiger's blood raised a small boom as it went beyond what the surrounding air pressure was able to withstand. A crimson line filled with burning heat closed the distance in a second, and before the giant ape could react, the spear had firmly penetrated its head. But that was not all. Boom! The spear filled with fire-like energy blasted, and the beast's head exploded into countless pieces. The pieces of burnt flesh and the smell of blood floated in the air. The blood chains holding the beast upright vanished, and the practically headless body fell noisily to the ground, collapsing onto a pile of rubble and raising a cloud of dust in the process. Chen He's eyes and mouth were wide open comically, and the disbelief in his gaze expressed how great was the shock he had received. Tab. Shangyu and Bingzu turned her head slightly towards the source of the sound of light footsteps, and her blue eyes shivered for a moment as she saw the relaxed smile on the face of the young man behind her. Bai Zemin had a casual smile, and even rested his free hand comfortably inside his pants pocket, as if what he had just done was no big deal. He became stronger in this week, was the thought of Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He as they recalled what they had just witnessed, both feeling complicated emotions.